his airline, he sighted a crowd in front of them. About 100 meters away, about 3 young men were dragging somebody out of a gutter, while others chanted war song and fired shots into the air. "Come on, let's take this turn," Frank said, as he diverted to the left, following the road leading to the federal maximum security prison. "We don't know who those people are." There have been civil unrest and hoodlums. Hoodlums has taken advantage of the occasion to unleash terror on innocent citizens. Well, the lovers passed by the high wall of the prison and followed a narrow, snaky path covered with tall weeds. Frank was in front, patting the weed with both hands for every easy passage. Sometimes they bent down, almost on all fours, to be able to pass through. Luckily, the cloud began to clear off. A few stars and a half moon appeared. Visibility also improved. They came to a large pool of water. Frank picked up a stick, moved forward, and tried to feel for the depth. It was well above his knee. There was no going back. Amazing House was about 2 streets away. So, he then came back for her, bent down, and lifted her into his hands, and began to walk slowly through the water. She cringed as he poured her on his sturdy arms across the pool, but soon relaxed herself, feeling secure. It was a great experience. She hoped this would be the man to carry her through every obstacle in life. That was all she needed, someone to support her, to keep her afloat, or better, to bear her through the deep waters of life. On the side of the pool, both of them stood still for a while, just staring at each other. They came "Thank you so much, Frank." Then Amaze took a step forward. Frank followed. They were so close to Amaze's house. "Thank you so much," Amaze said affectionately. "I am awfully sorry for making you go through all of this. But it is my fault," Frank admitted. "I should have let you go before the rain started." They bade each other good night and parted. By the time Amaze got home, everyone had waited anxiously. Everyone had waited anxiously for her, except her father. Because Eki and Ivie rushed out, screeching across the mud that had gathered in the compound. "Amaze!" both shouted. "Are you all right?" Eki asked. "I am all right." What happened? Why are you so late? Where is Papa? Amazing asked. Please, I have something to tell him. She didn't answer any of the questions. Rather, she walked straight to her mother, who was visibly angry at her coming home late. Amazing. Have I not suffered enough? Why do you want to kill me before my time? What time is it now? Since morning. Now tell me, are you the first girl to find a lover? And where is your father? Amazing stood there transfixed. Hot tears coursed through her cheeks. She felt disappointed at herself. A few minutes later, somebody rushed into the compound to inform them that Mr. Okoro was in a nearby clinic. Ivie stayed back at home with Maria Eki. An amazing rush raced through the darkness to the new Bethel clinic nearby, a kilometer away. Mr. Okoro had waited for Amazing along with the others till about 4 p.m. when the sky grew dark. He had wondered what she could be doing after the rehearsal, which should have ended about 12:30 p.m. Maria had stormed out of the house and confronted him. Would you sit there and do nothing about it? Won't you go and look for your daughter? Already violent wind had begun, swirling across the roof and blowing sand into people's eyes as they rolled into their various houses. Mr. Okoro waited for a while. Perhaps Amazing will come home soon. Then the rain began to fall. He brought out his old dusty raincoat, hanging on one of the lintels. He wore it over his clothes, put on his cap, and picked his bicycle. He rested against the mud wall and drove down the street to look for his daughter. Not even a single soul was in sight. Then, suddenly, he heard a shout from an adjoining street. Several young people, armed with bottles, daggers, sticks, tree branches, and gun, dashed out in front of him. Stop there, commanded the leader. They were all drunk. What are you doing here at this time? Another one was shouting. Burn him alive. Okoro was helpless. I'm looking for my daughter. Please, don't harm me, he pleaded. Why are you looking for her? Another asked. Do you have sense at all? In this cold, don't you know she's sleeping with her boyfriend somewhere? Before he could answer them a word, someone hit him from behind, and he staggered into a gutter and collapsed. They left him there for a while, but later they came to drag him out of the gutter and left him on the ground bleeding and convulsing. Their leader took his bicycle away. The recent violent clashes among some group in Oko, apart from being politically motivated, were being masterminded by some youth who have been repatriated from other countries within the past 2 years. That night, the gang tore down all the banners advertising HIV or AIDS seminars in the area, and those advertising a conference on trafficking in adolescents. These are the people causing all the problems. We need life, not empty words that put fears in their mind. That night, Okoro children gathered around him in the hospital. The doctors had demanded a deposit of 2,000 naira before any form of treatment could be administered on him. They had to act fast before Okoro gave up the ghost. Asein and her mother rushed back home. Asein had saved about 700 naira. Her mama had about 1,200 tied in a piece of clothing and handbag. She wanted to go market with it the following Monday to buy a few items for her kiosk and also for the family. It was all she had, but then it wasn't enough. As she walked back to the hospital, the viewer ran after her and handed her 100 naira. She had kept in her safe for over a year. She was trying to save life. They all rode to the location, giving virtually all they had. The next morning, they all left the clinic. Okoro was groggy. He could not walk unaided. He had a minor stroke and had a broken knee and an arm. He had bandages all over his body. They couldn't afford to stay longer in the hospital. When they got home, they sat down in the sitting room, looking at one another. Neighbors filed in to sympathize with them. Maria broke down in tears and began to reprimand Asein. See what you have brought upon us. How are we going to handle this? Don't talk like that, Lucy said. This is the work of the devil. Don't blame the girl. Asein has always been a good girl. It is the evil one that wants to destroy your enemy. People began to suggest all kinds of solutions to the stroke, but they all agreed on a famous native doctor who could set bone and cure throat, but he could not begin work until a fixed deposit has been paid, 4,000 naira. It wasn't negotiable. No matter how serious the case was, or how poor the victim was, the family was in a fix. Was or how. In fact, in the coming weeks, you might have to go hungry for this. Asein sat quietly in the corner thinking. Should she inform Frank about this? What if he offered to help, as she knew he would? Would she accept? No. Frank must be kept out of this, no matter what. A sense of personal dignity got the better of us. Until she thought it was right and stuff. Now, because of the prevailing mood in the family, she hoped to give him a positive answer soon. Frank was unaware of the troubles Asein went through, and through that Saturday they parted. He arrived home exhausted. But happy. Andrew was listening to music from his small tape, considering how Frank walked in. So how was your outing? Splendid. Frank replied as he sat wearily in the only couch in the shared sitting room. He pulled off his shoe and went into the bathroom to have a shower. Thereafter, he went into the kitchen and dished himself some rice and stew. Andrew sat on the table next to him and pressed the stop knob on the recorder. "Why did you stop the music?" Frank asked. He just begun to enjoy the music. "We have something to discuss." Okay. Okay, what is it? Amazing. Frank dropped his fork and sat down, a knife and sat down. Now, listen to me. Frank, I know you are in love. Yes, with Amazing, of course. People in love hardly see clearly. Yes, because love is blind, as you say. Isn't it? It's Ned. I think you have been carried away by the girl. Physical appearance. Have you considered her background? He shared, showing some interest. This is the home of commercial sex workers in Nigeria. Also, our people are very hostile to strangers. How can you marry from such a place without engendering your futures? Frank was silent for a while. Andrew thought he had a point and that Frank was thinking about it seriously. "Thank you for your concern," Frank said, "but I think you are terribly misinformed." "What?" Andrew couldn't believe what he heard. "Yes. What's the sources of your facts?" Frank asked, using two forefingers simultaneously to make inverted commas to the facts. But it is common knowledge, you see. There is no group of people in the world completely good or evil. There are always exceptions. I know you are broad-minded, but don't forget that your life is at stake here. Incidentally, the very first prostitute that I ever knew in Lagos was from my village. Now, what does that mean? I'm talking about hostility. I think my experience here tells me otherwise. You see, Andrew says that he was losing the battle, but he must try one more argument. And don't you mind her not being a graduate either? Never. We can marry her if you wish. People are not born graduates. They simply go to school and become graduates. Don't you consider Aisha more suitable? Never. You can marry her if you wish. As for me, it's either amazing or amazing. He said, smiling sheepishly. My goodness, there's no point talking to you. You are too far gone to reason. Sure. Good night, Frank said, and went into his room. Andrew sat alone for some time, wondering what next to do. Early the following morning, Amazing traveled to the center market. Traders at the market often needed young people to carry their wares from the adjoining streets to the main market. As early as 6:30 a.m., the street was already crowded with people, mostly boys, waiting for the trader. Some had wheelbarrows, others hand-pushed, two-wheel truck. Amazing had nothing. She sat under a mango tree and rested her back, railing against the remains of what used to be a Volkswagen car, and had also become a refuse dump. A few moments later, the boys ran towards one direction. A trader has just arrived. Madam, come. Crowded by the boys, each striving for patronage. Madam, let me feel come. Madam, let me feel come. Madam, oh yeah. Amazing wash. But luck was on her side. The woman beckoned her and asked her for a wheelbarrow. She thought Amazing was more mature than the others. I don't have any, Amazing said. Which one you need to talk Weibo for me? I've been only you go to school. And I heard you want to carry load. Amazing nodded. She didn't speak pidgin. The trader was already offended by her well-formed English. Okay, make you come. Amazing started immediately. Started moving. She went down as the woman and her son lifted a heavy stack of beans into her head. She sat down. The vein in her neck stuck out and stretched, almost bursting through. A sharp pain ran through her spine. She clenched her teeth and staggered forward, trying to steady the sack on her head. But her legs were too weak to carry her and the load. Her knee trembled, and she went down with the sack, flat on her stomach. Sorry, ma. She apologized as she got up. My foot slipped. The woman's son grinned. You sure say you fit carry am so? The woman turned to call another body bearer. Please, let me try it again. Amazing pleaded, I can't. Please, let's try it again. Amazing pleaded, I can't. They lifted the sack. With every step she took, the burden became heavier. Her leg grew shorter, and she felt her backbone breaking up. At that moment, she thought she had wet her pants, but she was determined to make it. The thought of her dying father was her strength. Her will bore the burden, not her body. She soon got to an open drainage bridged by a plank that took only one person at a time. She stood at the edge, wondering, what if I fall into this gutter? This woman will kill me. Opposite her, a man waited impatiently for her to cross first, pointing to a mountain of refuse on which a million flies feasted on remain to what looked like the carcass of a dog. Make you waka quick now, he said in a muffled voice. You know they hear the smell. He covered his nose and mouth with a piece of cloth to minimize the stench that filled the air in the area. Ameze held the sack tight on her head with both hands and managed to cross over. She was now inside the market, trailing behind the woman's son as he headed for the woman's store. She put down the sack and hurried to the back of the store. As stomach rumbled, she began to throw up. Two girls stood near a shed where a woman fried akara. They stared at Ameze and wondered why she threw up at such early hours of the morning. The girl don't get belle, Abi said. Her mother owned the shed, and a lie. It's okay countered. She was Ameze, former classmate and Lucy's daughter. I know the girl where, not be like that. Okay, I don't think that time. Maybe, they come this market before. The first time I come this place, I vomit too. Okay, why you think say you fit? You know fit get belle? You want tell me say you no get boyfriend? You think say na everybody be like you? Babe, you call. You better pass me. The two girls continued to argue, even as Ameze passed by to continue her work. When Abia's mother had fried enough akara for the guests, they filled their train and began to walk around the market. Ameze made 8 trips in all, at the end of which the woman paid her 100 naira, just like that. She went back to the mango tree and sat down, wondering what to do next. She needed to earn more money. The sun had begun to climb up slowly behind her, casting its bright rays through the branches above her. When it was about 9:30 a.m., the market began to come alive. She moved further into the market and stood near a shed. The traffic in the market had increased as people walked shoulder to shoulder in front of her. An Igbo man rang a small bell over a heap of used clothes. Soon, young ladies gathered around him, buying Ameze like one of the T-shirts. The man headed up to the customers, but she could only admire it. She couldn't afford it. Behind her, another man advertised his try your luck business. With a mere 100 naira, you could win assorted goods. wall clock, radio, table fan, and so on. Ameze thought about it for a while. Should she try it? Was she a lucky girl? No. If she were, she wouldn't have been here in the first place. She walked back to the road behind the market, looking for something to buy. She was right on time. Some traders from nearby villages had just arrived with fresh fruits, vegetables, plantain, snail, and fresh corn. She bought some of these and went further into the market to hug them. When she returned to the spot an hour later, a different set of villagers had arrived. She already had 180 naira. She spent almost everything. She spent almost everything. On fresh mangoes and went to another section of the market to hug them. Before 3 o'clock, Ameze had made about 350 naira. That was a lot of money at a time when graduates in the civil service earned less than 4,000 naira a month. It's with Chris. She felt happy. She bought things with which to prepare evening meal for the family and still had balance of nearly 180 naira. Baby, Ameze worked at the central market. By the end of that week, she had saved almost about 600 naira. The following week, she heard that a newspaper distributor needed vendors. She applied and was taken immediately. The job was very demanding, but at least she didn't have to bear the heavy burden all day and suffer from backache at night. She started work on a Tuesday. She started work on a Tuesday. Before she got to the newspaper office that morning, she had already decided where to sell her paper. The beginning of Airport Road, near the General Post Office. This location had constant traffic jams, and she thought she could sell as many as 6 or 7 motorists whenever cars slow down or stop. Ameze had a way of making people part with money. As the traffic built up, she approached the motorist. Pointed at the airline and said something like, "You can't miss this, sir. Is it really hot? Would you like this, ma'am?" Then she smiled. And there was something about her smile. Whenever she smiled, she made you feel there were no troubles in the world. Benson and his wife, Julie, worked at the State Secretariat. They had quarreled fiercely one night. And when they woke up the following morning, they were hangovers. And they drove to work that morning. Ameze second day on the job. The woman made up her mind not to talk to her husband throughout the day. Then they got close to the post office and we were caught in the usual traffic jam. Amazing walked up to them from behind and said, "Good morning, madam. You're looking sweet." Amazing then raised her thumb for the man, smiling broadly, and at the same time showed him the headlines of one of the dailies. It was infectious. Julie smiled back, and her husband nodded, trying to suppress a grin. It was impossible. Julie reached out for a copy. "My dear, please could you pay for this?" "Of course." He did. In a minute, they forgot their differences and developed a liking for Amezie. But she didn't do the job for a very long time. Mr. Osariemen had bought copies from Amezie about 4 times, but she didn't take note of that. She made several faces every day. And could hardly remember any, except of course something remarkable happened. One afternoon, Mr. Osariemen drove near and slowed down. As usual, Amezie ran up to him, showed him different headlines at once. He picked a copy, put on his bifocal lens, and turned to the sports page. Amezie leaned over the opposite window, waiting. He wasn't reading anything, but thinking of the right words to use. "What's your name, young lady?" "Amezie." That was strange. Buyers never ask for names. He wasn't reading anything. "Do you want the Guardian?" "Oh, no. That's all right." He then dropped the paper on the seat and fumbled in his chest pocket for money. "What is your highest qualification?" "I have secondary school certificate. I don't need any certificate to be a vendor. Do I?" "No, that's not what I mean. Can you work for me?" She was dumbfounded. "You probably could earn more than what you get now." "What kind of job is it, sir?" she asked, still puzzled. He hesitated a bit. "Some office work with me and some domestic work with the big lady of the house. That means living with us actually." Mr. Osariemen added a business card. "You can check." Throughout that day, Amezie thought about the offer. It seemed wonderful. This must be God. In fact, she needed a job badly. They had tried to manage her father at home, but his condition has not improved. In fact, it got worse. The family needed money to take him for treatment. Ending to her family members, everyone went into jubilation, even Okoro himself. Couldn't help but nodding and forcing a smile. On Monday morning, Asein was ready to go. She had packed her hair behind with a red ribbon and wore a white blouse on a white skirt. She looked as beautiful as ever. You said the man has a family. Maria asks. Yes. Okay. Just be careful all the same, she advised. Asein arrived at the place at exactly 10 a.m. It was Mr. Asein house. Which also doubled as his office, or part of his office. He was already waiting going through dailies. The lady walked in and greeted. He motioned to a chair and he sat down. It was very spacious, sitting down, well furnished. Directly opposite, there were two large rooms which he used as offices. Your job is not much. Mr. Asein began. I'm working as a secretary or receptionist. After the office hour, you shall assist my wife in her domestic work. I'll teach you how to answer the phone and how you reply mails. Can you use the computer? Asein shook her head in the negative. Well, that's not a problem. After a month or so, your wife should put you through that. Asein replied in her mind when he asked her, you see, I just want to get you off the streets. She told him, I am not a street girl. I don't live on the streets. I only walk there. It is not good for a girl like you. Men can take advantage of you. Moreover, the natural elements are there. Sunshine, rain, you should know it. I hope the man is not insulting my mother, she thought. Your salary shall be 1,500 naira a month, in addition to some fringe benefits you will give your clean appointment. Thank you very much, sir. Asein said happily. She was grateful. That was a great relief. She hoped that within 1 or 2 months, she would earn enough to take care of her family. As they discussed, Mr. Aseim's wife walked in from an adjoining room. Meet my wife, Nancy, dear. Dear, this is amazing. Pleased to meet you, young lady. Nancy said, taking a seat. Good morning, madam. Nancy was particularly pleased to see Amazing, but she had some apprehension too. She was somewhat afraid. It was pleasure mixed with fear. She needed someone to help with the housework, but she didn't want anyone that would drive her restless husband further away from her. She was a plain woman, a little older than the man, fat and short, and always wore her hair with a lot of attachments. Her shoe was 6 inches high. She had freckles, small eyeballs, a slightly high cheekbone, and a dark complexion. And was dark in complexion. She often wore a lot of makeup, making her look a little awkward. 8 out of her 10 fingers had rings, and her toenails were like claws. She was a fashion freak. But Nancy was very lively. Outgoing lady. She talked a lot and knew something about everybody in her neighborhood. She belonged to so many social groups and drank a lot on weekends. She looked away from Amazing, watching her husband to see the direction of his gaze as he stared at the visitor, rolling his eyes slowly. He examined her from the long parted hair to the huge innocent eyes, and then through the chest area down to her legs. Nancy caught her husband shaking his head and tapping his light foot on the floor, obviously captivated by the visitor. Are you sure you can walk here? She asked the visitor, sighing. Amazing looked up, a bit puzzled. She could not possibly guess what was going on in her mind. Yes, of course, Mr. Ime answered. Why not? Do you have any objection? No. I'm just asking. Probably if you will not need someone that is someone that is perhaps different. I don't understand you, Nancy. What exactly do you mean? I don't mean anything. He sputtered out, speaking at the top of my voice, at the top of her voice now. Just leave me alone if you don't understand. She's all right, let her stay. She stood up and stamped out of the house. Well, she gets cranky sometimes, but overall, she's nice. Are you sure she's not angry with me? Amazing asked. Yes, he was right. Nancy wasn't angry with Amazing. She was only worried about what might happen between her husband and the new employee. She would have preferred a man, but then a man couldn't keep her company when her husband was away. or perhaps an old woman. But what if she turns out to be a witch? She gave up. Emezi adapted quite easily, working from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. in the office. So, the latter being more challenging than the former. First time she entered the kitchen, it was in a mess. It was in a mess. A heap of plantain and yam peel covered with flies sat in a corner. Sat in a corner. The sink sank with food particles and solid dirt. While the plate had turned brown with dry eba and fufu. The food was caked with mud here and there. While unwashed cooking pots grew mold, the sink sank with food particles and solid dirt. While the plate had turned brown with dry eba and fufu. The floor was caked with mud here and there. Cobwebs stretched from one angle to the other. In the dark shadows of the abandoned kitchen, the place was an eyesore. But Amazing gave it a facelift. It was on a Saturday morning. She worked in the kitchen from 8 a.m. till about 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. Then, by the time the couple returned home, the whole place was sparkling. She also cleaned the sitting room and rearranged the bookshelf on her own. She also had to rearrange drinks. Within a short time, the two ladies became close enough to discuss personal matter. I said, after cooking or washing, both would sit in the big sitting room, chatting away the time. And when it came to verbal power, nothing had much of it. He had no constraint whatsoever. On a particular Wednesday, Mr. Asein carried Mr. Ibe traveled to Lagos. Mr. Ibe traveled to Lagos. Yes. Asein had very little to do in the office, so she spent most of the time chatting with Nancy. My husband used to have a very beautiful girl in his office. That girl was a great asset to him. He didn't even realize it. So, did she work here? No, she worked in his big office. I doubt whether that office still exists. Because he thought most of his work here now. My husband used to have a very beautiful girl in the office. No. Why did she resign? Asein asked. He wanted her to sleep with a man. Oh, too bad. Asein knew the story, but didn't know that it was the same man her friend has worked for. Providence was teaching her to be careful. Oh yes, Richard or Rich. I love him dearly. He is in boarding school in Lagos, King's College, to be precise. I should be going to pick him up in 2 weeks. He is a very good boy. He plays a lot and loves to stay with me all the time. Very much unlike his lousy dad, who has to put very much like his lousy dad, who has 1 foot here and 1 foot elsewhere. He stood up, went to the refrigerator, and picked a bottle of red wine. She filled up a glass and began to sip. He did this quite often to buffer the pains of her sad marriage. You say you don't drink at all, not even a sip, she asked Asein, who shook her head in the negative. Well, it's all right. As for me, I'm used to it now. Then, suddenly, she began the timer. Now, let me advise you. She sat up in her chair, still holding her drink. Don't let any man get you pregnant or even make love to you before he marries you. Don't. Asein nodded in agreement. If you allow it, later, he will not respect you. In fact, he may even abandon you for the sweet, innocent one. That's the problem I had. Many of my friends are suffering from today. But do you know the funny thing? You're able to accept. That's the problem. I had many of me. What is Amagigon for God's sake? Amazing asks. Oh, you don't know? Amagigon, just wait. He will soon return. Ask him. He will be glad to tell you. He has a lot of story on Amagigon. Story is not even useful to him. I've never seen him read the Bible. Maybe he has a Bible club. Amagigon. I don't think I heard that word before. When we him to study Amagigon? He said he's getting there. Before he got going, cross your leg and we'll be having a good laugh about it. What will happen at that time? Ask Amazing. Trouble, real trouble, war, fire, earthquake. All the wicked people will die. Then we shall inherit their houses and estates. And then she paused and laughed louder. My husband has been eyeing one mansion down the street. The owner is a very wicked man. We are sure he won't survive Amagigon. Immediately after he goes for the war, we'll enter for you. Immediately after the war, we shall move in and take over. She started to the chef and took a small book from the bag. Read this. Get the facts for yourself. Why did you stop going with him to the study? Amazing asked. Actually, I have not totally stopped. I obey what to do. My husband has been eyeing one mansion. Actually, I have not totally stopped. It's just that I have not been there in a long while. I am usually very busy and they stay too long there. Honestly, I love to start again soon. I must not miss those margins. And one thing is very important. Baptism. That's it. You are going nowhere. She filled her glass again and continued to talk. Mr. Angel returned on Thursday afternoon. Amazing was in the office, trying to answer some mails. She ran out to help with his bag into the house, and then went back to work. He had a function to attend at 4 o'clock. Just before 4 p.m., Madam V arrived in a shuffled ring Toyota Land Cruiser. Amazing announcing Joanna in the nursing room. Who is this fine chick? She asked nobody in particular. You didn't tell me you had a new staff. And that's all right. Five minutes later, Mr. Angel was ready. They drove us. As they went, Nancy sneered at Madam V. Look at the beast. Shameless thing. She won't marry her own man. Overnight. Every day, they go out. Don't you trust your husband? No, I don't. He knows I don't. She blurted. He knows I don't. He knows he's not supposed to be trusted. Imagine where tradition has kept all of us, African women. The men go out. They have concubines and all of those. But if you dare do it once, you're a dead woman. Imagine what some of us endure. I can't even say when he will be coming back. She went in and poured out some wine for herself and began to drink. Amese went back to the office to continue her work. Meanwhile, Madam V and Ime wrote on in silence for nearly 15 minutes. She tried to recollect when she has met Amese before. You probably have seen her on your way to wherever. Not quite. How many times do I buy newspaper by myself? That's my favorite church job. Maybe you saw her at one of those churches. Now I remember. It was at the G Beauty Salon. I even get some information on her family. I did get her to work for you. Well, Nancy attended obituary party every night. Nancy attended obituary party every Friday night. This Friday, as soon as she left the house with her friend, her husband returned. Having been worn out, he went straight to the bathroom to have a shower. Before he finished, Amese had served the supper. He ate slowly and slept off almost immediately. Amese finished her normal evening routines and went to bed. At midnight, Mr. Ime woke up. It was the first night he had been alone at home with Amese. He came out of the sitting room and sat down, staring at nothing. Then gradually, he began to wrestle with an imaginary figure. Every part of his body stretched and twitched. He was covered with sweat. Then he crouched, as if ready to pounce on a prey. An irresistible urge to do something took over him. There was an absolute silence in the house, except for the humming of the air conditioner in his room and the ticking of the parlor clock. He was covered with sweat. He stood tiptoe to Amese door, peeped through a chink in the lock. She was sound asleep. He was sound asleep. The whole street was asleep, although he could hear the strident sound of a guitar from some funeral way. He stood up. He lost every sense of property. He opened the door slightly. His heart began to beat faster as he danced to some internal sensuous rhythm. The figure of Amese in bed was irresistible, but he stood transfixed, struggling in vain to bring his emotion under control. But he stood transfixed, struggling in vain to bring his emotion under control. This girl trusts you. A faint inner voice pleaded. She already calls you daddy. You even promised to take good care of her. Will you not take undue advantage of her? No, he murmured to himself. He could still trust me. She's not my daughter. My friend married his employee. Nothing strange here. My friend married his employee. Nothing strange here. Unable to extricate himself from the passion that swirled around me. Ameza woke up frightened. She wasn't a deep sleeper. Look here, Ameza. I didn't want to do this, but you must pardon me. Just this once, I promise. I love you so much. Ameza was already up from the bed, standing away from him in a nightgown. Mr. Ime took a step closer. His manhood in a target position beneath his blue striped pajamas. Tomorrow is your payday. I promise to double your pay. 3,030. 6,100 naira. If you can have some fun right away. Mr. Ime wasn't a violent man. He never raped a woman violently. If he didn't succeed once, he tried again and again. His money spoke for him, so that most of the time, he succeeded. I'll be taking my rest time now to have a bit of a short time. I'm still reading The Return of Ameza, a story by Felix Ogbonna about the life of a young Edo girl, how she transversed from being trafficked, sent abroad for prostitution, and now she survived. Let's put it in the fridge. Put it in the fridge. Put the fruit in the fridge. Cue me in. Am I starting? Am I starting? Mr. Ime wasn't a violent man.
You're going like 3, 2, 1, and go.
Mr. Ime wasn't a violent man. He never raped a woman. He always had it easy with them. He was diplomatic and persuasive. If he didn't succeed once, he tried again and again. His money spoke for him, so that most of the time, he succeeded. On this occasion, however, it was uncertain what he might do. He took another step forward. Asein inched backward. Sir, what about your wife? Forget about her. Nobody is going to find out anything. What about your conscience? Please don't worry about it. I'll take care of that. But this is not right, sir. I've never done this before. She caught it. She caught in. The more reason you should try it and see what it is like. I promise you will enjoy it. Everybody does it. Just that nobody talks about it. And people don't normally get to find out. Now, Asein knew she was in danger. She had to be tactful. That all right by me, sir, she said. But give me 2 minutes. I need to use the bathroom first. Okay. Go ahead. Then, go ahead. I'll wait. He sat on the bed as if by some spell. As Asein he glanced at the wall clock. 1 o'clock. The whole night belonged to him, to them. Nothing could possibly bring his wife back before 5 o'clock. This promised to be the most blissful night ever. The door to Asein's room had a peculiar problem. Whenever it was locked, it was difficult to open from outside, especially when from the inside. That was why Mr. Ime gained access easily. Asein came out of the bathroom, got past the door, and slammed it. The lock snapped into place. Then she went into the kitchen and took away his mobility. So she had seen it during the day. She lifted it onto the fence and climbed over. However, she sustained some injuries. While attempting to climb down the fence, she practically fell down flat. She ran as fast as she could, and she took refuge in an uncompleted building, overgrown with weeds. She took refuge there for the remaining part of the night because she feared for her life. It was about the same time armed bandits and ritualists operated in the sea. And dozed off. She sat down, rested her back on the wall, and dozed off. By the time she woke up, a woman was standing in front of her, half naked and grinning. She was the sole occupant of the building. "So you've come to join me. Welcome. This is my home. Come, let me show you your home," she cried gleefully. "Alifu, I am not mad. I am not staying here." Ameze cried and protested. "Who said you? Do you think I'm mad myself? Or do you think I'm looking for where to stay?" Mr. Ime did not notice when Ameze steadily left the bathroom and the room became anxious. So long in the bathroom. After waiting for another 30 minutes, he became suspicious. Well, Mr. Ime could not open the door from the inside. He was trapped. He found himself in another phase of this experience, getting overwhelmed by strong emotions. Great men often feel small when ordinary people display greater strength or character that reveal how mean and hypocritical they have been in their exalted position. Mr. Ame did not come out of the room until his wife returned from the party in the wee hours of the morning. She herself was drunk, and so did not have enough sense to challenge her husband. "What are you doing in that room?" she asked as she staggered to open the door. "Didn't you know the door can't open from inside?" "Well, one of them hasn't slept throughout the night. As soon as the man regained his freedom, he dashed into his room, tumbled on his bed, and slept off. His wife slept on the couch in the living room and slept off. Her shoe, handbag, gele, and the plastic souvenir she brought all scattered on the floor. Mr. Okoro's what was? Everyone thought he wouldn't survive it. They were able to gather about 1,500 naira for his treatment. They had all waited for amazing salary that day. At least They will take the amount very close to the deposit. The native doctor demanded that evening Maria and Asein returned to Mr. Aseim's house. They couldn't let go of her salary. Whatever happened notwithstanding, he wasn't home. She packed her things and left with Maria. That was the last day in Mr. Aseim's employment. What transpired between her and her boss that night was never known to Nancy. But occasionally, Nancy thought of that money and wondered why her husband was locked up in Asein's room. Just wondering. Next day, with 700 naira, she had managed to procure for Okoro treatment. Asein came into the house with a bucket of water she had fetched from a well. What is Asein doing here? Edame asked. Didn't she go to work? She got a good job. My sister responded, Maria. She had stopped. Why? Did she do anything wrong? She got a good job. It wasn't her fault, Maria added. What happened then? Well, the man wanted to go with her. So, what is wrong with that? She stood up and began to pace up and down. You need money to send your husband for treatment. For baby. You need money. And she ran away from someone who wanted to give her more than enough. Now, how are you going to get her what is needed? Now, will the money come if we all sit here and stare at each other? But you know Asein can't do such a thing. You see what I mean? Why can't she do it? It is high time. Why can't she do it? It is high time you stop deceiving yourself. Is she better than all the girls out there? Somebody put sugar in your mouth and you threw it away. Do you think you can survive like this? Well, that is the little I could find. She dropped the 700 naira on the table and stormed out of the house. Just make sure my brother does not die. She stormed out of the house. If anything happened to him, he will be held responsible. Of course, Maria knew the implication of that statement. She must not walk into that trap. The ordeal could only be imagined. Without a problem like this, a widow was presumed killer of our man until proven innocent. Well, if she did not confess to the deed immediately after the husband's death, she would be forced to drink the water with which the corpse of her husband was once washed. There was one of the ritualists she must go through to prove her innocence. The guilty ones became instant partridge and were sometimes exiled or beaten to death. Amezen listened to the conversation from the corner of the house. She was confused. Has she made a mistake? How far could she go in life if she despised her womanhood? She was now deep in thought. Is she better than all the other girls doing it? Everybody does it. Osas told her that too. Amezen listened to the conversation from the corner of the house. Well, how far could she go in life if she despised her womanhood? She was now deep in that thought. No. So Mr. Amezen told her, everybody does it. Osas told her too, some years back. Everybody. No, it couldn't be everybody. At least, I know Agnes. She couldn't do such a thing. She felt betrayed. In that instance, we began to remember people that didn't do it. She began to remember our secondary school friends. People that are still there today. My uncle gave them to me. Right now, my father is sick and I need money for his treatment. The item are new. I've never worn them. Amezen listening to the conversation from the corner house. Amezen uncle in Belgium, who helped her with her school fees some time ago, also gave her a beautiful skirt suit and jewelry to match. They were her valuable possession, and she has never worn them. She had never been a happy girl. Anyway, she felt the items were too expensive. She entered She would look awkward in the suit, and she had only rubber sandals. She brought out the dress and the jewelry, folded them in a cellophane bag, and sneaked out of the house. She went towards the central market. She entered the first store. Tell me why, my daughter, whose are they? What can I do for you then? Would you like to buy this from me? She brought out the dress and the jewelry. Whose are they? The woman inquired. They are mine. How did you get them? And why do you want to sell them? Amaze kept quiet for some time. "Tell me, my daughter," she said in a friendly manner. "My uncle gave them to me." I don't usually buy things from people this way, but I can see you need the money. I'll buy the suit. Perhaps you can look for someone else to buy the jewelry. How much do you want to sell?" "Sorry, madam, but I don't know. How much can you pay for it?" The woman examined the material again and offered 3,000 naira for it. Amaze was shocked. This could not be true. "How much?" All right, madam," she stammered, trying to hide her excitement. She collected the money, dashed out of the shop before the woman changed her mind. There was no need to sell the jewelry. She had made enough money. Her father could go for treatment. As she turned into a narrow path between two market buildings, she ran into a small group of old women, mobilizing market women for the Great Nude Rally. They were led by Iyenoma, a tough-looking woman with heavy dreadlock. She held up red ezuzu, which contrasted with the all-white apron and the coral bead that adorned her neck and wrists. She was the leader of the entire market women in town and doubled too as an local priestess who commanded great authority and defiance. When she opened her mouth, a great wish fell on the villagers. Buyers that opened their mouth to listen and all. "The hour has come," she declared. "At the appointed place, don't fail." Amaze wondered what the rally was all about. Well, she had heard Amaze, but forgot about to amuse me. Okay. She had heard about it, but forgot to ask her mother. Right now, she was in a hurry to get home. After her departure from the market, the buyer of the other person looked at the price on it, $150. She smiled to herself. Not a bad business at all. Amaze didn't see the price tag at best. She didn't make anything of it. When she got home, she handed the money to her mother, who wept until her eyes were swollen because of the dress. She would never have encouraged Amaze to sell the dress. It was her only valuable possession. The next day, however, Mr. Okoro was taken to a native doctor for consultation. When she got home, she handed the money to her mother. The next day, however, Mr. Okoro was taken to the hospital for treatment. Amaze felt relieved that her father was being properly taken care of. The crowd of despair that hung over our family gradually gave way to some ray of hope. The hope that comes from the knowledge that something positive would be done about a bad situation. She could not think clearly more about her life. Although she seriously needed another job, but I can't pay that amount of money. She wanted to find out from Frank what plans he had for both of them. If Frank intended taking over his father's company, as he have said, then sooner or later, both might be living in Lagos. That would be a perfect arrangement. With hard work and the kind of help of Frank, she hoped to drag her parents out of misery. And when I thought about marriage, it was simply idyllic. Each time she thought of marriage, her heart fluttered as she sat alone this afternoon, contemplating this bliss that laid ahead. Agnes walked into the compound in about 2 hours. Amanda felt relieved that her father was being properly taken care of. "How is your dad doing now?" Agnes asked as she took a seat before Amanda. "Thank God he's responding to treatment. He should be back home in a day or two." "That's good news." Agnes brought out a handbill from her bag. "I hope you still remember this seminar." "Sure. That reminds me. Uncle Nicholas' group was here to see my parents." "About what?" "They want to work with your organization." "Okay. Great indeed. I really want to see a change in our young people, especially girls." She remembered her experience at the G. She had met many young single mothers who live with their parents. She hated the lifestyle and wondered what could be done to stop the trend. "I really love to work with Uncle Nicholas, but you see, everything now depends on Frank. All other things being equal, I don't think I will settle in this town." "Have you given him your word?" "Not really," she said, radiating confidence. "Why?" "He's already my husband. I will tell him. So the next time we meet, I can't wait to tell him." "Congratulations," Agnes said, as they fall on each other and choose them. "Sure. Frank is a great man. We were together yesterday. You know how much he loves you." "We were together. Your heart will burst. In fact, it is difficult to believe you met each other not too long ago. I think you were made for each other." Amazing heart began to flutter. I know. Excited. The cultural day was an important event among local people. They came from all over the country and beyond the mark today. It was a time to reflect on the culture and dignity of the people. and pay tribute to the ancestors who, through rugged determination and great captivator, we will not be able to do what we have done today. Procure timeless legacy for the entire kingdom. The cultural day was also a time for reconciliation and healing. Disputing families or individuals ironed out their issues and differences and renewed their commitment to peace. They ate, drank, and sent presents to their neighbors, reminding themselves of their commonality and the need to uphold atavistic ties, dignity and standard moral behavior. 3 days before the event, the entire cultural center was ready with its royal emblem. The magnificent gate to the center had been designed in figures of the ancient Aden and Eden, the symbol of royal authority. The driveway had the statues of great warriors of old, such as Ogiso and Ogbola. The large hall was adorned of old with bronze busts of all the obas that reigned in this land. From 40 BC to date, brass work and other crafts were displayed along with the wide corridor, which creators of one hand explain. The origin and significance of the artifacts, which reveal the practical accomplishments and the inspiring philosophies and wisdom of the people. As one entered the center, one came face to face with the history, myth, and tradition of a people, which believe in the sentence and power of the past. During this celebration, the history of the people were retold in the form of drama, cultural dance, incantation, and song. It was also a day of sober reflection, and there was quite a lot to think about. Throughout about the challenge, and there were quite a lot of things. They thought about the challenge of today and how to face them without destroying the legacies of yesterday. For most people, however, the cultural day, like every other seasonal celebration, had begun to lose its significance. It had painfully become a mere ritual and an occasion for some to perpetuate unwholesome acts and indulge in activities that undermine the very essence of the celebration. It reminded them of what happened on the 25th of December, when we waited, that's what we're saying. When people look for new lovers, get drunk, fight in the streets, and even indulge in rape. In the early hours of the day too, a terrible act was mercifully averted. The women attempt the great nude, rally to coincide with the celebration for maximum effect. At about 5 a.m., They began to troop out of their houses and walk towards Iyenoma Street for onward movement to the government house. They were mostly old women above childbearing age, often regarded as the mothers of the land. They were going to carry out the most arcane and horrific feminine protest in all history. We are the mothers of the land. They are going to carry out the most arcane and horrific feminist protest in all history. Stripped naked for the governor and his wife. The governor has in power is taking a comeback and has been soliciting the support of the populace. But the opposition with dire-hard strategies. Thus, they knew where it pinched the people. If they could manipulate the home folks, they were sure of victory. Thus, from nowhere, news spread like wildfire, and the government of the day was planning to repatriate their sons and daughters overseas, especially those in Italy, Spain, and Holland. Abomination, women cried. We shall strip for them. Although women are not violent by nature, okay, women wielded such power. Okay, women wielded such awesome power that could not be ignored by any government. No wonder, exclaimed, well, they had been campaigning against work abroad for some time. They didn't join the possession, and I know the government wouldn't want to make such a mistake. If they send back the boys and girls, from which authority would they do this? What about all the money parents borrow to send the children abroad? The women sang. The women finished singing. Melodic tunes and cursed as they went, filling the chilly morning air with horror. It was as if the very soul of the community was in distress. Most of them had sold all they had to send could only be inflicted. Protests could only be inflicted if generally we are saying fear has gripped everyone in government house. There was panic in government quarters. Government officials and party executives went to a closed-door meeting You all know the implication of the intended rally by our mothers. The deputy governor who presided over the meeting announced, you are also aware that this is being mitigated by the opposition. Well, we can't afford to fold our hand and watch it happen. During the watching session, some thought they could call in the anti-riot police to disperse with tear gas. They were not in the military regime. Using force will compound the problem. Our mothers have been misinformed. Began the party women leader, an articulate and well-respected woman. All we need right now is to give them the right information. We ally with their fears and nurture their fear to work with our needs. The need stake. Some 5 minutes later, based on their advice, a powerful delegation was constituted. And because of the nature of the protest, the delegation team were all women. As the protesters marched out of Iyenoma Street, they were intercepted by the delegation from the governor. They explained that we should go back there. The government had no such intention. It did not even have such power. It was a ploy by the opposition to smear the good name of the administration. The government was pursuing policies that could enhance the quality of life. The people should disregard distractors who wish to gain cheap popularity. As for the children, only the country concerned have power to send them back. Our governor does not hold such power. And though we are recovering fast, thank you, Lord, for putting us on our toes. My friend, you don't seem to understand spiritual things. Also remark, moving questions closer. You see, that is the price he has paid for the global power they give him. The day he begins to walk or see properly, his powers will vanish. The day he revived the power for nothing, the women sat away from the men, although they eavesdropped in their conversation. Women also call that, come and take some wine. You women are very great. Maria and Lucy walked over to them. Well, they say this thing helps them. Maybe you could help me too. I think the most positive people in the world are women and native daughters. Imagine what happened today. If it were you, Uncle, who so asks, won't you beg? Do you know what it means for mothers to strip naked in public? It was a great problem. It is the greatest cause that can be intensified on someone, especially when the person did not pay for it. Can you take such a risk? The government was wise. Okoro added. During my civil service days, if the Labour Party Congress threatened to go to court, so that's it. If the leaders refuse to put it, maybe they will jail. The government was wise. Okoro, during my civil service days, but you can't do that to women without grave consequences. As the men discussed, JB wandered into their midst. He had his bucket of paint with one hand and a big brush the other. Do you have any job for me, all of you? This job. He offered us a stick of cigarette. Another man lifted it for himself. He smoked and danced. I'm the richest man on earth. I can't follow open my pocket. It burns out to be a piece of paper. But then, do you want to sell this house? Okay. Can I write it there? It's only 20 naira. Okay. He ran his brush across the surface of the mold and wrote, "This house is not for sale." He picked up his instrument, collected 20 naira. It doesn't work that way, my friend, Uso said. A little madness is more difficult to cure. This year, the main celebration of the cultural day took place at the cultural center. A moment just there. This year, the celebration consists of about 3,000 people, including the interactive peoples, sat in the big hall. Governors, ministries, assemblymen, business magnates, diplomats, and traditional rulers. Also present were Madam V and Patrick Ehime. The latter was more like an escort of the former. He didn't have any interest in the proceeding. Madam V was scaling interested in the event, although her interest was one of a different kind. She hasn't come to appreciate the people, culture, or to reflect on issues that bound the people together. She was a scout, She sat in the VIP section with her eyes set like those of a hawk. Nicholas Obaze, a young man who operated an NGO in the city, was also in the hall. He was nearly 40 and had devoted most of his time to helping young people. He fought for the preservation of those aspects of the culture that promoted moral values and fostered economic prosperity. Of the people. His major trust had been young people, especially female, who had been much more susceptible to all kinds of abuses. He operated the new Vanguard for Youth Empowerment, NVYE, along with a team of young men and women spread across the state. The organization activities had often brought him into conflict with Madam V. Part of Mr. Obase's network was targeted at primaries working at sending any of those children abroad to work. Mr. Obase waddled into the business. Pao Gyogbo, the popular bronze caster, was planning to send 2 of his daughters at once to Spain to work. To accomplish this, he sold all the bronze work he inherited from his father and also sold off his family house with all the artifacts in it. Mr. Obase saw Madam V car driving away as they approached the home of Pao Gyogbo. The man offered the crew a bench to sit on. Now, Papa, listen to me, Mr. Obase began. You are sending your children into danger. They will get you the money, but you will lose them in the long run. God forbid, the old man saw. Not only that, Mr. Obase continued, these things you are selling are cultural items, and they are supposed to keep for the next generation. These white men that go around to buy up these items are no fools. They know their value. That is why they can pay so much for them. It's true, everybody is doing it, but it is not right. People are selling off all the sacred items in the kingdom just to send their children abroad. All over the world, people respect our culture, but our own people have no regard for it. By the time Madam V agents returned the following day, Pao Gyogbo was so infatuated that he drove them away from the compound with his machete. On this popular cultural day, however, they all sat together. Madam V, Obase, and Asein. He did. He also used the opportunity to dispel the rumor that he intended repatriating their sons and daughters abroad. Most of our children abroad are doing honest business. from our doctors, engineers, industrialists, we can only hope to appeal to them to come home and develop our states. To come home and invest so that the state can grow. Then we will be sending back to the government, but not by my government. He urged the people to keeping. And for those who wants to disgrace us there, they will be sent back, but not by my government. Traditional rulers also fulfilled featured prominently, recounting the great achievements of past heroes. The high point of the occasion came when traditional rulers also featured prominently, recounting the great achievements of past heroes of the land and urging participants to maintain a firm link with the past in order to draw strength from the present and future. The high point of the occasion came with the dance and drama presentation by various cultural groups. Asein led one of the cultural groups. She has been preparing for this great occasion. For several weeks. Thus, when the time came, they put up a very impressive performance. Her dress was distinctly different from those of the other members of the group. A long flowing wrapper tied above her breast in a royal fashion, along with a magnificent coral bead hanging from the neck. Her hair was artistically beaded with one hand and held a white handkerchief, and with the other an ezuzu. The drum of the flute came alive in magic rhythms as she took delicate steps towards the center stage. A sonorous soprano filling the air with pleasant lyrics. Then, beautifully clad young ladies trotted to the stage, encircling Asein. In such a complex choreographical pattern that rhythm so beautifully with the beat of the drum and the euphonious strains of the entire cultural medley. The effect was electric. At first, the audience was spellbound, but as the performance got to the crescendo, they rose to their feet, as the Queen of England allegedly did when the Messiah was first performed in her court. They rode unconsciously, as it were, giving credence to the great culture of the land. In an ovation that drowned the voices of the illustrated rhythm of the magic drums. Asein led the group out of the stage. Her personality exuding great beauty and dignity. She was the signature of the entire performance. That was fantastic. Manavi nudged Aime. She is no doubt a great daughter of the land. Aime went numb. Remember the incident that drove the girl out of his house and employment. He had never told anybody about it. So seeing Asein here for the first time after that day, he felt terribly sorry for his meanness and unchecked passion. If he had the opportunity, he will apologize to her and make amends. Patrick, could you take me to her place? Manavi said. Mr. Obase turned to look at her. What makes you think I know her house? Aime replied, still nursing his guilt. Come on, boy. Don't misunderstand me. I don't mean there's anything between you two. But at least she worked for you. You told me you wanted to help her and all of that. A loud shout from a cross-section of the audience interrupted the discussion. Another group of dancers were filling in on the stage. They were dancing to a fast macabre tune. The bass and lead guitars produced such stringent that sent the crowd into a frenzy as they swayed and jerked in their seats. To the retitudinous, those girls were a sordid sight to behold. They scuffled to the stage half nude. In fact, they wear what could pass for mere pants and barely cover their buttocks, which they jerked in and out and twisted up and down and sideways in an amorous fashion. With every step they took, their breasts danced seductively beneath their scanty see-through blouses, with spaghetti traps, announcing and arousing the innocent members of the audience. Some member of the audience helplessly nodded to the rhythm of the musical form that had begun to define them. The whites from the gallery and occasionally sang along the popular tune. Omo and Osas led the macabre group. When the music stopped, the crowd yelled for an encore. Soon, the girls were at it again. This time, trying to outdo their initial performance. They continued until everybody joined. Mr. Obaze was uncomfortable throughout the performance. He wondered why the organizers have included such a dance. You bother yourself too much, said the email. It's only a dance. It doesn't mean anything. No, not at all, Madam Vim added. He stood up to go and began to walk down the back door that led to the car park. I believe this dance is amorous. It's immoral. That's what I'm talking about. There's no such thing as immoral dance. This NGA stuff has turned your thoughts upside down. Music and dance have nothing to do with sexual behavior. It depends on who you are listening to or dancing to. Music doesn't make you promiscuous and equipped. But I've come to think of it, Mr. Obaze said, in all sincerity, this whole macabre part of our musical culture, is this so-called macabre part of our musical culture? No. So why feature it at such occasion as this? We are all here to appreciate our culture. What does this contribute to? Naked girls on stage. They need to find it embarrassing. Well, I don't know. To have time, you may ask the organizers. My hands are clean. When the V was ready within earshot, I became interested. Your hands are clean? How can you say that? It is only God that has clean hands. We are all sinners. Everybody. That's what my pastor said last Sunday. All have sinned and come short of the glory of God. But I didn't introduce macabre in this program, did I? What? What is wrong with macabre? Madam stood, resting her back against the car. What is wrong? You need to see my guests there. They were simply wonderful. In fact, at the time, she whispered the rest to him. I felt it too, he replied loudly. They both giggled. I knew when you begin to, she said, looking at both men successfully. Mr. Obaze was at a loss. Isn't this ironic? We all encourage our kids to shun illicit sex or behavior, yet we enjoy watching them dance seductively on stage. What is the difference between this dance and pornography, which we all condemn? Why the will Madam V caught in rather effusively? Talk about yourself, not we. Pornography, well, it depends. It has its uses. My friend said the email. The kids like it. This is their time. You also had a good time, didn't you? So leave them alone. As for us adults, it's a nice way to relax. My son, Rich, for instance, watches anything he likes. Dances to any music he enjoys. But he's a good boy. You can't be a young person twice in a lifetime. So why deprive a child the only opportunity he has got to enjoy? Now, preacher, come here. And V was furious. Have you been to church lately? She didn't wait for an answer. Even in the church, they play Makara. The only difference is the lyrics. Here is the Awala. They put Jesus. If churches can dance Makara, what is wrong with it in the cultural center? For your information, I arranged for the Macabre dance in the program. It is cool. Omo and Osas are my girls. And they are very good at it. You can't do anything about that, can you? I still feel it is not right here. We are all contributing to the problem of the youth. Even the media are not left out. Look at the advert and the movies. Sex, violence, and other misconduct are all on the screen. Yet, we cry that our young ones are going astray. A particular research on youth sexual behavior showed that there is a close relationship between certain type of music, drug, and sex among young people. Liar, cartoon. Who did you study? You sit down in that dirty office and cook things up and gain popularity. You better look for something creative to do. No, I'm serious. Obase continued. Imagine what is happening in Zimbabwe. 1 out of every 4 citizens of that country is HIV positive. In South Africa, 3 girls are raped every minute. What about Congo? 1 out of every 2 children does not go to school. Prostitution is high, and the country is ravaged by war. In fact, within the last 5 years, about 3.5 million people have died in various wars. It's a pity. Nigerians copy just about anything from anywhere. It's enough. It's enough. Scream Mamdanville. Why do you insult Nigeria? you do that in America, someone will shoot you dead. Patriots don't insult their nation. From music to sex to HIV or AIDS to violence to prostitution. What is wrong with you? And this is what you teach our boys and girls in school? Obase was silent for a while. He thought of the best means to confront Mandaville on an illicit trade without causing more offense. He cornered her and began. Mandaville, you are naturally a great woman, and you have a great influence in the society. But this business, no, stop there. She interrupted him again. I know what you are driving at. She walked away from the car. Obase followed. Let me tell you one thing. The government cannot provide for the needs of the people. That is why we have to help out. We are actually assisting the government to provide employment for the girls overseas. These girls waste away here. Their parents live in poverty and squalor, and the government pretend not to see it. Imagine what happened today. Why did the government beg the women? We should have waited for them to strip first and then face the consequences. The governor has no power to repatriate anybody. I tell you the truth, all their campaign will fail. I'm beating her chest hard, she boasted. I am Madam V. I can beat anybody. Obase was dumbfounded. You mean you were instrumental to that? That is none of your business. Do you hear me? We have chosen a lesson to learn from that. Don't you ever underestimate the power of a woman. Don't. Of course, in our effort to assist our people, Madam continue, there have been casualties, as it is also in the area of human endeavor. But by and large, this business has brought great economic prosperity to our people. Look at the beautiful houses in town. Look at the beautiful business centers. Look at everything. Who says we've not done well? Madam, you seem to get everything wrong. The good life is not measured by wealth. We have amassed for ourselves. There is dignity and honor. Where is my friend? She cut again. Tell me, is there any dignity in poverty? Is there honor in squalor? Look at our society. Does anyone have regard for the poor? What is dignity or honor in hunger? Now, you see that girl who led that cultural dance today? Oh yes, Mina Meze. Look at you, she's nailed. Even know her name. Then she laughed at that, rather mischievously. Why don't we stop deceiving ourselves? What are you talking about, Obase House? Nothing. I was just wondering how you knew her name, if you were very interested in her. Anyway, I learned her parents are very poor. But you just wait and see. Within the next 4 years or so, all that will change. What are you planning to do with her? I think you better not waste your time. We have already concluded arrangement for her to work with our organization. My wife and some of our staff have seen her parents. They are well disposed to it. Working with us may not bring our fortune, but it will certainly save many lives. There was a brief silence. Just be careful anyway. She broke the silence in a subdued tone. Just make sure you don't stand in my way. That's all right. Mr. Obasa walked to the car. He was going home. Madam V followed. I heard you may contest the election next year. Is that true? She sneered. Well, I'm still thinking about it. And people want me to. I also think it presents me the opportunity to serve my nation and humanity. And I'm really good. As a baby, so that good night departed. She was angry and embarrassed. All at once. All along, Amen waited in the car for the lady. Give me this thing, fish. Give me one juice. For the lady. He opened the door for her and he drove out of the premises furiously. She was bitter. But the pattern in the hall continued. The voice came through the speakers. In unmistakable tones, as the crowd round. As the crowd round and reeled in laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have witnessed today is a Brinagan somotopia of our cultural agglutination. The crowd yelled again. Yeah, that's right. That's true. Barrister Godot waited to come before continuing his speech. And remarked a vote of thanks. He was a lame gentleman. And the commentators on public issues. It was said that he read the dictionary daily, and that whenever a word was not available to express his thoughts, he created a new one. He never bothered whether his audience understood him or not. I hope you will let me finish my speech. Right on. A couple of years from the crowd. Never mind. I'll try to come down to your level. You assure them. No. A genetic parentis or a local parentis, we do not have the local standards to sit and watch our progeny cannibalize our cultural drum. The higgledy-piggledy state of the affairs is terribly iniquitous to the younger generation. As soon as he ended his speech, the elated crowd began to troop out of the auditorium, trying in vain to remember the words that he used. As far as verbal communication was concerned, thought himself a modern Cicero. Meanwhile, Frank spotted Amazing near the entrance. She was on her way home. He pushed his way through the crowd until he got to her. Hi, Amazing, he called out. She stopped and turned around. I've been looking for you. That was a great performance. I'm proud of you. Can we meet tomorrow? Thank you very much. The knowledge that you were watching me gave me additional inspiration, she said. It is already late now, and I am very tired. Can we meet tomorrow? All right. That's all right. Madam V and Mr. Aime drove on in silence. When they got to the cathedral, Madam V sighed. She was very angry. I think that guy is up to something, she said bitterly. Sure he is, he replied. His organization has been monitoring your activities. If nothing is done fast within the next few days, you may not be able to travel with those girls. What? Yes, I mean it. I felt it too. You know that's why I canceled my trip to Abuja today in Hyde. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Look, that is why I canceled my trip to Abuja today. You know what? I even asked him about the politics stuff. He confirmed my fears. He will be running for Senate. Watch it, V. That's what he needs to destroy your business. He might even put you in a big mess. Dark. It was already dark. V home. And he may pulled up at her gate. Departed. That night, Madam V couldn't sleep. She was apprehensive about her discussion with Mr. Nicholas. Over there, throughout the night, he was a gentleman. By every standard, he was too strict for her liking. He was also well connected. 2 years ago, he had threatened to deal with Madam V legally if she didn't stop trafficking those guys. But in the case, was struck out for lack of evidence. Now, he had overwhelming evidence, or so it seemed. And he intended to use every legal means at his disposal to deal with the female trafficker and her collaborators. He had been monitoring her activities, she thought. This is dangerous. Moreover, his uncle is a big one at the immigration office. My phone. With these fake traveling documents, any accident will make the headline. It was now about 1 a.m. and she had sinister thoughts. But then, with the vestige of humanness left in her, she lay still in her bed. Her enormous flabby stomach falling over her side. It was one voice was louder. Kill him before he ruins your business and bring you to public disgrace. But that is murder, a silent voice argued. Thou shalt not kill. This is not murder. Actually, it is self-defense. The loud voice maintained. He is a good man. He is a good man. People love him and he's doing a great job. Among young people, you can't kill such a man. It's like killing the society, the voice of the people, the conscience of the masses. Madame V seldom shed tears. Even when her mother died, she didn't shed a tear. People call her Iron Lady. But on this occasion, she was unable to hold back the fountain. Her eyes brimmed with tears. 2 drops fell off and crossed down her cheeks, moving very slowly, until one slid between her lips and the other diverted through a tribal mark to her jaw. Her entire frame shook and she sobbed, clutching her pillow in desperation. After a while, she fell asleep. Madame V traveled through a narrow winding path in a dense forest. 15 helpless young ladies trotting behind her in a chain gang. The forest was dark and cold. The cold were pregnant with uncertainties. Soon, a storm cold was breaking. And uprooting some in every direction. They went through a small flowing river, which splashed water violently in all directions. They eventually took refuge under a massive iroko. With roots 10 feet high from the ground. They shivered and ganched their teeth in the chilly air. Then, 3 larger-than-life entities appeared, 2 men and a woman. The woman took the girls away into a house, removed their chain, gave them clothes to wear, and made them sit around the fire. The men brought Madame V into a large cave full of strange people in ruffian skirts and masks. As soon as she came in, they all shouted for joy. 3 of these strange people bound her in chains and led her on a platform, while one picked up a sword, ready to pick up a sword, ready for the key. She began to struggle under the chains. Grasping for breath and staring pleadingly as the sword was raised above her head. The others began to sing a threnody and dance around the platform. The sword descended heavily high. She gave a high-piercing cry and woke up sweating. Everyone in the house woke up too, wondering what had happened to our young lady. Her friend Iziga, who was in the adjacent room, banging on her door. "What is happening, V?" She couldn't answer. She was shaking in terror. They want to kill me. They want to who? Iziga called him. I don't know, she yelled, almost shedding tears. For the rest of that night, they discussed the dream and issues at stake. Your only option is to get rid of that idiot. Nobody is going to find out. I assure you, we have done it many times before. Madame V looked at her friend in surprise. Madam, you mean? Yes. The guys are ready. It doesn't cost much. No big deal. You can't sit here and allow a mere man, a useless man, to mess you up. They left home after breakfast. About 40 minutes later, they arrived in a small building that shared a common boundary with a popular motor park. The 2 women walked up to a door, Iziga leading the way. She knocked thrice at the door and waited. Then, a tough-looking hunk of a man answered the door. His eyes was red. His teeth stained with tobacco and kola nuts. He had a wrap of hemp in one hand and his nursery bleaching like smoke, bleaching smoke like a chimney. Hello, madam. You are here today. It's been quite some time. Oh. Did you travel or something? Yes, I am fine. Yeah, I do a lot of traveling. How is work? Well, we can't survive without you people. Please come in. They entered and sat down. But the good, this is my friend, Madam V, Iziga said. Really? Is this the Madam V? Yes, she is. Madam V felt a pang in her stomach. Everyone knows me, she thought. Both the good and the bad. I hope nobody is trying to mess her up. The macho man blunted. That is why we are here. You have to do something fast. He moved the chair closer to the ladies and began to talk to Madam V. I'm sure your friend has told you the conditions. Our job here is to eliminate, especially enemies or opponents. Madam V eventually made up her mind. She nodded affirmatively, then negatively. Then why are you here? Have you come to try me? Look here, nobody dares me, oh. It is dangerous. I am dangerous, oh. He picked up a wrap of him and began to pour forth to their faces. Don't be annoyed, sir. Iziga pleaded. She is ready. After some silent persuasion, Madam V made up her mind. Hmm. 30 minutes later, the deal was sealed. All particulars of the would-be victim submitted. What is his offense? The man asked. He took my father's land, Madam V lied, and now he wants to ruin my business. Really? Yes. He is a very wicked man. She is stressed, becoming more courageous now. As if suddenly possessed by some power. May God have mercy on his soul. There is also a rumor that he might contest in the coming election. If he does, my brother will have no chance at all. Besides, if he gets into any government position, my business is finished. Don't worry. I will send my boys. If we have to contest in the election on the other side. When do you want it done? Friday night. Consider it done. He collected a bag of money and bade them good night. But before Madam V departed his place, she asked for his name. "Call me Mr. Stone, alias No Mercy. How long have you been in this business?" she ventured. Mr. Stone became furious. "Madam, you are asking me too many questions. Are you a detective?" Iziga nailed her friend and they hurried away. Out of the place, wondering as they left whether anybody had seen them come out of that place. I feel like we visited the devil himself. Wondering as they left whether anyone has seen them come out of that place. This is not funny at all. Iziga burst into a loud laughter. This is not funny. Well, you must stop being sentimental if you want to succeed. Iziga's counsel. How often do you come here? As often as there is a need. I was here last August, and don't ask me what I came to do. We'll talk later. She alighted from the car, shut the door, and walked off. She tried to flag down a taxi as Madam V drove off. Shedrack was a police sergeant and Iziga lover. Since she returned from overseas a couple of years ago, Iziga had no job except helping Madam V. She helped Madam V with her job locally and taking care of her house whenever she travels abroad. Mr. Stone had snuffed out life of many innocent citizens. This faceless armed gang, conflicts in love affair, political rivalry, land disputes, business operations, or share envy could bring out the worst in people, could also bring out a good action. Whoever stood in the way of ambition paid the ultimate price. Such was the case of Mr. A.C. Onua. The general manager of Nations Development Company. A government parastatal, he had refused to sign the contract paper involving some public figures because due process had not been followed. After receiving 2 anonymous letters warning him in his own interest to append his signature to the paper, they struck. One night, as he listened to the news with his family, 3 men in masks broke into his house. "30 seconds later, he lay still on the carpet with blood oozing from his open chest. That was August last year, about 11 months ago. A year after, police are still investigating the story. The crime, as soon as Madam V and Iziga left, Mr. Stone called 2 of his men and gave them instruction. "Come on, Krudi," he shouted. "You will lead the action. No mistake. Where the pump action?" "Not available, sir." He was on his feet, standing at attention. Moses and his team are operating right now. Go to Inspector Iyanu right now. Tell him to send me 2 automatics and 2 plate numbers. Give him this envelope. I will see him later. The passing out ceremony of Youth Corps members in the state was in 2 days. As a member of the special squad, Frank has been busy with preparations for the parade. Within 5 days, he went to the stadium every day for practice, except the days of the HIV or AIDS seminar during the last practice. The washers, the feet of the youth went up and down in precision. My problem is that a lot of things are not going well. Any luck yet? I can't say, answered Aisha. I am confused. A few days ago, I wrote him, but he wouldn't say a word to me. I wrote him a very long letter telling him how I feel about him. You see, Aisha, you can't force yourself on Frank. He is very strong-minded. Don't make yourself cheap by running after a man who doesn't want you. My problem is that I can't get him off my mind. Both girls were youth corpers. In 3 days' time, they will be out there in the labor market. The future didn't look too bright, as jobs were difficult to find. The previous month, one of the two generation bank advertised for some positions. The bank needed only 5 people, but got 25,000 applications. The girls needed job, but they needed men too. It was becoming difficult to say what was more exclusive than the others. Men had too many problems to contend with. How could a young man talk of marriage when he had no accommodation, no job, and no money? He had to take his time. Aisha and Frank worked in the same establishment, and now he had taken Frank's generosity for a tacit proposal. She had told all her friends about her newfound love, and she had fantasized the bliss that lay ahead. The last time she visited home, she tried to convince her parents about a young Christian from the eastern part of the country. She was intoxicated, but something bothered her. Frank treated everybody alike. She wondered why he didn't give her his future wife a special treatment. She would consider the entire youth service a complete waste without Frank. To Frank, however, the service here had been very rewarding. He had learned many things. For example, he learned that all represented witches and that people didn't normally die by natural causes. No matter how old they were, he had learned the rich culture of the people, especially as depicted by the bronze work and antiquities at the museum. He had also learned the value of tolerance as he interacted with young people from various cultural backgrounds. He then saw himself more as a Nigerian than as an Igbo. Above all, he has learned to appreciate opportunities. As he came out of the field of practice to where the guest stood, he counted himself lucky to have found a meze in such an odd place. She had occupied much of his thoughts. Lately, he reached into his back pocket, drew out an envelope, handed it to Aisha, and walked away. We might talk later. Right now, I have an appointment. I am almost late. He had almost crossed the road When someone walked up to him, it was amazing. They stopped by a restaurant by the stadium for a drink. As they drank and chatted and recalled the beautiful moment they had together, Ameze thought this was the right time to speak. She stared at the table. "Frank, I have something to tell you." "Yes?" She paused. Looked down, searching for the right words. Her face glowed, radiating some inexplicable aspects. "What have you done to me?" "I did something to you." "Huh?" "Yes. You have changed my life. I can't express how I feel, but it is profoundly beautiful. Since the day you spoke to me, you've lived every moment in my consciousness. And by the thoughts of you, give me inexpressible pleasure, much more pleasurable than anything I ever knew. It's like you have recreated me. I am glad to hear that," Frank said. Overwhelmed, "I believe God sent me to this state because of you." Knowing you is like finding a missing part of me. I feel complete. So, I have thought about your proposal carefully, and I want to say that I love you very much and would like to be your wife. She then sat back and breathed heavily. Frank stretched out his hands. Towards her. She heard it. "Look, Ameze, I am so happy to hear this from you. And I want to say that I love you very much and would like to be yours. I must say, I am lucky to have you in my life. My family will be excited about this." "Well, I promise to take care of you and even your family to the best of my abilities." Those words were like music to my ear. She felt her heart beating faster. As he held her hand, she closed her eyes tight. Soon, tears began to drop on her side of the table. It was a baptism of emotion. They stood up, hugged each other briefly, and then began to hobble down the road. As she dabbed her eyes with her handkerchief, They sauntered down the road in silence. After a short while, Amaze turned ahead just in time to catch a glimpse from Frank. They both smiled. I feel great just being with you. Me too. We were not close to magic photos. A magnificent photo studio by Mr. Obaze Agama. Okoro cousin, who was based in Spain, Magic Photo also doubled as an art gallery, which received no fewer than 40 visitors daily. Can we go in here for some photograph? Frank suggested. No, not now. Why? I am not well dressed for that. But you are perfectly okay. What are you doing with the photograph? Just to look at you when you are not with me. I want to send one or two to Mom as well. Mom, of course, and my sisters. And you said I am okay like this? Sure, perfectly okay. You are beautiful. All right. And he was right. She wasn't in any special dress. Her beauty did not require special clothes. Whatever she wore simply fitted her in a special way. This day, she was in a simple skirt and blouse, and her newly made hair completed the picture. The lovers went in, and a few minutes later, they sat before the camera. Get ready, smile. After a few snaps, they inspected the artwork. All the while, the studio manager stood in a corner, admiring them. He had a camcorder. He had an idea. He wanted to make more money. He rushed upstairs and adjusted his camera. The lovers moved around, chatting and savoring the presence of each other. Well, you've been here for about a year, Amaze said. Yeah. So what do you think about my people? They are great. They are very friendly. Any specific reason or person you would like to remember? Yeah, Mr. Obaze and Mrs. Adua. Great people. What about my parents? I'm going to get in touch with my people soon to arrange for that. They went up in a flight of stairs to the first floor, which was the main gallery. Here, cultural artifacts, paintings, and sculptures were in abundance. Well, the door moved from one item to the other. Some white men were also in the gallery. That afternoon, they came out of a room opposite where the drawers stood. Frank thought there might be some items of some interest. Soon, they were face to face with history as they explored the incredible expedition of the British punitive expedition of 1897. Wow, Frank exclaimed. That Oba Osariemen, he was the reigning king when Philip's party arrived. That Philip himself over there, why did he kill the white men? He didn't kill them. His men did. But it was all heartless. Imagine the casualty on both sides. Okay. I believe the warriors didn't understand the mission of the party. And maybe they acted in an attempt to protect the land, but it was all heartless. Imagine the casualty on both sides. And what happened to the king? I have a book on this story. I'll get it for you tomorrow. Well, look at the ruins of his palace over there. That's all right. They were now alone, still examining the painting. Soft music played in the background. Frank took her right hand and they moved back. And sat on a chair opposite the painting. He put his arm around her and pulled her up, pulled her closer to himself. Asein raised her head slightly. She gave him a quizzical look, a smile simultaneously. Something was happening within the both of them. Frank bent sideways and attempted a kiss, but didn't quite succeed. Asein was now on her feet, standing away from him, a little astride. Look at me, she said, smiling. Yeah? Frank stared at her curiously, not sure of what she was up to. Do you like me? No, I love you very deeply. Did you say I am beautiful? Sure, astonishingly beautiful. Good. She spread her hand towards him and turned 360. Her pleated skirt swung round gracefully, exposing her legs up to her knees. Everything I am belongs to you entirely. Frank nodded, tapping his right foot on the floor. Thank you so much. No man has ever touched me. That is great. I have preserved myself for you, but you've got to wait. I feel exactly the same way you do. I feel like, She paused and looked down. But we have to wait. What do you think? Oh, sure, why not? That's what I want. Okay. Frank said feebly, feeling a bit humble. He stood up and took her hand and walked her back to the big hall, and then to the reception. He paid for 2 bronze work he had picked upstairs and left the gallery. Your photograph will be ready in 2 hours, the cameraman said. And the videotape? The manager added. What? Frank exclaimed. Never mind. You will like it. It is beautiful, you see. I followed you everywhere. You will never forget your experience here today. It is natural. It is perfect. Imagine, Frank muttered to Amazing. What if we had done something foolish? He smiled. Anyway, that was a great idea. I like to see it. They left the studio and walked down the road. The seminar on HIV and AIDS for Youth Corps members came up 3 days earlier than scheduled at the Okon Girls Grammar School. Amazing and Agnes were also in attendance. It was the same big hall they used for rehearsals. Mr. Nicholas Obazian was one of the guest speakers. How was the seminar? Frank asked as they walked down the road. It was great, but I was shocked when Mr. Obazian said that 3 million people worldwide has died of AIDS within this year alone, and that most of the victims are Africans. Yes, it is that bad. That's why we held the seminar. But it is true that a girl born in Japan today has a chance of living for 80 years, whereas a counterpart in Africa can only survive for 36 years. That seems an understatement. My dear, Frank said, nodding. You better believe it. In fact, Mr. Obase was quoting the World Health Organization. It's a serious matter. Africa is in real trouble with disease, ignorance, and poverty. Anyway, there was something I didn't like about the seminar. What was it? Us. Frank asks, distributing free condoms to young people is like encouraging indiscriminate sex. Among them, I felt sick. That was the point at which Agnes and I left the hall. So I could see time. I agree with you. The condoms was originally meant for the adults at the seminar, but in the end, everybody that wanted got. The sponsors of the program had a mix-up somewhere. I believe you know. Different groups have different approaches to the problem. Some believe in conduct, others believe in condoms. But on the whole, they all have the same goal: to prevent the disease. Amazing Mind was full of ideas, and meeting Frank was an opportunity to let them out. They got to the King Square and walked over to the park where the National Museum was located. They sat on concrete under a tree and watched vehicles going around the park. A teenage girl hawking orange had been trying to cross a road opposite them, but nobody seemed to notice, let alone stop for her. She was about 15 and pregnant. Frank shook his head. Who would have done that? Some people are really heartless. You haven't seen anything. At all. Ameze said, as memories of many of them violated and abused girls feed their men. Tell them commissioner is around. They don't know. Tell them. I don't like the way the girl child is treated around here, and perhaps everywhere. Sometimes I am even tempted to think that even at creation, we were sort of an afterthought. You know what I mean? No, I don't. You know, the man Adam was already enjoying himself before God created the woman. Why didn't he create the woman first? For who? Come on, Amazing. You are going too far. God's initial purpose was to create a man that would populate the earth, and there was no way the earth could have been populated without the woman. So, the woman was in the grand design ab initio. What's ab initio? She caught in. Your speech reminds me of Barrister Godot. I'm sure you heard him on Saturday. The lovers began to laugh. In fact, love me. In fact, that man is something else, Frank said. I've never heard anything like narcolodrum or sosmotopia. I think he always tries to impress people. Anyway, if the idea is to make people laugh like comedians do, it's okay. Otherwise, I think a person who always wants to impress people have a complex You see, whatever it is does not matter. The important thing is that we all had a good laugh. So what ab initio, Mr. Godot? Frank laugh out. Never mind. I'll try to come down to your level, he said, trying to imitate Godot himself. I mean, from the beginning, you see, God is very orderly. Watch the universe and see how everything has been going out in amazing precision since creation. Have you ever seen the sun rising from the west? Maybe it does in some country, but you can't tell, she said skeptically. Well, I'm trying to say that it was just a matter of order, that the man came before the woman. We are all equally important in the sight of God. Now tell me, Ameze, what makes you think this way? It seems strange. I don't know. I just wonder why men are always trying to take advantage of women, and why people regard for the girls is rather low. Even girls think that way of themselves. Unfortunately, one day at school, I was helping my teacher to do some work in her office. I was in SS2 then. I saw the class register. The boy's name came first. That wasn't my first time of seeing it. But then, I never thought of it until that day. So I asked her why it was so. Then she said, Ameze, you bother yourself over little things. It doesn't matter whose name comes first in the register. What matters is who comes first at the end of the term. She was right. Somehow, because one Abashilanko, whose name appeared first in the register, usually came last every term. But I wasn't satisfied with her answer. I wanted to know why the names of girls were written in red ink. Ameze, Frank shouted. I can't imagine what goes on in your mind. Now, Frank, be sincere. Do you ever write your name in red ink? No, of course. Why not? I can't say. It's just not right. Something perhaps only the dead, or I don't know. You see what I mean? My mistress said it didn't matter, and that it was only meant to differentiate the boys from the girls. Exactly. Yet, when my literature teacher wanted to sign a document, he rejected the red pen somebody offered him. When I got home that day, I asked my father if colors had any significance. He said, white represents purity, blue represents peace, green fruitfulness, black evil, while red represents danger or death. That sounds superstitious, Frank remarked, but Amazing wasn't true yet. You see, after my father's explanation, I began to see why our names were always written in red. Girls are always in danger. We are always at war. We start fighting right from birth. When we give our first cry, and the world discovers it is not a boy, then we begin to fight to be accepted by our parents, who had done everything they could not to have a girl. Sometimes, the mother of the baby is abandoned or punished in some way. Throughout childhood, we experience discrimination all around, and we have to fight on to be counted. Even at school, when a girl performs brilliantly, Her father's response is always, "I wish she were a boy." I imagine that. Yes, I've heard that many times, Frank agreed. To win that war, therefore, Amaze continued to be well prepared. You have to get the right education. If you were to go to a university now, what would you like to study? He asked, showing some compassion and interest. Law, she said emphatically. She decided on that long ago, after a career week organized by Mr. Nicholas Obaze. Why law? I want to defend the weak. So precise, Frank thought. I imagine what happens in our land today. Imagine the ordeal of a window. She is sometimes driven from her home. The house she lives in with her husband just because her stepson has inherited everything. Moreover, many girls in our neighborhood are being circumcised, are but forcefully and so on. She carefully analyzed. He watched her with great admiration. But these are cultural issues. They are part and parcel of people's belief system, passed down to them by their forefathers. Do you think you can change them? You see, Frank, it's a matter of time. Make the people aware of their rights and let them know what they can do when such rights are infringed upon and when anyone tries to suppress their wishes. I will stand for them. Whether they pay me or not, period. Well, you seem so strongly believe that the female folks are being oppressed or something. Sure, in all honesty, don't you think so? But I think our greatest problem is ignorance. Imagine what it would be like if God answers prayer of every couple who does not want a girl. In a matter of time, life itself would cease to exist on earth. People, I mean the men folk, do not know that a woman is life itself. She tutted on. They came out of the park and ambled along a sidewalk until they got to the post office. They stopped at a corner, a memorable spot, where she sold newspaper not too long ago. Things are different now, with Frank beside her. The future seemed pregnant with great fortune. So, what are your plans? You are concluding your service in a day or two. Sure, he said, smiling. My plans? You are the first one on the list. I hope we get married within the 3-6 months. After that, we should be in the United States together. Perhaps you could start school immediately we get there. We'll work all that out later. As I said earlier, I shall take over my father's company in Lagos. And as for your family, I've got big plans for them. But we can't talk about it right now. I want to get in touch with my mom immediately. And tell her the good news. He stood there as the taxi disappeared into the distance. Her heart kept singing as well. She was in a new world. By the time Frank got home, a boy was waiting for him. The boy father had sent him to call Frank. He was to receive a phone call from the US at about 2:30 p.m. Actually, Frank's mother had sent the message 3 days earlier. But each time, he was told Frank had not been informed. That afternoon, he sat there and waited. The call came through at exactly 2:30 p.m. He picked up the receiver and talked with his mother. "I've been trying to reach you for the past 3 days. Please, make sure you get to Los Angeles tonight. I've already sent your tickets. There are some business papers you must sign immediately. As you know, your presence is needed." "All right, Mom. What about the matter we discussed last time? Have you been able to find the Miss Wright?" "Sure, Mom," he answered confidently. "You love her, and you think she fits you for a wife?" "Sure, Mom. She's the perfect one." "Okay. Just come down immediately. We'll work things out here when you come." Frank rushed back home. He began to pack his luggage. If he could get to the park before 4 p.m., he would get to Lagos before 8 p.m. and then complete the usual traveling protocol in good time. If he had known about this journey earlier, he would have discussed it with Ameze. He could not possibly see her again that afternoon before he left for Lagos. There was very little time for him to do anything. As he packs the bag in a hurry, Andrew walked in. "Frank, the passing out ceremony is tomorrow. Where are you going to today?" "Please, Andrew, I want to get to the US tonight. My mom leads me on gently. Could you please deliver a letter to Ameze for me?" "Could you please deliver a letter for me to Ameze? I can't possibly reach her today." "Why not? What are friends for?" Andrew assured it was a very short letter. "Hi, Ameze. I just got a message from Mom, and I am rushing to the US tonight. Everything is all right. Just to sign some business paper and also discuss our marriage plans with her. I should be back in 3 weeks. As soon as I am back, my family will be meeting yours. I'm also sending a message to my uncle in Enugu right away. I'll keep you posted about happenings over there. Take care of yourself. I'll miss you so much. Love, Frank." He sealed the envelope and handed it to Andrew. He had to hurry to the park because he didn't like traveling at night. On his way, he called at Black Magic Photos and collected the photograph of and the videotape. On sighting another youth corps member at the park, he scribbled down a few more lines for Ameze and sent the envelope along with 3 photographs. A Kaite who lived close to Ameze home was just returning for a journey to get ready for the passing out ceremony. Frank handed her the envelope. Oh, for amazing, eh? She remarked after a careful examination of the address. You know her? Why not? She is a city on top of a hill, just a street away from mine. Frank felt flattered. Who? She went straight to Amazing's house, but she did not see Amazing. Ivie and Eki had gone to hawk, while Maria was busy in the kitchen. Good afternoon, sir. I want to see Amazing, said Ekaite cautiously. She had just left the house, not quite 5 minutes now. I hope there is no problem. Not at all, she assured. She has a letter from her friend. Frank arrived at Los Angeles to the warm embrace of his mother and 2 sisters. His mother, Adama, looked up at him and said to herself, "This is Dr. Njoku all over again." She fought back tears. At 26, he looked very much like his late father. Height, voice, manner, and all. In a way, his semblance gave the entire family a new sense of security. His presence filled with the vacuum created by their father, who died in an auto crash nearly 7 years ago. Frank was indeed stepping into his father's shoes in every situation he found himself. The first question was, how would Dad handle this? And then he would act accordingly. So when his mother presented a document transferring a part of his father's estate in New York to a consortium, he asked for 3 days to think about it. 3 days later, he called his mother. I can identify 3 important factors in this deal. First, the estate is very strategic to the business of this consortium. They need it badly to expand their frontiers. Second, they are putting undue pressure on us to let it go. And third, they are offering us a huge amount of money for the estate. But before we sell off the estate, we must be sure the deal is in our best interest. We must also decide what we need such an amount of money for. Otherwise, we will lose everything in the end. The message was clear. The consortium had to wait until the family could decide whether the business was in the best interest. 4 days after his arrival, they decided to discuss Amazing. Uche and Shineye were home on vacation, so all members of the family had plenty of time to spend with Frank that evening. They were all present. You are already 26. You are the head of this family. Now, before your father died, he warned me not to choose a wife for you. He advised that will make the best of whoever you decide to marry. We all trust your judgment. It has never failed us. And in this matter, we believe it won't fail. Madam Adana observed. Then, the family head cleared his throat and gave a broad smile. The guest stared at him impatiently. I've already settled it before coming to the States. You see this girl, you will like her. She's very humble, beautiful, and decent. Wow, what do you mean by decent? Uche asks. Can any good thing come from Nazareth? We've heard so much about people from that area. Sure, a great man did come from Nazareth, didn't he? This girl and her people are great. The girls flushed it. Wow. She has such a long hair. Mother and son sat back, watching the girl scrutinizing amazing. Okpara, Uche called Frank. Okpara was his native name, being the first son and also the firstborn and also a son. Is she busty? How do you expect me to know that, Ada? Leave Frank alone, Shinyere protested. Can't you see it for yourself? Both of them stared at the picture again, surveying Amaze from head to toe. You are sure you love... What's the name again? Adam now asked. Amaze. Yes, Amaze. And does she love you too? Very much, Mom. The girl stood up and began to dance around Frank, holding a major picture over her head. After several rounds, Uche stopped suddenly. Now, Frank, why didn't you bring a maize with you? Yes, shouted Chineye. Go back and get a maize. We want to see her. There's a big difference between a picture and a human being. Of course, you know I didn't plan this journey. Frank pleaded. I couldn't even see her to tell her I was traveling. Moreover, to bring anyone here, I have to take permission from all of you. Anyway, we shall all go to Nigeria to see her and her family. But let me show you something. He went over to the video player and slotted in a tape. There they were, Amazing and himself, at the art gallery. This is great, my son, Adama remarked. If this beauty also had good morals, as you said, then I congratulate you. I can't ask anything more. Everybody got glued to the TV set, watching Amazing and Frank. The girls were practically elated. Throughout the night, they talked about the wedding. Next day, Adana and our girls went shopping, while Frank went to see a firm that did some architectural work for his father. He needed an exquisite building plan for his would-be in-law. I was also to include a 3-room boys' flat. When the model was completed, somebody is trying to use my card. It was packed in a beautiful case. Apart from building a stately house for this, for his in-laws, he also planned to give them enough money to establish a business and also send the rest of the children to school. Immediately after, it was a lofty plan. The wedding gown, some suits, and a host of other items, too many to count, were already bought in preparation for the wedding. In preparation for the wedding. They plan to visit Nigeria soon to meet Ameze family. That the solemnization is concluded within 4 weeks. Immediately after, they would all travel back to the US, from where Frank and his bride would proceed to Paris for the holiday. Well, Frank stayed awake most of the night, writing a long letter to Ameze. He will be returning to Nigeria shortly. The whole family is excited about her. The shopping for the wedding has been done, and he had a big surprise for her and her family. Wow. The following morning, Ushe called at his room. Now, tell me, you didn't sleep last night. What were you doing? Well, I actually was writing her a letter. I want to send it right away. Oh, just a minute. Picked a pad and scribbled down some lines. Hi, Ameze. My name is Ushe. Call me Ada, because I am the first lady here. You are very much in our family. Can't wait to meet you, love. She was also on the standby. Me too. She picked a pen and scribbled a note. Hi, love. I am Chin here. You are just the right babe for my brother. I love your hair. Everything. Don't miss us too much, because we'll be in Nigeria soon. See ya, Chichi. Frank has enclosed their notes in his letter and sent it by courier to Asein. A few gift items and a miss you card were also there. Frank spent the following day making phone calls to his hometown in Enugu. His uncle were already busy getting the elders together for the big event. Obina, Frank's cousin, would be his best man. He was also mobilizing their age mates at home, making the necessary transport arrangements. In 3 days' time, Frank would send him money to make advance payments for 5 luxury buses that would convey his people from Enugu to Oko near Benin. Frank and Asein sat under a tree at the bank of a river that stretched kilometers away from the shore. They then took a walk along the bank, admiring the wave and throwing pebbles into the water. They splashed water on each other and ran along the sandy beach. It was nearly dusk, and the sun was sinking into the distant horizon that looked almost infinite in scope. The two lovebirds were lost in their world, oblivious of whatever was around them. As they explored nature and basked in the euphoria and excitement of their new love. The rising tidal wave and the colorful ray of the orange sun. A whirlwind caught behind them and moved swiftly in their direction. As it got closer, a mighty hawk emerged from it and swooped down on Asein, lifting her up amidst the commotion. It flew far across the river. Although Frank was not a swimmer, he plunged into the rising wave, shouting at the strange creature and cursing. He cried until his voice got drowned by the roaring wave. By now, the darkness has covered the entire shore. She woke up, rushed to her mother's room. Don't worry, my dear. Her mother assured her calmly, everything will be all right. It is just a dream. Our senses were so developed. You know how busy you've been. Such things do happen. However, deep down, Adana perceived the imminent danger. Although she would never want to deliberately hurt her son, she couldn't call off the journey. After all the preparations, no, that would be unimaginable, and persuaded herself to believe that everything would work out fine. Chineye was a great dreamer. Her senses were so developed that she saw things before they happened. Everyone in the family knew they didn't have to take her dream for granted. 3 days before her father died, she saw him dressed in an immaculate white robe. She was about to board a plane along with some people who were also dressed in white. He stood at the door, smiling and waving them goodbye. When she woke up, she asked her father where he was traveling to. "Of course, you know I'm going to Lagos," Dr. Unjoku said. "Are you going by air?" He shook his head. "You can see the driver getting ready. Why not get prepared for school?" It was almost 7 o'clock. Her mother wondered why she had such thrilling dreams. 3 days after, Dr. Unjoku died. It was around 4 p.m. that Friday afternoon. Mr. Nicholas Obaze had been busy throughout the day. He returned from work that day as early as 7 a.m. and worked non-stop. His organization was to hold a workshop with school head. He resumed teacher and other stakeholders on stemming the tide of girl-child trafficking. He had been holding such workshops across the region, sometimes with parents or with religious leaders. He was, however, interested in this particular workshop as it concerned those who molded young minds and prepared them ahead of life challenges. The program was built to commence at about 3 p.m. the following day, but he must first meet with the program facilitator at 7 a.m. There was much to do, brushing up the workshop paper and reading up a few references, especially with regards to statistics. He carefully arranged the facts. About 30% of girls in primary 6 had either slept with a man or had attempted to do so, NOSV reports. By the age of 16, 80% of girls in schools have had sex. About 10% had attempted to do so, YWOV reports. An average of 800 girls trafficked to Italy, Spain, and Holland from the States every month, DSWC reports. About 80% of girls engage in prostitution in Italy and Nigerians, UNICEF reports. These numbers is swelling in Belgium and the Netherlands. 8 million Nigerian children are employed in exploitative labor, while 60% of women trafficked to Italy from Africa are from Nigeria. UNICEF reports over 45,000 Nigerian girls are trafficked annually. Many of them drowned while being ferried through the Atlantic or roasted in the heat of the desert. Nigerian Minister of State for Justice. Thousands of Nigerians, including women and teenage girls, are languishing in Moroccan city and border posts in their attempt to cross over to Europe. The contiguity of Morocco to Spain and Portugal makes the North African country a transit camp. Nigerians who sponsor this venture, do so with the consent and financial backing of the children's parents and guardian, who pays as much as $5,000 to the merchant, Nigerian ambassador to Morocco. About 4 million Nigerians are HIV positive. 75% of them are adolescents. By the year 2010, 52 million Nigeria would be HIV positive, and 80% of this figure would be adolescents. USAID reports. I'll be taking my rest break. We are reading The Return of Ameze. It's a book by Felix N. Ogwa, which talks about the female child trafficking and the life of an average Edo girl. Thank you very much. You mean?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action.
Mr. Obaze had been burdened by the staggering figures. He wondered what the future held for the Nigerian child and had vowed to spend his time fighting the social malleus with indiscriminate sexual behavior among young people, drugs and prostitution taking their toll on them. He surely had a great job at hand. The previous night, he had told Mary, his wife, about the discussion he had with Madam V and how the latter reacted. His wife didn't like the idea. "I've always told you this," Mary pleaded. "You need tact, you need diplomacy. You don't confront such people openly or directly. They are dangerous. The woman doesn't like you. She doesn't like the work you do. Listen to me, my dear. I don't care whether anybody likes me or not. I can't sit here and watch them destroy Nigerian children. They sell innocent kids into slavery and destroy them because of money. No, I can't stand that. I can't." "I know, dear," Mary was almost in tears. I believe in your cause. We are in it together. But you see, our children are still very young. They need you. They need a father. The atmosphere was getting tense now. Nicholas had to douse the fire before it got out of hand. Well, okay. A little digression maybe. Is it only the children that needs me? Don't you need me as well, he tells. Mary was wild with excitement. Of course I do, very much. She jumped up on him in a warm and loving embrace, and they kissed each other passionately. She held on to him for a while. Just be careful anyway, she concluded. You see, this is the only reason I want to go into politics. Into what? Not in this house, she screamed. Why? I think politics gives you some power. Power to make changes. Not in Nigeria, she insisted. I know that it will offer you a greater opportunity to fight for the Nigerian child. But people like you can't be there. Everything is rotten. The dishonesty, hypocrisy, greed, and killing. Everything stinks. Nobody think about the poor masses. If you want to be different, they will kill you. Politics in Nigeria, over my dead body. Not now, maybe later. My dear, you don't seem to understand, Nicholas said adamantly. If we leave politics for bad people, this problem will continue. You are the one who don't want to understand, though, she maintained. Where is Professor Okonkwo? Where is Dr. Niyi Adebayo? Where is Alhaji Yesufa Issa? What became of their practice, sacrifices and patriotism? Nicholas suddenly turned sober. Mary has struck a sensitive chord in his consciousness. There is no point arguing any further, for he was talking with a journalist who had the history of our country at her fingertips. Those men were his heroes. They were his models, a true statesman, but they didn't last. His wife had conjured up sordid memories. Prof. Okonkwo, an economist from Harvard. He was his mentor. He had been instrumental in the economic development of many countries around the world. Burdened by the economic woes of his own country, he decided to come back home 6 years ago. He marshaled out a 10-year economic blueprint that should transfer the fortune of the country as he had done in Asia and Europe. But in the process, he stepped on the toes of some sacred cows. 10 minutes after he left the venue of a dinner organized in his honor, he collapsed. His autopsy didn't show anything. Alhaji Issa and Dr. Adebayo suffered a similar fate. She could as well have added Pa Alfred Rewan, whose life was sacrificed on the altar of politics, or social crusaders like Dele Giwa and Ken Saro-Wiwa, who were brutally murdered for speaking out against injustice. Mary has vowed to resist any attempt by her husband to join politics. In the future, maybe, but certainly not now. They had 3 children. Nikki, 14. Uyi, 9. And Isoke, 7. As they ate their supper that evening, we reminded Nicholas of Saturday. He had promised to take them out. Not this Saturday. Isoke replied her brother. It is the next, Nicholas said, checking his diary, which was always with him to be sure. Yeah, she's right. It's next Saturday. Now eat your food and stop talking, ordered Mary. I've told you not to talk during meals. And it's okay. You must tell everyone the reason. The food might go through the wrong way. Right, Mom? She called for confirmation. Yes. After supper, we all sat in the parlor, watching television. Dear, I think I'll be busy next. So, maybe go out with the kids alone. The man told as he went through his diary. That's terribly inquisitive, Nikki sprouted out. And I think it is a malicious propaganda, added we. They all began to laugh. Daddy, what about a Bacchanalian party instead? Isoke suggested, pronouncing the word badly. Mr. Obase was now at sea. He wondered what has come over his children. Now, where did you all get all that from? He growled. Daddy, I only meant it was unfair. Nikki murmured. Why not say it as it is? Last week, you complained your teacher always underlined everything in your essay. Why wouldn't they do that when you don't use words that people can understand? Daddy, but Barrister Godot used them on TV. Yes, we supported. I also heard mine on TV. Me too, it's okay. Now, tell me, what is mendacious propaganda? No answer. He sat there blinking helplessly. Mary came out of the kitchen and sat beside Uyi. You needed to have been there earlier, she told her husband, mouth agape, while they watched the closing remark of the Cultural Day celebration on TV. They suddenly gave out a loud scream and rolled on the floor. Mommy, Goddard is speaking. Mommy, come. By the time I got here, I just heard the last word. Cultural Naculodium. Later, they started reciting all the nonsense. Mr. Obase felt sorry for his children. He called them together and began a long lecture on how to use words in communication. Now listen to me. If I told you to do something or act in a certain way that you didn't understand the words I use, what would you do in the end? As the elders, Nikki spoke first. I wouldn't do anything, said Uyi shrugging. Right. Supposing I phoned you from the office and I told you, tell your mommy that I want an Apollo Cyrus for dinner. What would you think I needed for dinner? Daddy, what is Apollo Cyrus? It's okay, ask. Matt Agap. You see my point? Daddy, I know what will happen. There will be no dinner for us. No, argued Nikki. What if mommy knows what it is? She will prepare it. What if she doesn't know it? is encountered. So we must use words that people can understand when we talk to them. Mr. Obase continued. When language is used in the right way, the speaker and listener will be able to understand each other and act accordingly. Language use is not meant to show how many difficult words we know, or to frighten people, or to show that we know more than our listeners. The original owners of an English language use it in a simple way, just to create the appropriate behavior. Daddy, who are the original owners? It's cutting. Why do we speak other people's language? Don't we have ours? It's okay. Mr. Obase called. I don't have answers to your questions now. Just listen to me, okay? Okay, Daddy. As I was saying, Obase continued. If you use words in a way that people don't understand, your communication will fail. And you will not get the desired result. It is foolishness to use words or wrong communication of words or wrong combination of words in communication. In fact, using language in that way is a sign of poor education. Some of you people find it offensive. He had to reserve the lecture for another day. It was time for my family devotion. Now, listen to me, all of you. Mr. Obase said, no more Godot English in this house. Otherwise, you will develop poor speech habits that will affect you in school and everywhere. Yes, Daddy, they all chorus. Mary was Igbo. They had met at the University of Lagos. She was in the Department of Mass Communication, while Nicholas was doing his postgraduate studies in international relations and diplomacy. He had his first degree in law. They have been married for 15 years, with relationship that has been more than that of husband and wife. They were the best of friends. They worked closely together, sharing the same vision and same aspiration. At about 4:30 that Friday, Mr. Obase told his secretary to put him through to Madam V. In 2 minutes, she was through to her. She's on the line, sir. Hello, Madam, he began. This is Obase. I observed you were upset yesterday during our discussion. I'm sorry about that. Can you meet me tomorrow to talk things over? No, Nicholas. Just listening to me. Just get off my back. Are you a judge? My life depends on this, you know it. Why do you want to ruin my business? Why don't you just go away and leave me alone? Immigration officers know me. They even help me. Imagine, you are supposed to be my brother. Now, you are trying to destroy my business. Is there any sense in this country? Look at the politicians. Look at the police. Who is free? Why don't you mind your own business? Do you need me? There. And instead of joining them, you sit here, talk about talking about a useless NGO that won't get you anywhere. Suddenly, she remembered her most potent weapon. It has never failed her. Okay, let's talk. What do you want? Mr. Obaze was quiet for a while. Tell me, boy, how much will you take? Sorry, madam. The voice returned, strong and resonant. What I want, leave those kids alone. That is my price. Leave them alone. You waste your time then. It is too late for that. Madam V became serious. There's really nothing to talk about. What? What do you mean it is too late? The phone went dead. She had dropped the receiver. Madam V sat there, wondering when she had not been too much in a hurry to destroy the opposition. She could not deny that. But the old phone surfaced. If he were a good man, he wouldn't seek his own downfall. If he were a good man, is he the only one that knows about your business, your kind of business? Who doesn't know you in this town? Why does he act as if you were Saint Peter? You see, this is the curiosity that killed the cat. Let him die, in any case. You can't change the verdict. You can't go back to Mr. Stone and tell him to wait a little longer. He will kill you instead. Her heart sank into despair. She poured herself a glass of scotch and drank. Mr. Obaze closed quite late. His office was located on the third floor of a four-story building. He came down to his car at about 7:30 p.m., ready to go home. It had been an arduous day. As he approached his car, he sighted a small black car about 100 meters away from his. Two young men were inside, smoking. Mr. Obaze didn't make anything of it. There was a small restaurant around the place, of which boys and girls came in the evening to relax. He got into his car and drove off. After about 10 minutes, he stopped at a bakery to pick up some bread. By the time he came out of the bakery, the black car was behind him on the other side of the road. He didn't see it. 5 minutes later, the car overtook him near Ago Junction and blocked him. The door opened simultaneously, and two armed men dashed out. Before Mr. Obaze knew what it was, a rain of bullets descended on him at a close range, shattering his windscreen and windows. He slumped, blood oozing all over the wood. The assailant placed a card and said, "In your next life, mind your business." All the cars approaching the scene made a U-turn and speed off. Some driver abandoned their car on the road and dashed into nearby houses and bushes for safety. A particular commuter rushed to the nearby police to report the incident. Sir, some robbers are operating in the next street. The man stammered to a group of policemen inmates outside the station. Is that so? One answered, not surprised at all. How many are they? I didn't count them, the man answered, confused. Are you sure they are robbers or children throwing bangad? The second policeman asked again. Sir, they are real robbers. Now getting embarrassed. Okay, did you see their guns? Before he could respond, the horrific sound of AK-47 rent the evening sky. Cuckoo. They all ran into the station building for safety. Police and commuters tripping over one another in their haste as the gunmen drove past the station at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, a crowd has gathered at the scene, wailing and running eta-skieta, some peering into the bullet-ridden car to identify the victim. Suddenly, they began to shout, "Oh, it is Uncle Nicholas, oh! What did he do to them? My God, what did he do to deserve this?" Nobody really did anything to help. They only wailed and cursed, pacing up and down. Luckily, two members of the road safety corps get there by chance, right on time. They helped the victim into their vein, applied some first aid treatment and speed off. The wounds were not so mortal after all. If they could get to the hospital within 40 minutes, he would survive. They were very optimistic. The central hospital was nearer. So they took the back road, siren blaring. As soon as they turned off to Hospital Road, the immense mountain of buses of loudspeakers, canopies, and chairs right in the middle of the road. It was Friday night. An obituary party was on. The road had been completely blocked. The driver grumbled, but there was nothing he could do. Moreover, no time to waste. But before the team turned back to the straight road, but before they could drive long enough to enter an untarred road leading to the second gate of the hospital, they met another funeral party. Asein Read, no road, party in progress. The men and women were all gorgeously dressed, dancing to the beats of about 4 different bands simultaneously. Well, it was all different bands simultaneously. They sprayed money on the celebrant, that is the bereaved, about to the charging of the corps members. The breathing of the victims has become irregular. The men did their best to keep him alive. Although he had become restless, they held him down on the stretcher. He was in agony. They must find a way to the university teaching hospital before it was too late. They drove for a long while Unheeded, as their siren blared, the motorists gave them the right of way. Wasota was the only access road from Welu, where they were, to the hospital. They turned in. Soon after, they saw cars turning back from the distance. A burial party was on, and the road had been blocked. They were running out of time. They turned into an adjacent road, trying to find their way to the expressway. It was unfortunate. Everywhere was heavily flooded. There had been rain in the morning. They stopped there for a while, contemplating. They had no choice. They plunged in, and as expected, the engine went dead. But some boys were on hand to push the car. The boys were there all day, helping motorists to push the car across pool for a field. Finally, they got to the hospital, but the victim had died 30 minutes earlier. They had spent about 2.5 hours trying to get to the hospital. It was the worst nightmare for Mary and her children. For 3 days, she sat dazed, unable to face the reality of her husband's death. Her friends and relations sat with her all day, sermonizing on the resurrection of the saints and the fatherhood of God to all who were bereaved. A big family Bible sat sacredly on the center table. The Obazes were devout Christians, and one of the prayer sessions held by the church, the pastor assured her that her husband killers would be exposed to shame and instant judgment. As soon as she became stronger, Mary vowed to continue the struggle for which her husband died. In that way, she hoped to validate her husband's martyrdom. It was a lofty idea to set young Nigerians free from the clutches of slavery and prostitution. Madam V and Iziha had been to the overseers to express their condolences. They had driven to the house in an S-Class Mercedes-Benz, and they were among the first people to come, arriving nearly too early. They sat among the people and added their voice to the sympathizers. "The world is wicked," Iziga said, slapping her laps with both hands. She coiled her lips in anger and looked up at the sky as if entreating God. What did the young one do to them now? "Please, take heart, Mary," she added. "God will deal with them." Madam V prayed, hoping that them would mean the men that pulled the trigger. The men that pulled the trigger. Mary was too deep in grief. Mary was too deep in grief. Mary was too deep in grief to distinguish between sincere and insincere sympathizers. Within 5 minutes, the pair was on their way home. How could anyone have suspected them? Girl, you are smart, Mary V blunted. You can trust me. I'm wicked too, V added. What's wicked about that? Iziga snapped. That's what happened to those who don't mind their business. Sometimes I think you should have been a man. Madam V said, it seems your heart is very hard. Really? Okay, oh. That's right. But you don't have to be a man to have a hard heart. You don't have to be a man to have a strong heart. It's something that happened as a result of experience you have gone through in life. Really, I was moved when I heard that woman cry. That's the difference between me and you. I love anarchy, disorder, chaos, blood, and pain. Especially when they are suffered by strangers. That's strange, Madam V shrugged. She seemed not to know so well the woman she has been dealing with. By the way, when are you going to see Ahmed's parents? Maybe tomorrow. You better act fast. I don't know what you are waiting for. If the killers would listen attentively, they will hear our footsteps behind them. Meanwhile, the police have been busy with the investigation the day after the incident. The public relations officer of the state police command, speaking about the incident on TV, showed the police would unearth and smoke out the killers from their hideouts. Okay. If the killers would listen attentively, they would hear our footsteps behind them, he boasted. Some hours after the assassination, they visited Mary at home. Who do you suspect? Do you know whether he had a quarrel with anyone they queried? Not really. She only told them of the female trafficker and what transpired between her husband the day before the murder. Don't worry. The perpetrators of this act will be brought to book. They won't go scot-free. They assured her. The afternoon of the same day, they stormed Mr. Oba's office looking for clues. They picked up Sandra Obina, Mr. Oba's secretary, who was still in a shock. Sandra was a very charming young woman with exquisite features, slim, tall, and dignified. Was your boss in any dispute with anyone? I don't know if any. How many people came into the office yesterday? 4. His facilitators. I also put him through to Madam Victoria in Binovia. They talked for a long time. How long did they exactly talk? I can't say, but it was long, perhaps 30 minutes. You may wish to listen to their conversation. It's on tape. I prepared it. It's still in the recorder right there, he said, pointing to the recorder in front of them. Now, Sergeant Shedrack examined the tape. Wound it to me side and press play button. We shall get to the root of this. This tape is very revealing. This is number one exhibit. He and his colleague was about to leave the office. He turned to Sandra. Now, one more thing. Are you married? No. Was he your lover? No. Miss Obina was embarrassed. The policeman asked really. God forbid, she swore. My boss was not that kind of person. He was disciplined. You think you are perfect. You are a sinner. The Bible says everybody is a sinner. It took you to give to Caesar what is Caesar. And God, he told you to give to Caesar what to Caesar and God what to God. Sorry. Sandra pushed his hand away from my body and stood up to go. Sorry, I'm leaving. I thought you came in here to obtain information. I will help you find the killers of Mr. Obaze. It's a pity. Of course. That's why we are here. The sergeant corrected. We will see on Monday, 9 a.m. The investigations continue. Sandra did not go anywhere. And they didn't look for her. The policemen left the office in high spirit. 3 of them. This was Fortune smiling on them, and they intended to exploit it in full. We are not taking anything less than 2 million naira, Sergeant Shedrack announced. No, argued the other. Let's make it 3. That is 1 million apiece. They made a duplicate of the tape and sent one to Madam V. She rushed back to them at an agreed spot. Madam, Shedrack began. The evidence is overwhelming. You are the prime suspect. How much will it cost? She inquired. Within 30 minutes, they sealed the deal, and the evidence rattled in a fire in front of them. Madam V smiled to herself and drove away. Iziga waited anxiously at home for Madam V. When the later arrived home, the former ran out with her. How much did they take from you? She asked anxiously. As Madam V alighted from the car, 3 million. They are fools, Iziga said. They went into the house. 3 men were already inside waiting. They all sat down and began to plan. This particular investigation was quite fast. It was one investigation that didn't take long before it didn't take them a long time to conclude. In the past, most cases took as much as 5 years or even more to conclude. In such cases, the public often lost interest in the proceeding and life continued. But in this particular case, the police was decisive, precise, and result-driven. 3 days after the incident, the PRO was on air again. Some armed robbers attacked Nicholas. One of them has been caught and is giving the police useful information, helping us track the rest of the gang. That was it. They praised themselves like a proverbial lizard that fell from a miracle tree. They assured the public that the society will soon be free from armed robbery and other crime. But the announcement left many questions unanswered. How come Amaba didn't take anything from his car after the killing? Did they intend to rob him of his life only? How did police catch one of the robbers? 2 days after the incident, so many questions, no answers. For 5 full days, Asein had not seen Frank. She wondered what happened to him. Well, why didn't he come for her? Where could it be? After his youth service, he did promise to see her soon. Meanwhile, her father has relapsed in his illness. A large amount of money was needed to restore his health. She was greatly burdened and needed the company of Frank so much. Frank was wise, intelligent, and generous. It was time to fully accept his support. Having come this far with him in their commitment, she had discussed Frank's proposal with her parents and told them how much she loved the man. But her parents did not show much interest in the relationship. The day Ikaite brought Frank's letter to her, Mr. Okoro called his wife. "Is this not the boy we talked about?" He had opened the letter and read it and laughed at the sender mockingly. He said he's going to America. Imagine how they go about deceiving young ladies. Anyway, let him go to wherever he like. "Well," she said, "just leave him alone. Where did that boy come from?" "I think he's from the East, Igbo." "Imagine that," Okoro snapped. "Not my daughter. Not after what the Igbo did to me during the war." He tore the letter into shreds and threw the pieces in the air. Thus, Ameze was kept in the dark about the whereabouts of Frank. Even Andrew wrote the wrong letter to her. She sat there silently for about 30 minutes. Slowly but surely, her entire world began to disintegrate. "Please take it easy," Andrew consoled her as he opened the door for her. "Did you read this letter?" "I can never do such a thing." He opened the door for her. "Men are dangerous. Imagine, I can never do such a thing. How can you say you love a woman only to abandon her when you need her most?" "Well, that's all right. You can go back from here." Andrew drew back, promising to pay her a visit. She approached the gate of the lodge. "Well, Agnes, I'm dead," she cried. "Frank has killed me. Anyway, take her." "So, what are you going to do with the suitcase?" Ameze asked. "I told you my parents wanted me to travel abroad. They are very serious about it. In fact, next week, I shall be gone. Frank is gone, and now you are about to be gone too." Well, Ameze walked back home, wondering what she could do with her life. She had lost her job. Frank was gone. Her father was sick. Her two sisters were gone. "That's amazing," Mr. Okoro whispered. The visitor watched her as she came in. "Well?" They shook their head. "Now, how do we conclude?" Madame V asked. "We shall be leaving early next week." Madame V, Okoro began. "What you are telling us today is too good to be true. But if I may ask, what type of job are you offering the guests?" "Leave that to me," Madame V said, with a sense of authority and finality. "There are all kinds of jobs in Europe: office work, bar work, catering, nursing, babysitting, and so on. And they pay in dollars." Wow. Leave that to me. I will sort it out. I find job for them before they leave the shores of Nigeria. Okay. So they don't have to wait a day before employment. Well, that's good. How do I? Okay. I also have a company there and do employ some. They start work immediately. Now, can I see the girl? Amazing lay down in the room, rolling from one side of the mat to the other, groaning silently in pain. Two sisters were busy cooking. Occasionally, however, they came into the room to find out if she was feeling better. They thought she was ill, the type she had once every month. But it had never been so intense, they thought. Don't go anywhere, Amazing shouted. Just leave me alone. Mr. Okoro called her several times. Ame. There was no answer. Ame was the pet name for Amazing. Rather, Ivie answered for her. She is ill. What is wrong with her, Rao? Didn't I see her not too long ago? When she eventually came out, her eyes were swollen. Well, she shuddered like a leaf in the wind. I can see she's not feeling well, Madam V said. Don't worry, I'll come back tomorrow. I'm sure she'll be better then. She opened her handbag and gave some money to Maria. Please get some drugs for her. I'll see you tomorrow. She drove immediately away with Iziga. Do you think those boys returned all the money? Iziga asked as they drove past Golden Bed. Certainly not. How can 3 policemen spend 500,000 in one night? But the cops were fools. They should have quietly gone to the barrack to spend the night. That's the peril of reaping where you did not sow. You never got anything to do with the money. Don't you see how poor they are, despite all the money they extort from the poor? When Sergeant Shadrach and his friend left Madame V that night, they headed straight for the Golden Bed. After drinking themselves into a stupor, they staggered to the home of one of them. They concealed the money under a bed and soon slept off. At midnight, however, they were woken up from their slumber with gun noises. A little resistance and 3 shots whipped past the sergeant's ear in quick succession. No casualties, but in a few seconds, the money was gone, back to its source. That night, Maria was alone with Ameze in the parlor. Tell me, my daughter, what is wrong with you? Ameze shook her head in the negative. What is happening to you? Well, I may talk to you. I am your daughter. I am your mother. What is wrong? Frank. What happened to Frank? He is gone, she said. Frank, he is gone? Well, I'm so sorry, my dear. Maria said affectionately. But don't worry, you'll be alright. If he abandoned you, it means he didn't actually love you. Just remember, don't kill yourself because of a man. You go and sleep. We'll talk more about this in the morning. Ameze went to her room, but she could not sleep at night. It was 8:30 already. Well, the Okoros had just finished their breakfast when Madam V arrived. It seems you haven't been talking well of us. Imagine, we just finished a meal. Okoro Teza. Well, why should I speak well of you? Madam V replied, rather jokingly. Why should I speak well of you when you have all such beautiful girl and live in poverty? Look at where you live in. Is this a house? Mr. Okoro felt somewhat embarrassed and humiliated. This joke was going beyond the set boundaries. Well, madam, I believe you haven't come here to insult me this morning. According to the dove, one house is one house, no matter how it looks. Don't mind my big mouth. Please, I am only joking. Madam V apologized. After the usual brief, Asein was called to the meeting. She has managed to put herself together this morning. This is Madam Ignoria, popularly known as Madam V. I'm sure you heard about her. She'll be taking you abroad to work. I hear you have good job abroad and you can make a lot of money within a short time. It is better than wasting away here doing nothing. You will leave next week along with other good girls like you who want to help their parents. I am sorry, Papa. I am not going anywhere with anybody. No, I'll keep this one. I'll keep this one. I am not going anywhere with anybody. Asein declared. I heard that people died there. If you don't like me anymore, just keep me here instead of sending me away to go and die. What did you mean, my daughter? Manavi stood up, putting her big hand around her. All the girls in my care abroad are doing well. By the way, don't people die here? In fact, people die more in Africa than in Europe. Well, at least 300 have died in this town since I arrived some 2 months ago. Imagine the disease, the poverty, the hunger. Then going back to our seat. Don't think like that, my daughter. You'll be all right. Just like the other girls I have taken. Maria was sober this morning. She loved Asein. Asein was her daughter of hope. She had worked so hard to sustain the family. How would she cope with her husband's illness and the other problem in the family if Asein were well? On the other hand, she saw Asein as a seed. The only way to harvest is to plant, but the sheer expectation of a bounty could buffer the pain of daily lack. She would miss Asein, but if that would bring them succor, She was ready to pay the price. We don't look here. There is nothing to fear, Maria assured. This seems the only way we can survive. Your father is growing old and is very sick. Whenever he got into this situation, you have to help us before we all die in misery. Amazing was the more confused, but she however promised to think about it. Well, when Amvi stood up to go, "You better hurry up," she urged the couple. "We don't have much time left." "Don't worry," Okoro assured her. "The matter is already decided. She has no choice." At noon that day, Amazing went to see Mrs. Adwa and last hope. She really needed counsel. But Mrs. Adwa was traveling out of town. Only her husband and her 2 kids were at home. Well, they said she was responsible for her father-in-law. Now, she wouldn't be that wicked. She wouldn't be that wicked to let him die. She must travel to save the situation. Well, the last line of the letter was instructive. It was instructive. "I need you now. Please save me." She enveloped the letter, including francs, and left. Throughout that day, Amense pondered the issue in her mind. Her father had been incapacitated. In her mind, her father has been incapacitated because of her, and she was being blamed for his condition. She had been reminded of that on several occasions. Her sisters have been restless, working daily to assist the family. If Frank had been around, both of them would have discussed the way forward. Now, she was alone. Perhaps the only way to get over her loneliness and overcome guilt was to her father-in-laws and help the family to accede to their requests and them the consequences. At this point, Ameze called her sisters and began to give them a parting words. "Papa and Mama want me to travel abroad to work. Really, I don't want to go. But now, really, I don't want to go. But then, if I hadn't caused him that accident, things would have been different in the family." Ivie exclaimed, "But you aren't the cause. How long would you be away?" "I don't know, but I want you to be good girls. Don't allow any boy to ruin your life. Keep yourself from bad things, as I have done. I don't know what is going to happen to me, but if everything goes well, I will send enough money so that you can go back to school." They sat on a bench with each of the girls on either side of Ameze. She placed her hand around them. The three girls would miss her so badly. Now this is for you, Eki. Ivie, this is for you. The pair of earring and necklace which the uncle in Belgium had given to her. The girls shook their head in protest. No, please, keep it, Eki said in tears. You might need it when you get there. I am not taking anything. Ivie protested, dropping the jewelry in Amezin's lap. That's how you sold your suit the other day, because of Papa Ines. If I were you, I wouldn't have done it. But now, you want to give us your earring and necklace. After much persuasion, however, Amazing had her way. She convinced them. The girls were growing up fast. Amazing was nearly 13, Eki 15, and Ivie 13. Papa wants you to travel abroad. If I were you, I would run away. Why don't you run away with Frank? Well, don't let any man deceive you. Since you want to run away with a man just like that, you may run into greater problem than the one you had to run from. Besides, if I run away, how would Papa get treatment? How would you go back to school? And so the die was cast. Amazing would travel to Italy with the other girls the following day. She will be leaving us tomorrow, he began. Our ancestors will be with you as you go. You must be very wise and ensure you grab all the opportunities at your disposal. This house is no longer our own. It has been mortgaged. That was the only way we could raise part of the bill for your journey. That is, as presented by Madame V. Please, you must work hard. Please, you must work hard, as you have always done, in that way. Would not be driven into the streets, homeless. Would not be driven into the streets, homeless. Well, earlier that day, Maria had washed Amazing's hair thoroughly, so that it looked fuller than usual. Thereafter, she gave her a new look, cotonou braid. Also, being concerned about her daughter's safety in a strange land, she had got some juju from a very powerful shrine. Before they slept that night, she presented a calabash containing the juju to Amazing. There, a mixture here for you. It's like a body cream. Rub you a little on your chest every day. It will bring you good luck and also protect you from evil. Don't be afraid. I will constantly visit the native doctor on your behalf to ensure that you succeed. He is a powerful man and he doesn't talk anyhow. As she spoke to Amazing, a neighbor knocked the door. Ah, Lucy, you never sleep? Maria asked in pidgin. How will they prepare? Lucy asked. Her daughter will be traveling too. She had just returned from the native doctor. Her daughter has gone to take a ritualistic bath. The two mothers were now very hopeful. They were making lifelong foreign investments with assured dividends. The end of the misery was near for them. Amazing few clothes were put in medium-sized Ghana Moscow. Maria also packed for her the idols that her own mother gave her many years before. At about 5:30 a.m. the next day, a big bus arrived at the home of Okoro with 19 girls on board, who peered through the window, some smiling sheepishly, bared-faced. Others hid their face from onlookers. Madame V drove behind them in a V-boot Mercedes. Amazing had been ready 30 minutes earlier. She was dressed in a white gown and her coral beads hanging low on her neck. She hopped into the bus, taking a seat near the door behind Omo, and bade her family goodbye. Everyone was at the door, waving to her. However, some with mixed feelings. The guests left from Lagos, where they would board a plane to Europe. Amazing had never dreamt of leaving the shores of Nigeria. But there she was, on the way to joining thousands of other Nigerians overseas to make a fortune. The streets in Oko were nearly empty as the activities of the day began. Due to the early morning mist, all vehicles use headlights. Amazing peered through the window and tried to catch a glimpse of passerby. As the cruise bus passed the federal prison, the image of a charming young man in NYSC dress filled her mind, standing at the road junction in front of them, the same point she had stood with Frank many years before. She wouldn't mind jumping out of the moving bus, but it was only a wish. 3 hours after she left, Mrs. Aduwa, Amazing cultural dance coordinator, rushed to the home of the Okoros to deliver a big parcel. The parcel had arrived earlier, but she was away in Abuja on official assignment. Everyone, including Edame, Amazing Hands, was in the house when she arrived. I want to see Amazing. She's not around, replied Maria. Any problem? No, she has a message from her fiancé in America. Okay, thank you very much. Maria took the parcel from her. I need to see her today. It is very important. When I must see her today, maybe you can try another time. Maria was not interested in the conversation. As soon as she left, Edame picked a quarrel with Okoro and his wife. So you have given Amazing to a husband without informing me. You are lucky I did not meet that useless man well. Thank God the girl had gone to bring us money. You would have suffered in my hand. As she arranged her course, Eki was crying in the room. She and her sisters have opened the parcel. They were beautiful items, well packed, with their names written on them, braziers, undies, earrings, and so on. They read the note from Uche and Shinere. They wrote in it that the entire family was coming to Nigeria because of Amazing. So the whole story is true, Okoro whispered to himself, staring at his wife, who sat at the corner, wondering too. Should he not blame himself for sending his girl away? No, not in presence of his wife and his sisters. He had acted like a man. Yes, a man. A man must take decisions alone and be ready to defend them when the need arises. He was working for the ultimate good of the family. Children are like money. You invest them somewhere and you wait for the dividends. You may not be so sure in advance what your returns would be, but that should not be the excuse to terminate the investments. No. Not even in the face of another opportunity. I hope you are not worried about the message from this American boy. He asks Maria, marriage is not what we need now. We can't be talking about marriage when when every girl in the community is going out to earn money for their parents. Marriage could be a wasteful venture right now. It is enough, Maria interrupted. It is enough. After all, she can't come back, can she? You have forgotten that the poor girl also have her own life to live. Who says she can't live her life outside Nigeria, working abroad? Can't you see how the other girls enjoy life? She sighed and entered into the room. Before the girls left for Lagos, the girls called on the foremost native doctor beyond Ikobayi to take an oath and undergo final ritual. The oath was important to the traffickers because it kept the girls in check and ensured the investment on them yielded the expected return. In this part of the country, most people live in superstition. They believe strongly in the efficiency of juju and charm. The ritual involves a few strands of pubic hair, nails on the well, a few hair, and at least a drop of blood, which the daughter took from their toes. He cut them slightly with a small razor blade and mixed the blood with a black substance. He then rubbed the mixture on their forehead. It was not clear what the juju man or trafficker did with the reminders of this item. Ameze stood in a corner as other girls took their turn. What are they doing with our hair? Ameze asked Agnes, wondering whether there could be some ulterior motive unknown to the girls. Don't worry about that, Agnes said. Let's just give them whatever they want. They are wasting their time. After the ritual, Madame V sent the girls with the driver while she stayed back to chat with the daughter. Now, will the joining be successful or not? The man said his incantation and spread out his instrument on the floor. Then he gave a sharp, mischievous laugh. Madame V became afraid. What did he see? The journey will be smooth. No problem in Lagos. No problem in London. No problem in Italy. Madame V heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, Baba. You will make a lot of money on this trip. Oh, thank you so much, Baba. Madame V was already on her knees. I will see you when I return. But wait a minute. The Baba was not through yet. You are going to have problem with some of your girls. Oh God, she shouted. Which one of them? Please tell me, Baba. Mention her to a standing mirror and ask her to sit on a door stool holding a red object. Now, call their names while looking at the mirror. At first, she was afraid. She didn't know what was going to happen. She has heard about people died instantly when their names were mentioned in front of an enchanted mirror. Yet, she couldn't disobey the witch doctor. For that might spare doom for her. I say, call their names, he growled. Don't be afraid. I know what you are thinking. She began to recite the name one by one. And as she did, the girls appeared in the mirror. Omo, Osas, Ogogo, Iziegbe, Lovett, Abies, Adesua, Itua, Lizzie, Kate, Ameze, Vero. That's one of them, Baba said, pointing to Ameze. She continued to call her name. In the end, she forgot to rename. One being Agnes. Something else began to bother Madame V. Why are the girls crying? That I can't tell you. Just know that some of them will die prematurely. Then, what am I going to do with the problem girls? She asked desperately. I am not sure you can avoid it, but I will give you a charm. It is called Do What I Say. He reached into one of the tattered bag hanging on the wall and brought out something wrapped in a piece of cloth. First in the day, you must speak to it before you speak to anybody. Otherwise, it won't work for you that day. Also, carry it with you wherever you go. If you want a person to do your bidding, speak to it first, then speak to the person. However, be careful before using it on some people, or there may be some people that are stronger than you. Okay. Something else began to bother Madam V. Well, there may be some people in the street that are stronger than you. So walk and walk. But why? Madam V asked, puzzled. Stand there and ask me more questions. I have spoken. You cannot leave. When Madam V was through with Baba, they all departed for Lagos. 7 of them would be traded off on arrival in Italy. Madam V had their name pinned down. She also wrote how much they would cost. The others would work for her for 2 years. Then they would work for themselves and send money home. Throughout the journey to Lagos, the girls wondered what they would be doing abroad. Some were completely ignorant of what was involved, while others were aware. Madam V and an agent has deceived them and her parents. Some were aware of the sex trade, but believed it was impossible to get them into it. They just wanted to get out of the hardship in the country. But Omo, Osas, and a few others knew exactly what they were in for, and they didn't pretend about it. Omo was the leader of the girls, and as well informed about their activities in Italy. Having been with Madam V for some time, as they journeyed, the girls shared their dream. They would work just a few years, then come back with a lot of money, get married, have children, and enjoy life. As they approached Shagamu, Ogun State, Omo cleared her throat and started addressing the guests. Do you know how lucky we are to be traveling by air? If you knew what I suffered nearly 2 years ago when I made my first attempt. All the guests sat up, anxious to hear her story. She had traveled through the northern border along with Osaze, Okoro's second cousin, and 8 other desperate youths in search of a better life. Whenever she told the story, she was always sober, but for surviving the OD, she always felt like an heroine. Well, as for Osas, she never got tired of listening to the story. Omo narrated the full story. 10 of us left Benin, 7 girls and 3 boys. After 2 days, we crossed from Kano to Niger Republic. We spent a day in Lagos and then left for Algeria through a vast endless desert in which we spent 4 more days. We trekked for several hours and boarded a truck which ran about 20 kilometers per hour. The sun descended on us with all its intensity. Our body roasted. All the fluid beneath our skin poured out and drenched us. By the 3rd day, we ceased to sweat under the sun. We began to dry up like bonga fish. I was afraid I might drop dead under the blazing sun. One night, we arrived at the border between Niger and Algeria and sneaked into Tamarasset. Here we spent 2 weeks. We were always inside the house, all of us girls. Only the men could go out, but they must be properly dressed. They could not expose any part of their body. They couldn't wear shorts, otherwise they would be accused of sexual harassment, especially against their fellow men, just as girls allure men sexually here. Over there, girls are usually hidden away from the men because of the religious belief. One night, 4 Algerian men came to where we were. We washed. Only the man could go out. We watched them from the little window of the room in which we were hiding. We lived like people in detention. They stood outside, talking with Osaze, Edobo, and Mabel. Please, let us give you money. I heard Osaze plead, but they refused money. Later, Osaze came into the house to break the news. The men would call in the police unless they slept with us, girls. Did you do it? Abies asked from behind. Of course. 4 of us went with them and came back later to join the others. I can't do such a thing. God forbid, Abies exclaimed. The 2nd day, another group came and also demanded sex. That was the only way we could keep the police away. At the end of the week, we were ready to leave Tamarasset. If the police caught you with a dollar bill, you were in for serious trouble. Yes, Osas shouted from the back. That is the real gist. Please, don't forget to tell them where you hid your dollar. Each of us wrapped our money in a cellophane carefully and concealed it in our body. How? Where exactly did you conceal us? Osa queried, grinning mischievously. Well, after applying enough Vaseline, the men hid theirs in their anus, while the women inserted theirs far into their bodies. At this point, Ameze cringed and shook her head in disgust and told to look at Agnes. It was after all this that the Cameroon van arrived. Some Nigerian girls were already in the truck. We were heading towards Mexico. Although the truck was meant for 6 or 7 passengers, there were nearly 30 of us inside. Mostly teenage girls. I sat with a part of my buttocks pressed against the hardwood body of the truck. I couldn't move. My arms or leg. I couldn't even turn my head. Some stood on one leg throughout the journey. We were all jammed together, girls and boys. Well, the air in the truck thickened with unbearable stench. None of us had bathed for 2 weeks. Our body hinged as the sun rose, drying our once fresh skin to look like those of Kampala. There were innumerable police posts on the way, and each of the driver had to offer them money before continuing the journey. Did they always accept money? Don't bend the story. Tell it the way it is. Osas interrupted her again. When we got to barrier 130, however, the story was different. It was already dusk. The men refused money from the driver. We want sex, not money, their leader backed. We have already collected enough money for the day. About 10 girls disembarked the truck and walked down to the back. We waited for them until they were through. The next barrier was several kilometers away. It was called Isla. This was where I met the most barbaric and brutal policemen in my life. First, they stripped all the men naked, looking for dollar. When they couldn't find any, they undressed all the girls in a corner, searching every cervix for money. The search officer sat on a high stool. Nigerian girls are just too clever. 3 girls didn't have any dollar on them. So when the search officer called out, "Step forward for a search," they were the first to step forward. They stood in front of them buck naked. After searching the 3 and finding nothing, he was convinced that the rest had nothing on them, but he was fooled. For from the 4th girl onward, we were hidden thousands of dollars. Disappointed, the 7 policemen at the post then picked 7 girls and took them into the house. We took off from the police post before dawn. After driving for another 8 hours, we ran out of drinking water completely. About 7 girls fainted. We stopped to resuscitate them. The heat was so much that our throats were parched. At night, many of us had to drink our own urine. Some even sold theirs. A particularly fat Onitsha girl, who urinated a lot, made extra money from selling urine. Half a bottle for $10. Sincerely, that was when I really became scared for my life. In those places, the roadside were littered with cops. In fact, you can't travel a mile without sighting 6 or 7 corpses, dry corpses, some half devoured by vultures. Human that were once healthy, lovely, like you and I. As we approached the last barrier, we sighted a police jet in front. Our driver turned to look back. It was already too late. They had seen us. This was a special patrol team. They couldn't take bribe in catch or kind. The driver of the truck left us there and went his way. It was unfortunate we got to that point at the wrong time. Nigerians pass there every week to Morocco. But once you got there, at the wrong time, you are in for trouble. They arrested and put us in detention. We spent 2 months in jail in Algeria, at the end of which we were brought back and dumped in Igizin, at the boundary between Niger and Algeria. From here, 2 of us found our way back to back through the desert, back to Nigeria. The rest people didn't want to return. They stayed at the border town for months, finding their way back to Algeria and then to Morocco eventually. But you know what? Only 2 people made it to Spain. I was told that after spending a year in Morocco, Osaze, Edobo, and 3 other girls had the opportunity to cross to Spain. They all paid the necessary fees. They all paid the necessary fees. By the time Osaze got to the beach that night, the first connection boat was full. Then it was full with girls in it. We had about 60 Nigerian girls and about 20 boys. Most of the girls were between the age of 14 and 16. Edobo was also in the boat. Osaze had to take the second boat, which left about an hour later. It was unfortunate. The first boat burst into flames at mid-sea in the dark night. Everyone on board drowned. She continued her narration but was interrupted by Ogogo. Yes, that's true. Osaze said it shortly after he landed in Spain. Ogogo was present when the boys had the great choice celebrated crossing over of Osaze group. But what happened? Abies asked, apparently showing her displeasure at Ogogo interruption. How did it happen? You see, Omo continued. This connection boat that ferried Nigeria across the sea to Portugal in Spain always traveled through illegal routes at night. That made it very dangerous. On that night, as soon as the boat crossed the Moroccan territory water, it ran into a Spanish patrol team. The message was loud and clear, vibrating through the darkness. You have just entered into the Spanish water territory. Stop for a check. Stop for a check. The boatman was no stranger to the police conflict at sea, so he ignored the warning, dodged the wave, and went at full speed. The police gave him a hot chase for nearly 30 minutes, after which they opened fire on the boat. There was a deadly panic in the boat. Some of the passengers pleaded with the boatman to stop, while others urged him, saying, "Fire on! Man can only die but once." The shooting continued. Then, out of panic, some passengers began to jump into the deep sea. The jokeman couldn't care less. Before long, however, a heavy wave swept the boat off and threw it into a reef where it crashed, killing everyone on board. All the guests stared at Omo as she narrated her experience. They all agreed that they had been lucky to travel by air. Well, I can't imagine drinking my urine, Linda said, let alone another person. God forbid. She almost threw up. If I tried, I would die if I tried, Adesuwa said, spitting into a handkerchief. But it happened, Omo emphasized. If you were to be in the same situation, Ogogo stated again, you would have done it just to survive. Well, she had made the journey to Morocco, although through a different route, and she knew how deadly the desert could be. Therefore, she was deported from Morocco. Before she was deported from Morocco, she had heard a lot about death in the desert, and of many nights boat mishap in the Mediterranean, especially between Morocco, Spain, or Portugal, in which hundreds of Nigerians perished. She too was glad for meeting Madame V, who took people overseas in style. The day Omo met the vegetarian woman trafficker, she had boasted, "You don't have to go through all that when you are with Madame V. I don't take my girls through those deadly routes. We go by air anytime, no shaking. My men are there at the immigration." For these girls, there was no going back. Their parents had invested their entire livelihood in the journey. Excuse me. It was an adventure to the unknown, an escape from the harsh economic condition that people unfortunately found themselves in, and the poverty that had reduced them to subhuman. Many had followed that way and had succeeded in transforming the economic condition in their families and community. But some had perished in the process. They had become part of the pathetic history of immigrants who were killed, jailed, or died of diseases in the foreign land. For some reasons, the parents of these girls frequented native doctors to obtain charms or juju to aid the children journey abroad. All over Oko and its environs, it was common to see sacrifices at road junctions. Part of a goat, a dog, some egg, mashed yam, colored with palm oil, all placed in pieces of calabash or clay pots. Sometimes there were a few cowries, this appeasing to the gods or powers that be, that took place at night in the coverage of darkness. The rituals were meant to protect the girls and bring them good fortune. Other times, charms were sent to the girls by post for reinforcement. As they journeyed, Amaze wondered how they would be able to face the uncertainties of life ahead of her. She thought about the oath. Perhaps she shouldn't have taken it, nor given those items they had demanded. Now, she had no choice about anything. What if her life abroad became too rigid for her liking? Could she change her mind later? Breaking an oath could be dangerous. The story of Agbodu, who daily walked stark naked in their neighborhood, was still fresh in her mind. Well, about 7 years earlier, Agbodu was sponsored abroad. Some months later, she broke off from the shackles of her sponsors. Despite the oath she took, never to leave the precinct of her sponsors, she managed to enter into college and survive through her skills in African braid. But when she decided to visit home, the course of the oath decided to take its course as soon as her feet touched the tarmac. She stripped herself naked and ran off in full glare of her friends and relatives. Her bewildered relative ran after her, caught her, and headed for the home of a renowned native doctor in Ijebu land. A few months later, she returned home, but her sanity lasted for only a year. She now lived in an uncompleted building in the federal prison. Asein had met Agbodu, the night she escaped from Mr. Osariemen. Asein was very confused. From her handbag, she brought out a carved image of that her grandmother gave her, prayed silently, and fell asleep. By the time she awoke, they were already at the airport. A few hours later, they were gone. Frank and his family flew into Nigeria in high spirits. They spent 3 days in their home in Ikoyi before traveling down to the ancient city of Benin, exactly 5 days after Asein departure. On arrival, they checked into the Royal Palm Hotel to prepare themselves for the days ahead. That evening, as previously arranged, Frank's uncle, Ogbefi Ezeonjoku, together with his wife Ijeoma and son Obina, joined them. It was a great reunion. "I can't believe this, my son, Frank," Ezeonjoku asserted as they sat down to drink. "I can see you as a real chief of the old block." "Thank you, uncle," Frank responded gratefully. Beaming with confidence, Ezeonjoku was the elder brother of Frank's father. Turning to Adama, the man said, "I must thank you very much for taking good care of my children." "Well, we thank God. See how beautiful they are now. No one would think that their father is late." "We thank God, Ogbefi," Adama said. "Your prayers and advice have helped us a lot." That evening, they talked about many things: home, America, and everything. Well, the two mothers excused themselves. They sat outside the bar in the open air. Night was approaching slowly, but the environment was almost as bright as noonday. It was a very serene environment. "What about the matter we discussed last time?" Ijeoma asked. The last time they met was 3 years ago. She had advised Adama to begin to think of remarriage. "You have mourned your late husband for many years now. You need the support of a man to put yourself together and face the future." Although Adama had taken the advice seriously, she couldn't come up with anything concrete. This evening again, the matter came up. You see, my friend," Adama said, "I've already decided to do it, but I want my children to settle down first. Frank is about to get married. After this, it will be the girl's turn. Mine will come last. Anyway, it's a good idea, but the earlier, the better. You know, in 7 months' time, we will be 45. Do you know I don't feel old at all?" "Yes, I can see that. Thank God." Then she changed the topic. "Now, how do you see Frank's decision to marry from this place, this Edo State?" "Well, initially, I did not like the idea, but I recalled that his father had warned me not to choose a wife for him. Thank God the young man is very wise and disciplined. From what he told us about the girl, he made a great choice. The girls are already in love with her, even without seeing her physically. They just can't wait tomorrow to see her. That's all right, Ijoma assured as they walked back to meet the others. Meanwhile, Uche and Chiere were already in their tennis wear and had gone to play at the hotel tennis court, 40 meters away from the main building. Both girls never travel without tennis kits. In fact, when Frank was about to book for the hotel, their primary concern was a tennis court. That evening, the girls drew attention of all visitors in the hotel. "Where are the guests?" Ijoma asked as they approached the bar. "Up there, playing tennis," Adama said with a sign, pointing towards her daughters. "That is their food. Anytime, anywhere." The next day, they were set for the formal visit to the Okoro family, as demanded by tradition. If things work out as planned, they will be through with all the ceremonies by the following week. Everything was ready, except the consent of the parents. Well, her blessings, according to African tradition. They went in 3 cars. Frank's, with his uncle and mother, led the way in the first car, a V-boot Mercedes Benz, while Obinan drove the second, a Lexus Jeep, conveying his mother, Uche, and Chineye. The third car was a brand new Toyota Cruiser, packed full with suitcases. Contained a wedding gown for Amaze, a dress for the bridesmaid, and clothing materials for the bridal train. As the envoy turned into the street leading to the Okoro family, people came out of their houses to watch, wondering whose guests they are. Such cars were not common in Okoro. Frank slowed down and turned into Okoro compound. The other cars followed suit. Frank was at his best. It was a day. He couldn't wait to see his love. Amazing. Okoro and his children were outside. They too wondered who the visitors were. "It is you they have come to see," Maria said. "That is the boy, the one that sent that letter to Amaze some time ago." The visitor disembarked from the cars and moved towards Okoro and his children. Wealth perfumed the air as they walked. Their presence illuminated the gloomy, poverty-stricken environment. Uche and Chide were like angels. Their skin shone like a comet in a dark sky. Their mother was like a queen, elegant, distinguished, but without a trace of vanity. Okoro neighbors began to come out, one after the other, to see the August visitors. But Ogeva and his wife Lucy was the first to come. Eki and Ivie brought out 2 long benches. They all sat down and exchanged greetings. Mr. Okoro ordered a few bottles of soft drink and presented these along with kola nuts and a 20 naira note. Ogeva was the spokesman. "Our visitor, we greet you all." The Okoro household is saying, "Welcome. This drink are for you, and the kola nut also." The women of the house has also asked me to add this 20 naira to support the kola nut. He reached into his pocket, brought out a 10 naira note. "I also want to support the kola nut with this 10 naira." My wife has also asked me to support the kola nut with another 10 naira. I thank you. Obina spoke on behalf of the visitor. He wore a traditional Igbo attire, a big round neck top, a pair of trousers, and a red cap to match. Our people say we must show gratitude to a man who used a goat to welcome his friend, because if he had found an elephant, he would have done the same. My father says I should thank you very much and that the kola nut has been well received. He then broke the kola nut into several lobes, passed them around in a saucer. As they ate and drank, Frank went to the car and brought out a carton of wine. He placed it on the table, put a kola nut on a plate, 2,000 naira. Just like the first presentation, this was received. Obina handed the money to Mr. Ogeva and began to share the drink. Mr. Ogeva looked at Okoro and shook his head. People began to talk in whispers. Is this not the boy they called Frank, who wanted to marry Ameze? Shouldn't Okoro tell him the truth before they spend all their wealth in vain? They gossiped in their language. Ogeva moved closer to Okoro and spoke in his ears. I understood these people have come to marry your daughter Ameze, who has just traveled. Why don't you stop them before they go too far? My friend, Okoro said, it is not our custom to drive away a stranger before you hear what he has come to do in your house. They have not said anything. How do I know why they are here? Even if they are not here for marriage, how do I know which of my daughters they want unless they speak to me? As the people discussed, Uche cornered Frank. Where is Amazing? The girls over there look very much like what we saw in the picture, but she looked younger. Yes, you are right. That's Eki, Amaze's younger sister. Perhaps Amaze has gone on some errands. As they talk, Uche beckoned to Eki. She walked over to them. Wow! Frank exclaimed. If not for height, I would have mistaken you for Amaze. She smiled shyly. Where is Amaze? Uche asked with some American accent. Eki kept quiet for some time. Tell me, baby, did she travel? Eki nodded. Is she coming back today or something? Eki stared at her right toe. Her countenance suddenly changed. I don't know, she said, her voice tailing off. Okpara, Uche called. Something is not right here. Meanwhile, Ogbaefi Eze Njoku was already on his feet. He cleared his throat and began. This is why my son Frank came to us. And he said he has found a beautiful flower in your garden that he was interested in. Well, our people say that you can only look for the eye of an animal on its head. That is why we have come to you today. We want you to give her to us for a wife. I thank you. As he said the last sentence, the guests went down on their knees in deference to their would-be in-law. Please, stand up, Mr. Okoro said, as Ogeva rose to the occasion. Thank you very much. Our elders say that it is a part of the body that is itching you that you put near the fire. We must commend the young man Frank for seeking our daughter hand in marriage. It is saying that my wife is bad. It's better than I don't have a wife at all. Thank you for coming. But Okoro has been blessed with 3 beautiful daughters. Which of them do you want? Asein Angel went backward to get the name from Frank, who sat directly behind him. Thank you very much, Mr. Ogiver. The one we want is the eldest daughter, Ameze. After some hesitation, Ogiver began. I'm afraid we are going to disappoint you. Ameze is not available. All of a sudden, the whole place became as quiet as a graveyard. At first, the visitor thought it was a part of the traditional rites. Perhaps they needed to pay more money to make Ameze available for Frank. Please, you have to educate us on your culture because we do not know what to do. Njoku said. Sorry, sir. There's nothing to be done. Ameze is not available. The visitor went away briefly to discuss. They soon returned. They placed 50,000 on the train. Our great people, we are saluting you with this, Njoku said, pointing to the train. They all went back down on their knee. Please stand up. Stand up. Ogeva and Okoro chorus, a little bit worried now. They stood up except Frank, his mother and Uche. Please, Adama begged, whatever the cost, I want Ameze for my son. Please, what do you want? Woman, you don't understand. Just stand up. Ogeva stammered. Ameze is not available. Thank you for the money, but it is not about money. The girl is no more here. Perhaps you should have been here some 2 weeks ago. By this time, most people have gathered in the compound. Some of them relations of Mr. Okoro. In the language, they condemn the action of Okoro in forcing their daughter to travel abroad, despite the fact that they were aware of her engagement. Unfortunately for the host, Ogbefu Njoku understood some of the words they spoke, but never gave himself away. He had lived in Benin City before the Civil War. He was a soldier in the Nigerian army. However, when the war broke out, he defected to the Biafra army. He moved closer to Mr. Ogeva and said, "What are they talking about? I don't think you will like what they say," he lied. They are suggesting that your son married the younger sister of Ameze because Ameze is far from here. They also say Okoro should not take any money from you yet because your son may not be able to wait for Ameze. Frank stood with Obina in a corner, confused. He couldn't understand what was going on. He knew Ameze loved him very much, but could not go anywhere without letting him know about it. Moreover, they had a plan. "Please come with me," he said to Obina. As he moved towards the car, they went towards the copper lodge. A few of his things were still there, but he didn't need them any longer. Andrew has long left the place. Nobody to ask questions. Everything was shattered and in disarray. Like the miserable abode of a lunatic, he put one of the drawers in the sitting room. Then, just before he pushed it back, his eyes caught something. He froze. The letter he gave Andrew for Ameze was still there, and another, a very rough copy, in Andrew handwriting, with a "Dear Ameze" on it. Something went wrong. He said this to his bewildered cousin. They rushed out of the place. Within 10 minutes, they had reached the home of Mrs. Adua. "Oh, Frank, you are back. Please, madam, did you get the password I sent to Ameze?" He asked anxiously. "Now, Frank, calm down. I don't know exactly how you feel, but calm down. I will tell you something." Frank and Obina sat down. "You see, I was in Abuja when the parcel arrived at my office. But as soon as I saw it 3 days later, I rushed to Amaise's house. But before then, I had received some letters from her. As soon as I received the letter from you, I know something was fishy because it wasn't in your handwriting. When I got to your home, I was told that her parents forced her to travel to Italy along with other girls. But I know Amaise. Ordinarily, she wouldn't do such a thing. This girl was dying for you. Whenever we met, she spoke so well of you. You were indeed the center of our universe. She went in and brought the letters out. Amaise kept for her. Immediately, Frank grabbed them and began to read hungrily. I am in great trouble. Frank has abandoned me and has gone to the US. He's getting married to someone else soon. My whole life is shattered. I am dead. I love Frank. I never believed this could happen to me. But right now, my parents want to force me to travel abroad. They say I am responsible for my father's illness. They believe that my stubbornness might kill my father. I need you now. Please save me. Yours, Amaise. Yes, I know now. Frank began, now sweating profusely. They have pulled a fast one on me. Amaise didn't get any of my letters. She must have thought I had abandoned her. Oh goodness. He sunk into a chair, and for the first time since his father died, 7 years before, he wept like a baby. By the time he got back to Okoro compound, his mother and others were anxiously waiting for him. My son, let us go. They have sold her away. It is a pity, but you have to be a man. Frank was traumatized. The truth began to dawn on him that he would never see Amaise again. Tears rushed down his face again, and his entire body quaked. Uche and Shine walked across to him and led him to the car. They too were bathed with tears. Suddenly, Frank broke away. He opened the back of the Land Cruiser, carried out a suitcase containing the wedding dress, and threw it out of the car. Then he opened his boot, carried out a containing the mother of the house he intended to build for the family, smashed it on a heap of firewood near the kitchen. The model cost him $1,500. Before the next morning, Frank had to be admitted at the psychiatric hospital. After days of intensive care, however, he regained his senses. Some days later, they prepared to return to America, Albert, without Amaise. The girls had spent 1 full week in Italy. On arrival, Madam V and her partners gave them a 2 days intensive orientation. That the girls became fully aware of the nature of their job. Amaise and Agnes were shocked, but she promised to give me a decent job here. Amaise told Agnes, looking horrified. Maybe that's what she told everybody. From the beginning, I had this uneasy feeling inside of me about the whole venture. I wasn't sure, but I couldn't tell. What do we do? Asked Amaise. Let us wait and see. I'm going to follow the dictates of my heart. This country does not end in the 4 walls of this building. Agnes vowed. What would you do? Run? I don't know. but it comes to that, why not? I think we should insist on getting the same job, she promised. You can't fight them. They will kill you and throw your body away, and nothing will happen. Your parents will never get to know what happened to you. I'm afraid. See what Frank has brought upon me now. There is no point crying over spilled milk. Leave Frank alone. Your destiny is in your hand. Instead of filling your mind with the past, think of how to survive the present. As the guests discussed, the gate opened and a van drove. Two white men alighted from it and walked towards a door at the side of the building. Madam V sat with them and the transaction began. They paid for 7 guests on the spot, $420,000. It was about 8 p.m. The guests lined up for selection. Amazing was the first one. The girls were unaware of the transaction. They filed into the van and their luggage and disappeared into the dark night. After they were gone, Madam V began to address the remaining orders. You will all begin to work tomorrow, 13 of you. The other girls are working elsewhere. There's a different arrangement for them. We are 12, ma, not 13. Omo corrected. What? She exclaimed. She looked over her head. Who is not here? She picked up her mobile phone and called about her. One of the 2 Italians that have just left with the girls. Sorry to bother you. There must have been a mistake. 8 girls are with you there instead of 7. The man switched on the light at the back of the truck. Truly, 8 girls were there. You are right. But I can't possibly come back tonight. We've gone quite far. Right. Just stop and pay a taxi to deliver her to this address. She's Agnes. I am waiting. The man looked at his list. Agnes wasn't there. Which of you is Agnes? She raised her hand. Please come down. You will return to where we'll pick you up. He called a taxi, paid the driver, and left with the orders. It was now about 9:30. Agnes was now walking by intuition. She didn't even know when or why she joined the 7 guests. Perhaps she might have thought that leaving the presence of Madam V might be of some help. Now, she felt like a lost child. As the taxi went on, she bowed her head and prayed, God, if you are really there, please help me. I don't want to go back to Madam V. I don't want to be a prostitute. She raised her head and sat back dejectedly. The driver got to a particular fuel station and stopped to refill his tank. Silently but courageously, Agnes alighted and bade the driver good night. The driver drove off without saying a word. She stood there speechless, unsure of what had just happened and what to do next. After about 10 minutes, she heard a gospel anthem coming from a building across the road. When she moved closer, she found it was a church. She decided to visit the building, but she later changed her mind. What if they turned me back from the gate? What if there are no black people in there? Many questions tugged her mind. But in Nigeria, a church is a place of worship. Anyone can walk in anytime. Why must it be different here? She looked towards the church. 2 ladies were entering into the premises, one black and the other white. She followed them, and usher took her to a seat. The ladies settle down to work, doing the same things every day, with little or no changes. They line the streets every evening in very scanty clothes, searching for prospective customers. As the cars slowed down, they ran after them, 3 or 4 girls at once. As they approached the occupants, they would remove their top to show their various figures and cleavages. Even in the very cold weather, they remained in those streets half nude. Ogogo, Abies, Omo live in apartments very close to a clubhouse, along with some old prostitutes that came from other parts of Africa. Sometimes they wore only pants and bras, waiting in the street for men. One evening, when, as they rushed, they walk about 4 times a week. One evening, after they had walked for about a week, a car pulled up near them. As they rushed to exhibit their cleavages, the 2 occupants pointed at Omo and Abies, dangling a bundle of dollars before their eyes. "Come on in." The girls jumped in and sped off. "We don't quite like it here. We'll get you back soon." The girls were in the back seat. They looked at each other and slapped their palms together as the sign was locked. This was a jackpot. "How much are you paying us?" Abies asked Omo in their local language as the car moved from one street to the other. "I can't say, but it's surely cool money. Didn't you see the bundle?" They eventually got to a building and stopped. 5 hefty men were already in the big parlor, smoking marijuana and drinking whatever. "Join us, sweet ladies," one of the men said, pouring a drink into some glass. The girls were elated. They were elated. That was all they could remember in their entire experience. 5 hours later, they were dumped near their apartment, half dead. They had been to the lion den and had been torn apart. The only sign of life was that their hearts beat. They bleed profusely. Madam V arrived there before dawn and rushed them to the clinic, where they spent 3 full weeks. Madam V was restless after the experience of Omo and Abies. 2 other girls were in police nets, and she did everything possible to get them out before they were repatriated to Nigeria. Most of the girls now live and work in fear. But in spite of all the risks involved, the girls were determined to weather the storm and achieve their set goal. They were under bond, thus. The only option was to keep working, dead or alive. So, the other 7 girls were taken to a large multinational settlement in the outskirts of the city, where he shared accommodation and received numerous visitors each night. They were also involved in numerous pornographic and bestiality shows. These shows were referred to as the hot zone. The participants make a lot of money, but they hardly ever survive the ordeal. Once the girls were in, they never escaped. They were constantly underchecked. For more than a week, the men persuaded Ameze to cooperate, but she showed no interest. She attempted to escape each time, but she was caught and brought back. In her last attempt, she disguised herself and sneaked out of her enclave at twilight, covering all part of her body, except the eyes, like some Islamic women faithful. She walked towards the mosque, along with some others going for prayer. She stood outside the mosque with other women, and when she noticed she was the only black lady among them, thus could easily be detected, she walked past the mosque to nowhere in particular. At night, it became extremely cold. She couldn't feel anything. She was dying. As the first ray of the sun broke through the cloudy snoring of the morning, she saw an Asein tugging on her ears as she's been laying down in a cemetery. Now, the search party had found her. They whisked her into a van and headed home. Mr. Alberto was furious. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" The white man backed. "If you knew you weren't going to do the job, you should have remained in Nigeria. I was forced. I was deceived," she stuttered. She began to cry. "Then you should have jumped into the sea before you got here. I can't kill myself." That weekend, Mr. Alberto called Madam V. "What do we do with this girl, Ameze? You should refund my money. She's not cooperating." A few hours later, Madam V arrived at Ameze's apartment. She sat on the bed. "And listen to me, my daughter," she began. "Why are you doing this to me? You have a great prospect of riches and wealth. Why don't you settle down to work like others? I heard that Agnes is your close friend. You see, she has already settled down, working very hard. Yes, Agnes. I see her every day. She has made quite a name for herself within these 3 weeks. Even Agnes, what a word." After a while, she woke up and faced her boss. "But you deceived me." "What do you mean, Ameze? Your parents are aware of everything. I told them everything, and they allowed you to come. Do you know more than they do?" Ameze was shocked at the revelation. So her parents knew about this. That meant they really wanted her dead. "Do you know how much I paid on your head to get you here?" Madam V asked. "How are you going to pay me back?" She knew Ameze's status. She knew what Ameze's treasure was. If she could break that, everything would be all right. It was about 5:30 p.m. Saturday. She opened her handbag and brought out a white handkerchief. She placed it on Ameze's face as if to wipe tears. Oh, Carlos' fate. Ameze went off. Madam V rushed to the parlor and beckoned to Alberto. "Let them do it fast before she wakes." She rushed to the car, promising to return the next day. Ameze woke up, violated, blood everywhere. As she groaned in pain, she couldn't understand what had happened to her. As she cried for pain, it seemed she bleed all the maidens in her clan. She thought about her sister. She tried to call on the gods she knew, but they were far away to answer. She was alone in the world. She was alone in the world as she watched her dream drift away. The experience was more than losing her hymen. All she stood for was gone. Her entire family has been violated. The dignity and the noble ordeal she lived for and wanted to pass on to posterity has been violated, desecrated in a foreign land. She felt unclean. "They've taken it," she cried. "Nothing is left. I am not different from the girl in the street." She remembered Frank and wept. She wept bitterly, and in quiet submission, she resigned to her fate. Very early on Sunday, Madam V knocked on her door. Before she left home, She forearmed herself with a charm the native doctor gave to her. Amazing, she called out. You have to start work immediately, she commanded. Your father is dying at home. There is no time to waste. Your sister will have to go to school. As for your dad, I shall send him money for his treatment immediately, since you don't have money for your own yet. Amazing was surprised at the burst of goodwill. Thank you, madam, she said. But let me warn you, Madam V continued, very sternly now. She was already on her way out. If you don't cooperate fully, I will kill any of them. Your father and your sister. Perhaps I will leave your mother to suffer alone. This was no advice. It was a threat, a declaration of war. She meant every word. She had power, money, influence, and everything. She could do virtually anything. As for you, she continued, you are finished. Do you still think you are a virgin? She laughed out wickedly. You are all the same now. You, me, Agnes, your mother, everybody. Are you happy about that? Amazing asked. She had never imagined such cruelty in her entire life. This is the real world, baby. Madam V shouted, the one you've been carrying around in your imagination doesn't exist. Amazing look up. Amazing look up. It was the darkest moment. Why did you decide to destroy me? What is my offense? Nobody is disturbing you. I'm trying to help you and your family, as you will discover later. It was the darkest day in Amazing life. She sat helplessly. Most people around her did not even understand English. Powerless, escape was impossible. As if reading her thoughts, Madam V mocked her the more. Madam Immortal or Queen Idia, which one of them are you? You can't go back home. Where would you hide your face if you go home now? She reached into her handbag and brought out a videotape. Do you know what is this? Amazing had no idea. Madam V walked over to a cabinet at one end of the room, slotted the tape into a player. Amazing screamed and fainted. She was butt naked, while three men took their turns on her. It was a very sordid sight. When she regained consciousness, she asked Madam V why she had to do that. Now, get me right. If you try to be funny here, this tape will get to Nigeria before you do. I will make copies for all the people that knows you. Everybody, including your miserable parents and sisters. That is, if they are still alive. But this was the end of the road for Amazing. She only had two options left. Either to take her life by any means she could find, or to submit to their wish. Wow. But she lacked the courage to carry the first. Hence, the second became inevitable. For nearly 8 years, Amazing was silent. She had tried to reconcile herself with all the contradictions she had experienced, and tried to see a new life as a sacrifice for the survival of our people, who through the years had been imprisoned by poverty. She has worked hard to fulfill all her obligations to her captors and has started earning money for herself. But now, she had lost much of her beauty and good health. Although she was gradually becoming a shadow of her former self, her spirit fought on. To sustain her lifestyle, she had to live on drug, which Mr. Alberto supplied her every week. Meanwhile, back at home, her parents were already getting anxious. Their foreign investments had not yielded any dividend. They wondered what had happened to their daughters. Most girls that traveled with her had been sending money to their parents. Some had built houses, opened shops at various markets for their mothers. Mr. Ogeval had just completed his bungalow, having consistently received money from his socket over 6 years. One morning, Amazing parents had a surprise. Okoro was busy in his workshop when Chief Agedo called on him. Amazing would phone them at 6 p.m. When it was 4:30 p.m., our parents were already seated in Chief Agedo parlor, waiting. Chief Agedo had 2 daughters in Europe, one in Spain, the other in Italy. He and his 3 wives lived in a well-furnished home with telephones and other modern facilities, including a computer and a fax machine, which, however, was never used. Agedo compound was a very busy one. On the ground floor of the massive 2-story building, his youngest wife operated a business center, while the other wives had a fabric store on both sides of the compound. Agedo did no work. He lived on the rent from the 2 houses he had in the city. At 6:05, the phone rang. It was amazing. My father picked the receiver. Hello? He panted. Is that amazing? Hello? Yes. Hello? Yes. What happened? For 8 years. We didn't hear from you. My daughter, are you all right? In fact, we are dying here. You know, we sold that old home to send you abroad. Now we can't pay the rent anymore. And the landlord has sent us out of the house. In fact, the rain of yesterday beat our belongings outside. Yes, what? Your sisters, they are sick. We took them to my sister in Ogida. Yes. No, not yet. We haven't even eaten anything since morning. At this point, Amazing interrupted. Papa, you don't have to worry. I have just sent some money to you. Please write down this number and try to get to the bank tomorrow morning. She urged your father to look for a competent construction firm to handle their house project. So also urged him to ensure the girls went back to school immediately. I will send more money in 4 months, she promised. Can I now speak to my mother? Mr. Okoro had begun to beat faster. It was too good to be true. He quickly handed over the handset to his mother, to his wife, and rushed herself. My husband, what is the matter? Amazing. She asked her mother. She asked her husband and talked to her daughter. fall into the mud pit absentmindedly. Where is waiting for him? Hello, Mo. Hello, Amazing. Sorry. Are you alright? Are you? After a few exchanges, Maria began, "My daughter, why did you abandon us all this while?" She was almost at the point of tears. Then, in a trembling voice, Amazing began to explain, "Mama, I am dying here. It is terrible here. You are a woman, Mama. Can you imagine? Even animal, beasts. Anyway, I just hope all of you will be fine." Wait, Ame, what are you talking about? What? The headset fell from her hand and she slumped. It took over 4 hours for her to be resuscitated, but she was never the same again. 3 days earlier, Maria had an argument with 3 women in the market whilst they were buying some soup things. 2 policemen had passed with an essential nearly 4 feet from the ground. They were on the trail of a notorious criminal. One of the women, Mama Jumbo, started the inferno. Anytime I see this giant dog, I dey wonder what our girls they do for Italy. One person fit sleep with animal wey get this kind big thing. Imagine. Lie. I no fit send my pikin go Italy. Not be me, you see. Instead, me hungry kill us together. Mama twins look at Maria mockingly. Unless I hear say your pikin dey there. Mama Jumbo drew closer. Hope she dey perform well. Mama twin said with an impudent look. Chineke, so your pikin dey Italy and you still dey price pepper like hungry man. Hope say she no get problem, sha. Remarked the pepper seller, who had watched on in amazement. Of course, I have a daughter in Italy. Mama answered, but how do you know you get sleep with animal? Well, I know my daughter. She will never do such a thing. Never, she boasted. Mama twin sneered at her. I beg, go home and pray well, because I hear say na all of them they do am. Wow, where you think say dem dey get the plenty money they send come home? And well, I beg. As you see me so, I be poor woman, but I no fit send my pikin go do shower work. This was really becoming embarrassing for Mrs. Okoro, but she must defend her daughter. So you think every girl abroad does prostitution? Anyway, my daughter is different. She's doing a decent work. Yeah, you think so? So, I don't talk my own, no. Mama twins concluded. If na garri we get here, we go drink am together. Our grandmama, them live well. They don't do a shower work for anybody. God forbid, to fear aqua. She spat on the ground and turned to a customer waiting to buy pepper. Well, as she left, the 2 women began to shout. But see, rapper, it not be like woman wey get pikin for abroad. Mama Jumbo. Mama Jumbo wondered, even myself, a better person. Okay. She spat on the ground and turned to a customer waiting to buy pepper. As she left, the two women began to chatter. But I see her. That night, Maria could not sleep. The trader had given her great food for thought. She wondered why she had allowed her daughter to travel abroad. But all that was too late now. She couldn't change anything now. She only knew that, as the native doctor has assured, Ameze experienced peace and comfort. Mr. Okoro started building a mansion on a large expanse of land, about 500 meters from their present abode. He acquired it from two of his neighbors, Oye and Ogigbo. They needed money to send their daughters overseas. When Okoro heard about it, he bought it at half the price. The property was on a slightly elevated plain overlooking the Ogba Biological Garden. Okoro engaged the service of Jomo's construction company and the work went on day and night. He went to the site every day. He usually sat at a corner with a couple of drinks and sardines in front of him. He was hardly alone. Well, he too had completed his bungalow nearly 2 years earlier. His daughter started sending money home as soon as she completed the mandatory 2-year service with Madam V. At that time, nobody heard anything about Ameze. Well, on Saturday evening, as two friends sat over a bottle of drink at the site, Mr. Ogeva recalled what he told some of his predictions. Yes, didn't I tell you that the master didn't I tell you that Ameze will perform? Yes, you said so, but it was difficult to believe when we didn't hear from her for so long. In fact, I almost died of frustration. Well, people were already wagging their tongues and saying all sorts of things, laughing at us. One woman told my wife that we are destined to be poor, and that even if we sent all our daughters abroad, our situation will never change. Well, even Uso, I thought he was my friend. Do you know what he said at the Enoge Palace the other day? I heard him myself. He said you drove your daughter from a decent marriage because you wanted quick money. Meanwhile, 2 of his daughters are there too. Anyway, now I know who my friends are. True friends are known in times of adversity. That's true. And you know now we are having the last laugh. That's true. And I've learned to listen to my heart. Okoro said, imagine what is going on. What can a man do without cash? But you see, your daughter is very strong. She didn't waste time at all or give her laugh. Do you know how many sacrifices her mother has made? Well, she didn't sleep at all. Every night, she would perform one ritual or the other. So, I wasn't surprised when the girl began to send large sum of money home. The gods do not sleep. In fact, last week, she sent us $10,000. We are still planning what to do with it. If it were some years ago, that would have fetched you several millions in plan well. They both laughed. Well, plan well that nearly killed you. Or gave her tears. That's true, my friend.
See, the phone is distracting me like a cost-connected tension.
That's true, my friend. We have come a long way. Okoro said in between sip. They were both planning to go for some chieftaincy titles across the road. Directly opposite them, a man was painting a wall. That's JB over there. Ogeva remarked, anytime I see him, I remember plan well. Okoro lamented, then he hissed. I was lucky then, wasn't I? Of course you were. You were very lucky. Let's discuss some other things. Okay, we said that our girls are not trying. Ogeva asked as he poured out a glass of wine.
You just discovered something, release the phone, I beg.
Nothing they discovered. Ogeva asked. Ogeva asked. So I wasn't surprised when the girl began to send large sum of money home. The girls do not sleep. In fact, last week, she sent us $10,000. She sent us $10,000. Okay, who said our girls are not trying? Yes, it is true, especially for those of you who had children immediately after marriage. Well, for those of us who were expectant for several years, praying for children, it didn't matter much which came, boy or girl. My uncle drove away his first wife after he had 4 girls successfully. Twice, the women had twins, all girls. As soon as the last set began to take their first step, he sent both mother and children away. Ironically, these girls made him what he is today. 3 of them are over there, he concluded, pointing blankly to the sky, to the direction of an imaginary Italy. But that time is past. I tell you the truth, people now look forward to having a girl. Someone said that was why Pa Oye took a new wife. I just think of it. Asein is in Italy. Imagine what will happen when I send a Kiwa to Spain and a Vie to Holland. Okoro laughed out loud. At that moment, the site supervisor passed with a copy of the new Monitor newspaper. Okeva's eyes caught the flaming headline, "Repatriation." "Please, can I take a look at the paper?" Below, the headline was captioned, 57 Nigerians deported from the Netherlands for offense ranging from prostitution to illegal residence. Another 43
I'm your manager,
due
right?
to arrive in the stress. Go ahead. This thing stress me.
No press from me.
It's not possible. It's not possible. Since another 43 due to arrive from Spain over the same offense. Things are changing, Ogeva commented and gave a faint whistle, obviously not comfortable with the news item. "That's why I don't like the new Monitor," Okoro grumbled. "It is too sensational. Imagine this screaming headline. Is this not good enough to cause a heart attack? Do they want to kill us? Are you sure it is not in the other newspapers?" Ogeva asked, examining the headlines of the dailies with Okoro. "Not at all," Okoro stressed. "Other dailies might present the information in one tiny column, not like this murderous caption. I think this paper is just callous." "Well," Ogeva said after a long silence. "I agree with you. That's their own business, not mine. The repatriated girls were not clever enough." "Yes," Okoro remarked, returning the paper to the supervisors. "Why should they expose themselves to the white men anyway? Asein is well armed. Asein is well armed. He's okay too," Ogeva boasted. "Do you know the names of the charm the native doctor gave her?" He paused, as if waiting for an answer. "The needle," he announced, with a sign of triumph. That's a great one. The needle with the code. The needle must pass through first before the thread can tangle or knot. It doesn't fail, Okifa assured himself. Amazing was called the eye with the cold. The eye does not see the ear. With these charms, the men will rest assured that their children would never be repatriated. As promised, 4 months later, Amazing sent her parents a whooping sum of $50,000. They completed their stately home in 6 months. Already, Ivie and Eki were in this prestigious Igini International High School, all fees fully paid. Nearly 30 months after that, she sent another large sum of money to her mother, which she used to open a shopping mall where she sold clothes, jewelries, and baby care products. At last, their fortune were changing faster than they could ever imagine. The dry Harmattan wind was getting stronger as the Christmas approached. All over Oko, Christmas carols played from businesses. Whatever you do, if they want to take your house or land, you can't stop them. They can just frame up something and tie you up. I know, but you have to do your best. I had to call in JB. Because I don't like the faces I see around these days. Do you know the piece of land at the end of the street? Yes, that's Okeke property. Everyone knows that. Well, it was a fault. It's his fault. He should have developed it. What happened? A young man came from America and bought it around there to build a guest house. That is according to him. He approached Okeke to sell his portion, but he refused. That was it. The ownership changed overnight, and the poor man lost out completely. The matter dragged to the Enoge Palace, but nothing came out. Indeed, the Akatarians had started arriving for the eulogy. The origin of the name was not clear, but people often referred to the men and women abroad as Akatarians. Whatever the name was used, the obvious reference was to their wealth and high social status. Well, the men came in with funky hairstyle and earrings on one or both ears. Some permed their hair, others wove theirs. They drove rare cars and wore jeans. Soon, some wore jeans and leather trousers, even in hot weathers. The girls did not disguise their trade. Some came in very provocative dress, their face heavily bleached. They all met at bars and restaurants in the evening. They drank, smoked, danced, and sometimes fought. Lucky Rabo, Omon cousin, was among the first to arrive. One Saturday evening, he was terribly drunk. It happened at the Golden Bead restaurant, which was located along the main Oko Road before the airport. He occupied the front room of a bungalow, behind which a story building was used as a brothel. The next compound had a clubhouse. So, the next compound had a nightclub. This was the happening place, the busiest place in town. The busiest place in town. The entire zone crawled with half-naked ladies from 8 p.m. till dawn. That evening, at the Golden Bee, Lucky sat with two other guys at the corner, spraying on everyone that came in. You could tell from his accent that he probably came from the United States. I'll be taking a break, a restroom break. We're still reading The Return of Oneze. It's a very inspiring story for young girls. We'll talk about the average life of a girl who was actually trafficked. Thank you. He was huge, with a stubborn face, and always wore a flap-top haircut, a long necklace, and a thick black vest under a jean jacket. He had been drinking and smoking for close to 2 hours. When he was ready to go, he had a problem with the girl he wanted to take home. Another guy wanted her too. "Don't mess with me, man," he fumes. "I'll blow up your head if you don't leave my baby, okay?" "But you met both of us here when you came in, didn't you?" the other man asks. Obviously avoiding a fight. "Chill out, man. Don't try me no more." Before his challenger knew what was going on, he picked up a bottle of beer and smashed it on his head. "Get the hell out of here, you Mother Earth, before I kill you." His opponent ran for his life. As Lucky stretched out his hand for the girl and walked towards his paint scope, some guys in the bar hailed him and gave him some good job part as he went. Amaze was not home this Christmas. She had never come home since she traveled. But this year alone, she had sent large sum of money and 2 new cars to her parents. They were now the toast of the town. Traditional rulers, churches, and even media. Okoro had moved up the social ladder faster than expected, offering interviews on local and national issues. He was constantly invited to chamber adverts and Thanksgiving service in churches and other fundraising occasions, where he donated large sum of money. Before long, he bagged the prestigious Ogududu chieftaincy title. All the people that mattered in the society were present. Legislators, ministers, governors, the clergy, business magnates, and so on. He had joined the League of the Wealthy in the city. Whenever there was a need, he would only need to phone his money-spinning daughter. That same day, he could get the amount through any of the bank operating international money transfer. Chief Okoro, as he was now called, also invested in different businesses concerned, including stocks. 3 nights after the chieftaincy title taking, 2 notable men paid him an unscheduled visit. They belonged to the powerful Ogboni court. They were so powerful that they decide what happened in the community. The court boasted as members top government functionaries, businessmen and women, high-ranking religious leaders, judges, and political godfathers. The men introduced themselves and declared their mission. We congratulate you on your inauguration as the Ogududu of Okogo land. Chief Aziza began. He was the vice president of the club. Undoubtedly, you are now a prosperous man. You have money, children, properties. The only thing you lack now is power and security. If you join us, you will have both, he concluded. Chief Okoro thought for a while. It is a great honor to join the league of the most powerful in the land. So what does it take to be a member? Chief Okoro requested, showing some interest. It couldn't just be money. Well, it depends. Chief Aziza spoke again. It depends on how far you want to go. But we cannot discuss anything here, not even the general requirements. I suggest you meet us at Otuba Hall at 12 p.m. midnight on Saturday. There, we would conclude your initiation rites. All right, I'll be there, Okoro said. There must have been 200 men in Otuba Hall that night, all dressed in official black and red regalia. Some of them hooded. The newcomer went to a flight of stairs to an elevation at the center and stood directly in front of the leaders in the dimly lit hall. Cool sentimental music played in the background. As Chief Okoro took the oath of secrecy, 3 incision was made on both sides of his chest. Some powdered substances were rubbed into the incisions. Then slowly, as if under hypnosis, the neophyte took 2 staggering steps forward, picked up earthen cup filled with red liquid, drank the contents, and went into a trance. One of the officers ran to a corner and picked the branding lion. By the time Okoro woke up, the logo of the court has been branded on the upper part of his arm. The meeting was over. He wore his regalia and went home. That was how he became a member of the most powerful court in the land. Their simple blows of about the gates, lintel of his mansion. There was also a portrait of himself in the full regalia of the court, displayed conspicuously in his sitting room. The portrait was a warning signal to those who wished to tempt him. He had strongly fortified himself against any assaults, whether human, social, political, or spiritual. For some years, nobody heard anything about Frank. After the harrowing experience that landed him in a psychiatric hospital, he went back to the United States. He got an MBA from Harvard. After a while, he returned to Lagos to take over his father's business empire, taking residence in his father's house in the most salubrious area of Ikoyi. He was still a bachelor, although he knew he might never meet Asein again. An image remained engraved in his heart. In spite of everything that happened to him, he could not get his mind off the girl he fell in love with several years earlier. He knew Asein did not reject him. All he wanted now was to see her face, to let her know the truth that he knew. Then and only then would he let her go. One Saturday morning, he discussed his feeling with his cousin Obina. Obina had been with him for nearly 3 months, and as the year grew closer to it, and they were making preparation for their customary visit to Enugu for Christmas, he couldn't stop thinking of Asein. I felt like visiting Oko again, he said. As they had their breakfast, Obina was not surprised. About a week earlier, he had come across a poem on Asein, written by Frank. For several nights, Frank had kept vigil at his grand piano, writing musical notes for the poem, and fingering the keys again and again until words and notes blended into a great composition. When in low spirits, he would walk over to the piano and play. He often began softly until he got to the last stanza, where the note rose to a crescendo. There, his deep voice would become vigorous and enthusiastic. As he played and sang one night, Obina walked steadily down the stairs, down to the living room, and stood behind him. Frank was away in a different world. As he played the last note, Obina cleared his throat. "Is that you, Obi?" he called out, a bit shocked. When he turned around, he saw him and explained, "I thought it was Asein. Each time I strike these keys, I hear her voice echoing back to me. She is my music. examiner picked up the poem and began to read. The dawn of a vision. The dawn of a vision, ever so green, the thoughts of a banished love on the viewless wings of aging hopes, both in the ancient city of blood. In the night, seasons of the painful wake, I see the sacred blossom and hear the dirge of your wasted virginity. For there, beyond the shore of our region, callous fate has played its part, and the vivacity of your cherubic innocence is buried in the shadow of ignorable pimps who drown the dream of your darling youth in the water of indigeneity. Yet, upon my daily watch in solitude, I fight against the daily thoughts that until as immortals we meet, we shall be lost to each other. For your angelic face I must see, to know what you think of me, though it lingered for chills. For in the dawn of that vision, my sun shall rise above the crowd and shatter the gloom of a shameful fortune, and soar above the ruins of frail humanity. I know you still think of Amazing, but I hope you know that it is impossible to marry her now. Besides, excuse me. Besides, she can't be the same person you knew. I know all that, but I want to see her, dead or alive. We parted under false assumptions. Until this moment, wherever she is, married or single, dead or alive, she would think I cheated her. Amazing loved me, and I loved her. Until I see her face, my spirit will not be free. Until I see her face, I can't marry another. It's about 9 years now since you parted. What if she's dead or married to someone else? Well, if she's dead, I can't do anything about that. Otherwise, I need to see her and talk to her. The next morning, they were on their way to Oko, a town in the outskirts of the ancient city of Benin. Frank had not been there since the family visits to Amazing people. Nothing had changed except the king's koi now wore a new look. All the trees around had been painted green and white. Also, along Airport Road now wore a gallon. Along Airport Road now wore a new coat of paint. The city center has been swept clean. The president of the country was paying an official visit to the state. Frank turned into Airport Road and pulled up to a petrol station. A few minutes later, a small two-door Porsche car drove in front of his car. Two guests were at the seat. She wanted to buy table water and a few other things. Frank finished at the pump and drove to the queue. He parked his car on the driver's side. A few minutes later, the young lady came out of the supermarket. Frank removed his glass and looked at the lady again. No, this can't be amazing, I assured myself. His heart beat faster. I hope I'm not going crazy. He pinched himself to be sure he was not dreaming. Well, now he was really confused. What should he do? The lady was about entering the car, oblivious to the presence of any man. Frank took a few strides toward us. Excuse me, young lady. Yes, can I help you? I thought you recognized me. I'm sorry, but I don't. I am Frank. In a second, it clicked. I leaped like a horse onto Frank's body, a shoulder falling all over the place. Frank, she shouted and broke down in tears. That's all right. I've missed all of you so much, Frank said, holding her to his body, patting her on the back. He was almost shedding tears of joy. All the while, Obina watched his cousin silently, mouth agape. But he hoped that their journey was prosperous. They drove straight to the Okoro residence. Her parents were away. The entire environment was new to Frank. He couldn't believe it was in Oko, let alone in Okoro home. Everything was beautiful, glistering. The massive portrait of Okoro on the wall, in full Ogboni regalia, was simply awesome. I wonder what it represented. He went into one of the rooms and soon came back with a bottle of wine. You can see everything she has done for us, Eki said with some excitement. As she peeled Frank's glass, she has been wonderful, but we miss her so much. She has not been home since she traveled. We would have been happier if you married each other. Right now, we don't even know what happened, what is happening to her over there. Christmas is just around the corner. Don't you think she might come home? I think she might. Most of them are already home. I heard my mom say that Ameza will be around this Christmas. That's alright. I'll be coming back from Lagos in 3 days. I would like to hang around for a few days before I finally travel to Enugu. Please, call me on any of these occasions. phone numbers and parted with his cousin. Eki stood transfixed at the gate, wondering as they drove off. She wondered whether she had not been too excited in relating with her sister's ex-lover. But that was her nature, exuberant, outgoing, and very social. Amazing was a model in terms of principles, but with regard to sociability, she was unique. In spite of the enormous fortune of the family, Eki had remained modest and retained all respect. Their new social status had attracted many men to their home. But like Ameze, Eki had kept her relationship with men at a platonic level. She wanted education at all costs. Anything that stood on her way to achieving that goal was thrown away instantly. The year was entirely different for the two. She was extremely introverted and unpredictable. Sometimes hawkish and squeamish, but she was closest to Maria. Yvette was always with her in the shop. It was now the second week in January. The harmattan wind still lingered in the air. Keeping everywhere dry and cold. Most of the ladies who came home for Christmas celebration had begun to return to Europe or America. So also were the men who had joined the family for the year 22. That being a full month of exciting experience for many. For me, all these attitude people, for most Okun people, having one or two children abroad was the ultimate. Having one or two children abroad was the ultimate ambition of a mark of success, regardless of what the child did overseas or his or her level of achievement back home. Some had as many as 7 children scattered in different parts of the world. Most times, this is kept secret. People only knew the secrets during burial ceremonies, when obituary would carry an announcement and would carry the name of the children of the deceased. It was survived by Innocent Odegba, USA, Miss Tina Odegba, Italy, and Cecilia John in UK. The Akates brought much happiness with them whenever they came. Their immediate and extended family members gathered around them to share together what booty they brought from overs. There was always enough food drinks for everyone. But sometimes, Acatarians avoided relating with family members, especially those suspected of having diabolical power. For fear, the fear of witchcraft and spell sometimes kept them away in hotel. However, such people occasionally visited some members of their family. Your phone is 1%. It was a high society party which brought together some of the best musicians in the country, politicians, as well as hip-hop, high-life, journalists from different media houses. Omo and Osas drove to the venue midway into the show. Although Amazing did not come home during this season, her parents hosted the biggest party in town, and many of the Acatarians were there. Omo and Osa drove to the venue. In their usual mini skirts, loose tops, and sunglasses. They knew people were staring at them. At the far end of the compound was a group which seemed not to bother much about the proceeding of the party. They were in a special kind of canopy. They talked to one another most of the time, using gestures and peculiar sign language. Their food and drink were special. They all raised their glass to toast to life, peace, health, and more prosperity. Eki and Ivie sat quietly in a corner. They had found the party very boring. They watched people dance. They wondered why their sister did not come home. Whenever they turned, they saw the labor of Amazing. She was their hard work, an angel. 3 days earlier, they had asked their father repeatedly whether Amazing was coming home. Thrice, he lied to them. She called me 3 days ago that she had to important arrangements. She will call me 1 or 2 weeks. At the first party, Okoro met Eki and Ivie sitting all alone near the fountain. I know you are not happy because Amazing has not come yet. But don't worry. Whenever she comes, let's lay it. Okay. You are not happy because Amazing had not come yet. Do not worry. Anytime she come, it was a bigger party. The party was coming to an end now. Some of the guests started leaving. Of course we are. Well, it was one of the most local, vocal people. He had also told everyone that it was his duty to inform and enlighten people on government policy trust. Sir, the newsman began. Many people are drifting. Many people are drifting out of the States to Europe in a questionable manner for search for greener pasture. Well, God has cleared his truth. As many people as many young people came to gather around the area. They have often heard him on TV. Now it was live. The microphone and the walkie-talkie were already passed against his lips. The cameraman took position. Yes, it bothers me. It bothers me as if there are three. It bothers me as if these young people are persona non grata in those countries. If they are in those geographical entities to perpetuate opprobrium. The crowd was anxious, waiting to hear more jaw-breaking words for which he is known. But I must say here that it is completely a nuisance, iniquitous to sentence our progenies in the diaspora to the abyss of criminality. The crowd cheered in excitement. Sir, another journalist spoke up. Is it true that the government intends to repatriate Okon indigenes abroad? That is purely anathema. The government has not been given any cartel blanquet in this regard. In fact, there is no raising the tray whatsoever to believe such mendacious propaganda by the opponent's political party. Please, sir, the newsman pleaded. Can you simplify the grammar for the sake of the general public? Okay. Mr. Gobert said, and shaking his head. Sadly, I'll do my best. I know it's not easy, but I'll try my best. A nude rally was averted. A few years ago. Do you foresee a situation where women will gather for another nude rally? That will be Magnus for pass, an opprobrium. I was incongruously inconceivable. The women then were bamboos and misinformed. Thank God they were inhabited. Thank God they were pacified, tranquilized, and vanquished. The journalist, in concluding the interview, asked, "Honorable sir, what is your advice to the public?" A final words. They should disregard all form of hocus pocus by the so-called oppugansny who are suffering from claustrophobia, because this contemporaneous events are capable of derailing the ship of state, rocking the boat of our nascent democratic experimentation, and landing all and sundry in a catastrophic catastrophe. Wait it. Sorry, sir. The last word. Do you mean cataclysm? Yes. Cataclysm. Catastrophic cataclysm. He continues to nod, fanning himself with his ezuzu. Government exists for the summum bonum of all and sundry. If everybody plays his part, I can prognosticate that our success is a fait accompli. The newsmen thank him for giving them his time as he walked through the crowd to a waiting car, waving his ezuzu in the air to acknowledge the exuberant cheers. Go that. Meanwhile, the Alcaterians had gathered in small groups of 2 or 3, chatting. They all marveled at the enormous progress Asein had made at home. "You guys shouldn't be surprised," Omo said. She walked at the hot zone. They all hissed and shook their head in disgust. "But that is where the money is," Osa said. She contemplated switching over from her routine street walking. "You have to be careful, girl," Omo admonished. "If Easy had listened to me, she would still be alive today. She would have been in this party with us. But they said she died of pneumonia. That's what they say, but we know better. Easy died a week ago, having been brought home in a critical disease condition 3 months earlier. They all attended her funeral. Kate was not lucky either. But if one new death could be said to be better than the other, hers was worse. She spent all her energy working for her sponsors. Just about the time she started working for herself, she took ill. She was in protracted illness. It was a protracted illness. She couldn't even send anything home to her parents, for she struggled to keep alive. She died just before Omo and Osas returned to Nigeria, although they didn't hear about it until they got home. They were all good friends until the girl was confined in illness. So, what is the latest news about Kate Osasas? When are they bringing her back home? We just have a few days more here. I too have been wondering. When I heard her father say they could bury her abroad. Why? Osas shouted. Her face going pale. He asked the people how much it will cost to bring her back home. When he learned it will cost as much as 450,000 naira. He said they should send the money and bury her over there. He said he didn't have anything to do with the corpse here, because she was sent to make money, not to die, and incur more debt for the family. Can you imagine? Osas was silent for a long time, just staring at one spot. What a word. It's like we are just being used. Nobody really cares about what happened to us. So, you didn't know that before. That's why I've decided to live for myself now. No more Father Christmas. Something struck Osas. Some bitterness welled up in her spirit. I wish I could just settle down and get married, instead of walking the streets of Italy every night like a mad dog. Maybe one day they will do the same with my corpse. Who knows? Perhaps Agnes was wiser than the rest of us. Osas was lost in thoughts. Omo waved her palm across Osas' face. Hello? I hope you are still here with us. We should be going now. They walked to Omo car. Did you hear that Agnes is getting married next summer? They say the guy is a Yoruba and that they met at college. Isn't she lucky? That's a business, Omo replied as she fastened her seatbelt. Turned on the ignition, a voice full of hate and animosity. That's purely her business. I'm not excited about it. Why did she run away? And she calls herself a Christian. Is that Christianity? Didn't the Bible say we should be our brother's keeper? We all left home for Italy to work. Then, all of a sudden, she vanished in hell. Now she's claiming to be a Christian. Let her marry. I hope that Juju will catch up with her someday. Come on, Omo. You're only being jealous. Christians don't have regard for Juju, so he doesn't harm them. No. Did anybody tie your leg? Look here, Osas. Omo had a very short temper. Now our patience has been overstressed. I wouldn't have to talk to you. I wouldn't have you talk to me that way. Why should I be jealous of just a rat? What does she have? Then why are you angry? Osas ventured. Who told you I'm angry? And by the way, how do you know she's a Christian? You want to tell me she's free? Well, I don't know who is free, but I am happy for her. I wish it was possible for me to settle down and marry too. Then, she held up a handbill, and the lady gave her the party. She stared at it for some seconds. It was advertising a church program. I want to have a man I can call my own. I love children. I want to have mine. Omo laughed hard mischievously. I hear they do miracles these days. If you behave well, you might even find a guy that may have pity on you and marry you until he finds out the truth about you anyway. Then, what's the use? Because you will surely come back to square one. She gave her a weird laughter. But come here, Osas, she continued. What's coming over you? Why didn't you think about all these things before now? You remember our school days? You had an opportunity to be like Agnes. We were all standing at the brink of the world then, with unspotted future, stretching almost eternally in front of us. We had a choice. You remember the night you lost your whatever? You should have kept it like Agnes. The boy that slept with you that first time is happily married today with kids you now wish you have. And here you are, wishing the world will turn upside down so that strange being can change things for you. I don't think there is any sense in that. Anyway, I wish you good luck. As for me, the die is cast. I swear, I won't walk this way. Maybe in the next world, if I happen to return here, as some people believe, I know what to do. I'll kill those dirty guys if they ever touch me, she concluded. But I think I'd rather be a man if I come back, Osas corrected. Never, almost swore. Why? Being a woman is great. You have all these guys running after you, and the feeling you get is wonderful. Well, what happened in the end of all this power and demonstration of grace? Osas queried. I don't know. You see, that's where we are right now. They run after us. We are used up like cream. In the end, we are not useful to anyone. Not even to ourselves. We become disposable. And since our humanity is spent, we do not even know what to do. Or even know what we are anymore. Girl, I know what I am. I am Omoyeme Irabo. But that is just a name. Do you look in the mirror these days? How much of a woman is left of you now? I'll be going for a bathroom break. We're still reading The Return of Amazing. just took long. But as you can flaunt them and mesmerize the boys, but as you become older, perhaps in your late 20s, time begins to fly as an eagle in the course of a storm. Hastening away into vanity, you want to hold it back. To slow it down. But the more you try, the more it melts into nothingness. Everything shrinks. Thinking backward is pain. That sucks. Not this one, Thinking forward is fear. She stopped midway, her eyes soaked with tears. Now, it is impossible to distinguish between fantasy and reality. Thank you. They now like paint cartridges. Before now, they only thought about golden days ahead. They had begun to have a rethink. And that two-letter word, if, had begun to give them some pangs. Well, they were already getting old, and there were very little to live for, apart from the few material things they had acquired through pain and agony. Osas has built a bungalow for her mother along Uwa Street Market. That was all she has done with her entire life. Yet, she will return to Italy with her cousin, Lore, in a few days. Or perhaps a little luckier. After the compulsory 2 years of street hawking, she hooked up with an Italian businessman whom she now lives with. She also became the personal assistant to Madame V in recruitment exercise. The campaign against prostitution at home had begun to gather momentum, and the social stigma attached to it was becoming stronger. Now, Omo and Osas are finding it extremely difficult to fully relate with people, except those of their kind. It seems convenient for them to leave their homeland and continue with their trade. Until they do, yes, baby. Until they do, baby.
She's coming.
Until they too would be brought back home from easy. Agnes did not come home like the others. She had actually escaped from Madame V and her associates, as she had planned. Fortune blessed her determination. The night she left with some 7 other girls. She entered a church, made a commitment to serve God for the rest of her life. As she made to leave, a young black lady walked up to her and spoke with a British accent. "Hello, young girl. I am Yabo. Pleased to meet you. I am Agnes. You are new here, I guess. Yes. You are welcome. Where did you live?" Yabo was shocked to hear that she had no home. She called her husband, Dr. Felix Obaze, who had been on political asylum in that country. Well, and one of the ministers in the church. For about 30 minutes after, they listened. The couple and Agnes discussed about all the ugly things that the later and her colleague has passed through. "Sir, you look like one Nicholas. We call him Uncle Nicky," Agnes said. Agnes' husband, the husband and wife, looked at each other in amazement. "Do you know him?" "Very well. He used to hold seminars and workshops in my school. Nicholas was my younger brother, and that was it." Luck shone on Agnes. The young family took her in. They were devout Christians. Thus, Agnes began to chart a new course of life. By the time Madame V discovered her whereabouts 3 years later, Agnes' moral strength and dedication to the Christian faith was so overwhelming that the cunning old trafficker could not withstand her. She had long finished school and was working with a computer firm. The party in Chief Okoro house ended at about 6 p.m. All the guests dispersed, including the Ogboni group. Stars had appeared brightening the heaven, and the half moon had come on shyly near the horizon in the direction of the biological garden. Chief Okoro reclined on a deck chair in front of the water fountain. Meanwhile, Wifo played softly from the hi-fi in one of the canopies. "If you see mommy water, oh. If you see mommy water, oh. Never, never you run away. Hey, hey, never run away." Chief Okoro thought about the words of the song as he shook his head to the music. Mami Water, or the mermaid, was believed to bring fortune to anyone she appeared to. Maybe he had seen one without realizing it. Tell them to reduce their voice. His memory went back 28 years before. One dawn, he had gone to check his fish trap in a nearby stream. He couldn't see clearly because the weather was misty. A woman with extremely long hair stood near the bank, carrying a pot in one hand and an ezuzu in the other. It was a nebulous, ghostly figure, but his mind continued to give it a precise shape. Okoro stood there for about 30 minutes, staring hard at her, until he began to see little kids around the woman. That must be the mommy water they talk about in thought. He didn't run away, neither did he move forward. He stood there transfixed until the object melted into the daylight. Perhaps it was an optical illusion, but as he listened to lyrics of Victor Waifo music, this night he tried to trace his enormous fortune to the experience of that day 28 years before. Chief Okoro had gained great recognition in his community. As he sat alone, well, that night he wondered what influence he would have if he sent his other daughters abroad to join Amaze. If one daughter could bring me so much wealth, honor, and fame, what's with three? I have to discuss this with Amaze and Madam V as soon as possible. It was a promising idea. It made him glow with confidence and hope as he poured out a full glass of champagne for himself. He had to talk to the girls, at least to prepare their mind. Amazeke should have taught them that he had insight into the future. Maria walked in from the back of the house, wondering why her husband was still outside. Amazing, she called. Are you still here? Can't you see it's getting late? What is getting late? He answered. The man still is in front of his house, and you say it's getting late. Is anyone going to scale this fence to kill me here? He queried. Anyway, food is ready, she said, and walked away. Please come back. The woman returned and sat on a low stool. She knew her husband was up to something, sitting all alone outside for that long. I've been thinking about our daughter. EQ and Yvier. Yes? What about them? Is anything wrong with them? I know they've not been happy since morning. But it is all because they missed their sister. Well, that is not what I am talking about. Chivokoro continued. I think we should send them to school abroad. I am sorry, Herr Amazing, he said, standing up to go. What's wrong with all the schools in this country? The one you sent abroad has not returned, I want to send the others. Not in this house. Let Amazing return first, and then we'll think of sending any other person. She went into the house. Okoro followed. He should have presented the matter at a better time. He had to wait till it was right. Perhaps the next day. At about 8 p.m., however, something remarkable happened. The family had finished supper and was about to go to bed. A black van pulled up in front of the house. Two men came out of the van and rang the bell. A uniformed gatekeeper answered, picked up the intercom, and spoke with Chief Okoro. Sir, two men at the gate. They want to see you. Take them to the reception. I will be with them shortly. He was actually expecting two Japanese businessmen he met in Abuja a fortnight before. They had showed him a business proposal that he had been considering. About 15 minutes later, he hurried up to the reception. These guests were not familiar to him. Gentlemen, he began as he took his seat. I am Chief Okoro. Have we met before? Not quite, sir, answered one of them. Are you Amazing father? Chief nodded confidently. The last time he had strange visitors like this, Amazing sent them to give him some money. They were coming to Nigeria and had run into Amazing in Italy. She then gave them a package to deliver to her father. They, however, met him in the company of 4 elders as Okoro prepared to attend a meeting at the Enoge Palace. This night, therefore, he waited for the message. Please, come with us outside. We have a message for you. Two guards and a gatekeeper were standing away from them. One of the guards was already always armed, although no armed robber had visited Chief home before. His guard was always on alert. They wouldn't take chances. His visitors opened the back compartment in the van. There lay a tiny black skeletal object in a stretcher. Amazing had come home. For about 5 minutes, Chief Okoro stared at the object. It couldn't believe his eyes. What are you talking about, gentlemen? This must have been a mistake somewhere. My daughter is overseas. He moved closer and peered into the ambulance the second time. But that's her head on her neck, he thought. Could this be true? Reality began to dawn on him. His voice trembled, his knees knocking against each other, and his entire frame shaking with horror. No, this can't be Amazing, he cried. She laid on the stretcher, a mere skeleton. The little flesh on her body was covered with rashes and boils that broke up every second. She was as black as a charcoal, and her flesh started peeling off the skin of a fire accident, like the skin of a fire accident victim. Chief Okoro was devastated. Can we take her to the hospital? He stammered. There is no need for that, one of the men said. She has been to the best hospital in Europe. There is nothing any doctor can do now. She has been here for the past 4 months. But her condition got worse about 3 months ago. She was flown from Italy to Lagos last night. When her view told us to get her here immediately, they had tried to manage the situation in Europe, but it seemed hopeless. Within the last 9 months, Asein has spent nearly 50,000 US dollars to keep alive. Now, she was getting to the end of the road. Her life tickled away like the hands of a clock. The 2 men carried her on a stretcher towards a room at the back of the house by Chief Okoro, who was afraid to let every member of the family know what is happening. But the men ran into Maria and her daughters, who were already getting worried that Chief had stayed longer than necessary outside. "What are you carrying there?" she demanded. Okoro could no longer hide it. Maria was dazed. She remembered the telephone conversation with Asein. Her feet could not hold her any longer. She swayed backward and slumped. Ekura and Ivia were mad. Their voice rent the dark night. Within 2 minutes, Chifokiwa had 3 women. 3 women on the floor, half dead. Asein could hear their voices faintly, but she was far away in some distant region between the living and the dead. She knew she was home. She could distinguish the voices of her loved ones, but she could not move a limb, and she really wanted to bid them goodbye. Above anything else, she wanted to give parting words to Eki and Ivie, a word that would guide them in the journey of life. But death could not respect the wishes of men. Tears poured down her cheek, down into both ears, as she lay still on the stretcher. King Okoro raised an alarm, and soon all his neighbors rushed in, breaking the usual protocol of entering his compound. Chief Okeva was the first to arrive. "Let's not waste time," he said. Some of the women paced back and down, calling the dying girl, while the rest tried to resuscitate Maria and her children. "Send for the Babalawo immediately. There is still hope. At least the girl is not dead." Some young men dashed out to call the chief of traditional medicine. Oko Shishi of African traditional medicine came in no time. He was a well-respected Babalawo who claimed to have cure for any disease under the sun, including the often dreaded HIV/AIDS. His patients were from all over Africa. As soon as he arrived, everybody heaved a sign of relief. They were sure Asein would live because she got his recent advert on television, which showed 5 men and 3 women being cured of. "Weep not," he told anyone. "I have cured worse cases than this. My patients don't lie. This can be an exception." Everyone waited, hoping against hope that all will end well. They all wanted Asein to live. Although the Okoro family had never been to church, there was a hot prayer meeting at one corner of the compound. When there is trouble, both try all possibilities. The Babalawo entered the room with his apprentice and surveyed his patient. He opened one of his big boxes and brought out a live chicken, strangled it, and held it by the head. And the head touched the ashiki, and the man said almost lifeless body, chanting incantation, was exorcising the demon of death that had gotten into her. Surprisingly, Amazing began to move her hand, her leg, and her head. The juju man was now moved. Then, he brought out a knife and started began to lacerate her already frail body. Then he brought out a sharp knife and lacerated her already frail body. But then to rub it in some gel, she screamed. The pain seemed excruciating as her frail body trembled on the bed. Well, at the same time, the traditional medical expert brought out several mixtures and began to force it down the throat of the patient. He was tired. She screamed again. From her weight, she was succeeding. Medication was taking effect. He also injected some substance into her body. At the end, Amazing began to slobber and gag on her lips as blood and froth flowed from her mouth. In the end, he tied some charms around her waist, her neck, and her right leg. These were to ward off witches and enemies that might come to undo his work at night. He had done his best. He had given up to the Okoro family. He collected a huge advance payment. Nothing will happen to the young woman, he assured, as he packed some of the instruments to leave. I'll be back in the morning to continue the treatment. She's quite lucky. They brought her home on time. Thank you very much, Baba. What would we have done without you? It is my job. God.
Chips. Without it.
Just leave it out. Take it.
Salted chips.
Don't open it up. God has kept me alive to save life. I've gone to different parts of Africa and Asia to save lives. This particular case will be a testimony to the white man that we have medicine in Africa. I like challenges like this because they reveal the potency of African traditional medicine and shows the supremacy. Shifter. Thank you. And shows the supremacy of our medical practices over others in the world. As the Babalawo left, the Okoro family gathered around Amazing. Chief Ogeva was still there. It was now about midnight, but he kept vigil. Can you see that her breathing has returned to normal? Said Ogeva. Yes, replied Okoro. She is now more peaceful. Truly, Amazing pulse had become a bit regular. By morning, you should begin to talk. You should see that life is returning to her gradually. I tell you the truth. Baba is next to one. Okoro smiled from the corner of his mouth and nodded. They had just come out of the nightmare. Everyone went to sleep, except Maria and Eki, who decided to stay up. Frank was at the Royal Palm Hotel when his phone rang. Pick up the headset and listen. Eki, on the other end, hardly coherent, was still in shock. Amazing had been brought home sick, dying. Frank rushed down the stairs, straight to the park, and speed off. Quietly, he had returned to Omo in the second week of January. His heart, as it were, he no longer with him in Lagos. Maybe before he arrived in town, he informed Ekiwo that he would stay as long as possible. No, he muttered, Ameze can die. What went wrong? Why is she at home and not in a standard hospital? Is her case hopeless? An avalanche of moving thoughts. Followed him. He escaped collision at least twice. The Babalawo was just leaving when Frank got there. Eki took him to the back of the house where Amazing was kept. For 15 minutes, he stood speechless, numb with shock. But he must speak with Amazing. This was the only opportunity he had. Amazing was dying. The Babalawo said she would be better by tomorrow. Eki said. Frank nodded in faith. Do you think she will survive? Oh, why not? Frank replied, with God, all things are possible. Not believing a single word of it, he moved forward and bent down to her. Amazing. This is Frank. Immediately, the bed shook. Immediately, the voice shook. She turned her head slowly and opened her eyes slightly, mustering up some strength. The power of love, more potent than death. She knew what Frank wanted to tell her, for she was in that liminal zone between the living and the dead, between mortals and immortal. She was at that point where great dying men made profound utterances for the living, where there were no secrets. Had Frank known this, he wouldn't have been worried about telling her what she already knew. He spoke to her for a while and moved backward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ekio. Amazing turned her head again and looked at the pair. She nodded and closed her eyes. It was a nod of assurance and approval. That sign was unmistakable. No hard feeling. Both were victims. She was handing over her sister to her best friend. Eki looked at Frank. "Did you see that?" she asked, delighted. "Yes, I did." Frank bade Eki and her mother good night and stepped aside. Maria followed him. "My son, please wait for me." Frank stopped and gave her audience. "I am sorry about what I did. I was there when my husband tore the letter you sent her and threw the pieces away. She didn't see it. I should have stood by my daughter." "That's right, madam," he said, and walked to his car. As he drove back to the hotel that night, he felt the freedom he hadn't felt in years. It was a rebirth. His spirit was free at last. The road was empty, except, of course, around the golden bed. When he got to his room, he heard a cock crow. Across the street, and glanced at his wristwatch. It was dawn. He fell on the bed and slept off immediately. Voice is gone. By the next morning, Amenza was gone. She had died at dawn. Her tender life has been sacrificed on the altar of greed and the mindless pursuit of wealth. As she journeyed to the netherworld, she took with her those enviable dreams that grew up with her as a young lady. She wanted to be the mouthpiece of women, but the women folks would have to wait for another Ameze who would show them their rights. Defend them. Defend them. Show them their rights. Defend them pro bono, and motivate them to rise above reproach. But how long the wait would that be? Maria sat still on the floor in her room, surrounded by sympathizers. She was shocked to cry. Eki and Ivie were also surrounded by their friends. Shivokoro paced up and down, confused. His friends from Obinikot also began to find him, assuring him they would track down the deal and deal with the culprit in no distant time. His daughter would have not died without the acts of an enemy. They boasted their extraordinary powers to invoke the killer and punish him. Meanwhile, at the far corner of the compound, some youth are gathered to prepare Amenze's body for burial. Eric, the most senior staff of Okoro's, was to supervise them. He insisted she wore her final dress. She can't be buried in just anything. Please, get me her best dress, he told Eke. Just like that. They're in a hurry to get rid of her sister, she thought to herself. She went upstairs to her maize room, threw out a large suitcase under the bed, and opened it. There were 3 dresses, some jewelries, handbag, and shoes. One of the dresses was a wedding gown. It was the one Frank had bought for Ameze many years back. Eki took it and ran downstairs. Ameze's body had to be carried to the ancestral home, 25 kilometers away from the city, for interment, as demanded by tradition. Her body was borne in a pickup van. Also in the van were Eki, Ivie, 2 of their friends, and a few workers in Okoro compound. None of Ameze's friends were around to pay their last respects, except Frank, who drove behind in his car. They drove slowly to Asein, a small village, and diverted into the 2nd street and into the Okoro ancestral home. The entire compound had been overgrown with weed. The only person in it has long collapsed, and it had become an habitation for rodents and reptiles. The last human occupant of the house was Okoro's father, who was buried in one of the rooms. A few other relations has been buried in this compound, but their grave were never disturbed. Some young men cleared a portion Some young men cleared a small portion behind the house, under an orange tree. There, they buried Ameze. If she were alive to choose a place of interment, this could have been the last option. But now, it mattered very little. Only the living worry about such things. The dead do not feel anything. Ameze's 2 sisters placed a wreath on Ameze's grave and waited until their voices echoed in the small village. They loved Ameze. They couldn't believe that their angel was lying beneath that mold with an orange tree for shelter. They wondered why their father had refused to bury her in their compound in the city or even a public cemetery. They really wanted her grave closed so they could come around to visit. To them, taking their body to the remote village was the greatest disservice to Ameze. A few villagers watched from a distance, and the young men, young men had to carry villagers at the end. As young men finished up, they rushed back into the van that has brought them. That was the end. Unmarried people they all remained silent. Please, the noise. They all remained silent for a while. Ivie broke off to join her friends in the van, whose Angel was already grunting. Frank held out his hand to Eki, and they walked down his car. So what are you going to do now? he asked as they drove back to town. "Fight it," he said audaciously. Frank looked at her again. She was serious, angry. Grief and sorrow were making way for stoic aggression. "Fight what? I know what killed my sister. Imagine how she died, how she was wasted. I'm joining a new vanguard for girls' empowerment right away. I shall fight the traffickers. I shall fight anyone who supports this evil in any way. I shall spend the last pint in my blood for this cause. My sister shouldn't die in vain." Frank was amazed. This is the spirit of Asein, he thought. As he drove in silence, she was resolute. With good education and such moral perspective, this well-focused lady could be a catalyst for change in the society. He knew exactly what to do. He was also angry about the phenomenon that denied him Asein. When they approached town, about 2 kilometers to the woods, there was some commotion in front of them, near the popular Juju shrine, where a witch doctor attended to lunatics. A huge woman waddled across the road, naked, her entire body trembling from excess flesh, and her long, flat breasts flailing against her bare chest. 2 young men and a young lady ran after her, trying to put some clothes around her. "No! Leave me alone," she screamed. "I don't need those dirty clothes." She began to run. They pursued her until she stopped panting. "Tell him to go away. Look at him, Uncle Nicky," pointing at an empty space. "He wanted to kill me. And Asein, she wants to kill me too." The people overpowered her, dragged her back to the shrine, and put her in chains. Madame V had gone mad. Her people brought her to the shrine. They had initially taken her to an orthodox psychiatric hospital, but her situation grew worse. Madame V had a contract to supply over 120 years to 2 syndicate companies in Holland and Spain. This time, the time given for this supply was short. She couldn't wait for the parents of the guests to raise the needed sum. Before then, she had emptied her account to execute a mega contract in Italy. Thus, she mortgaged her house to raise enough money for the trip. The girls were led to by Iziga, who had carefully concealed in some of their luggages certain banned substances. Everything was set. However, They all discovered, a bit too late, that it's not business as usual. Mrs. Mary Obaze and her team have been working on the ground. The sun was red and tired, dropping gradually behind the tree in the blue skies. Madam Sylvie sat at the balcony with Mr. Osariemen over 2 bottles of beer. She waited for the news that her girls had successfully passed through the immigration check. Mr. Osariemen had been without a wife for some time now. Nancy left him when his business empire dwindled and he got himself entangled in some 419 activities. He has been living off Madame V ever since. When she took her last sip, her phone rang. The news came like a thunderbolt. She fell from the chair and became dizzy instantly. When she regained herself, she stormed out of the house into the streets. She heard strange voices and ran in cycle, going nowhere in particular, as innumerable spirits tugged at her. She began to drift into the world of the insane, right at the center of a very busy street. Meanwhile, Chief Okoro and Maria have been grieving at home. It was a taboo for parents to witness the burial of their child. So they stayed at home, wondering who killed their daughter. Among the Oko people, death has never occurred by any natural cause. Someone must be responsible for it. For instance, when a man died, his widow or widows were the first to be screened. When a young woman died or young person died, his or her family consulted Usia to find the killer. So, who killed Amaeze? Chief Okoro sat alone as usual. He was in a pensive mood now, scrutinizing and cross-examining his entire family for a possible culprit. His wife had been an angel, too good for such an Indian's heart. His 2 girls were also let off the hook since their mother was guiltless. The girls themselves were great beneficiaries of Amaeze's benevolence. He thought about his neighbors across the street, but then he quickly remembered that the manfuls were usually members of his household. No other person. So, his neighbor were discharged and acquainted. The girls But then, Edame, no one could really come to his mind than his sister, Edame. She, who was married to an Ijebu man, but she has not been to his house for many years. He couldn't be sure of anything. His occult member had not come up with anything. As he thought about all this, Chief Ogeva walked in. Well, my friend, he said, you need some rest. What happened has happened. It is unfortunate, but you need to take heart. The world is a stage. Everybody plays his part. Amazing has played her part, and she is gone. Life must continue. I know, but she should have enjoyed the fruit of her labor. Whoever did this to me must play with his life. I swear by the Benin praise, I must get to the root of this. I must have my revenge. Should we go to Baba Ozugo? Chief Ogeva suggested he can reveal the mystery in a minute. 30 minutes later, they were on their way. Baba Ozugo was blind but accurate. Whenever anyone was accused of witchcraft or other crimes, and he denied it, the person was taken to Baba's shrine as the last resort. Well, there was always a crowd. People from different parts of the country went there for consultation. It was a Bible of some sort. Different people, different tongue, different trouble. Apart from what those went there for, nothing concerning them. People mostly come for love portion, to turn their lover away from other men. Chief Okoro waited for his turn. The witch doctor introduced his client and his daughter. And your daughter has just died. You want to know the clear? Okoro nodded in her way. Go back home and look in the large mirror in your bedroom. You will find the killer there. Two loved out of his realm. That's into the car. I told you someone was responsible. Chief Okoro, stress. Of course. I knew that from first day. There is no smoke without fire. Well, since Chief Okoro since he joined the court, he had frequently called names. before the mirror in his bedroom. Whenever he did, the people appeared. Then he made them carry out his wishes. When he arrived home, he rushed upstairs into the luxurious bedroom without talking to anyone. He appeared at the magnificent mirror and waited. Whoever appeared there was there. He thought, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Nobody was there apart from his own image. He stood, waiting and trembling. Whoever it is was there. I hope it's not any of my daughters. He thought and prayed. What about Maria? Well, I don't know. He had been in the room for nearly an hour. Ozigo never lied. What is happening? Where is the killer? Amazing heartless killer. He began to yell. Whoever you are that killed Amazing my daughter, show yourself now in the mirror, let me see you. There was no response. After waiting for another hour, he thought he saw an image behind his own. The dark shadow of a woman. Cleaned his eyes and with the palm of his hand and stared at her. The image did what it did. When he looked back, it moved. He was confused. She didn't go back to Zemo. But Guinness had spoken the word, and his words were final. Then at his turn to leave, he went numb. Amazing stood at the door, tall and wholesome, and a sober, angelic appearance. She was mute, but her look was worth a million words. It seems to penetrate his whole being like an ultraviolet ray. He stood there helpless, speechless, trying to remember his incantations. She took 2 steps backward and pointed a finger at him. What do you want? Okoro asked. She shook her head in the negative. Who did it? Silence. Then the entire room began to charge with heavy feelings. As cold shivers overwhelmed the traditional chief. Suddenly, he began to recite his incantation to ward off the spirit. It was impossible. 2 Ubini members downstairs felt the terror of the strange tongue evoking the spirit. They knew there was trouble and rushed upstairs to help him. One of them began to play a tune from the traditional flute. The other babbled in an unknown tongue. Amazing stood like a rock. Suddenly, a strange wind overturned everything in the huge room, including the picture on the wall, smashing the huge mirror into thousands of pieces. Something is wrong here, one of the men said, trembling, as her image dematerialized. Chief Okoro was dazed, drenched in sweat. He sat helplessly on the floor, calling for a wife, but his voice was only audible to himself. Maria was oblivious to the struggles in the room. She was nervous to tell us the struggle with the opioid. She collapsed. She was on her way downstairs to her visitor. When she collapsed, she had just started Amazing, walking up the stairs. The visitor ran to her rescue. He took her back to the rescue. Don't kill her back. Don't kill yourself, Lucy. You see this too? You don't know what is happening here, do you? She exclaimed. Amazing is right here with us. She has refused to go. The guests look at one another in astonishment. After, they began to leave. one after the other. Okoro staggered to one of the windows and drew blinds. Well, the sky was already grumbling. Soon, the rain poured down. The rain poured down. Soon the rain poured down. Everywhere was silent. A deafening silence that seemed to suggest that nature itself was mourning. The last ray of the orange sun faded into the distant horizon. Billions of insects that shriek around the houses. The timid light, shy owls that hooted so constantly in a distant homestead, and even the stubborn bullfrogs that croaked in the marshland behind the cassava. Blending machines across the road were all silent and gagged. Chief Okoro and his family huddled together in a sofa at the corner of his palatial sitting room. They were afraid to go into the bedroom. They were afraid to go into the bedroom as the door kept opening and closing at will. The question of who is amazing began to continue to grow bigger and bigger in their mind. What are we going to do? Asked Maria, dejected now. Maybe we have to live here for a while, Okoro suggested. He pressed the button, and soon Eric was at the door. Go and arrange a lorry for tomorrow morning. Make sure it arrives here before daylight. Yes, sir, Eric answered and vanished into the night. Afterward, the Beninese of Midwestern Nigeria, who formed the major tribe of what we now know as Edo State, are a historically strong people. These extremely rugged people built the splendid moated city of Benin and had a powerful monarchy whose influence transcended their immediate shores. Also, their high-level creativity produces many timeless bronze work that have world approbation for many generations and now adorn many museums around the globe. But we now contemplate all of this with much nostalgia as we witness an unprecedented ravishment of the people's great cultural essence, especially within the last 2 decades. Among the social vices that has constituted this cultural rape is the blatant disregard for the sanctity of womanhood, as multitude of young ladies escape through different routes to Europe and elsewhere in pursuit of survival through the infamous sex slave. Female trafficking and prostitution may have begun to take root in Benin among a relatively small group of adventurous ladies in the late 1980s. Has long become phenomenal with the attendant results of stigmatization of the perpetrators and disparagement of the nation by the international community. But this does not mean that only the Beninese practice international prostitution in Nigeria. In the East, the Niger Delta, the West, the Middle Belt, many young ladies are actively engaged in the trade. However, the number of Beninese involved in the trade is so overwhelming that Moses' serpent, it swallowed up all the others and stand alone. The business environment was nurtured by improvisation policies of prolonged military despotism, which plagued the Nigerian nation for almost 2 decades. And the bunch is citizenry, as the juntas bastardized the economy and plundered the national treasury. The naira which was neatly at par with the US dollar at that time, began a swift downward slide to the abyss of nothingness. From which it never recovered. A lender nation became a borrower nation, and the people were weighed down with the burden of gunmen had returned to the barrack, living in their train, retrenchment, joblessness, and hyperinflation. Ironically, Nigeria, the 5th largest producers of crude for an overly civil service state like Edo, where the Benin lives, the rule of these corrupt military dictators have huge consequences. The people were completely pauperized. They withdrew their children from school and pushed them into the streets to hawk. Underage boys worked as bus conductors from sunrise to sunset to augment their parents' main income. The family became threatened as women explored ways of making money and played down on values of chastity and self-dignity, which had defined the Benin woman for several generations. The people also live in fear of aggression from unemployed youth and hungry policemen. For example, in the mid-80s, there was an audacious invasion in the city of Benin. Well, by armed bandits, which reached a head in 1988. When a gang led by the notorious Lawrence Anini looted bank, chased policemen everywhere, and startled the entire junta. When the gang was eventually caught, a wave of shock went through everyone. Through the entire nation, as policemen were implicated in this crime. Almost at the same time, Miracle Bank, Miracle Banks, operating under several names, such as Planwell, Goldland, Monetary, and so on, began to take root also in Benin City. The people thought their long-awaited salvation had come, as they sold whatever they could lay their hand on to invest in. The scheme, but with the eventual collapse of this bank, the people became disillusioned and helpless. And with the debilitating effect on the Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, little hope of survival was gone. The naira virtually died, and foreign currency became so attractive that Nigeria was ready to take their stance any chance. Well, and dime the consequences. Female traffickers capitalize on these conditions and the entries corruption in the world to promote sex and its trade, which brought them great dividends. Therefore, the story of Asein combines recognizable historical facts with fiction, with the aim of opening a window through which the outsider can view the intricacies of the people's disposition to the sex trade. That is to raise the veil so that the outsider can view more broadly the people's passion and struggle for survival, and the various constraints that predispose them to sex trade. Moreover, since the society at large plays a significant role in shaping the course of an individual or group, these roles have also been explored to show how they make or mar the individual or group. However, it is important to note that in presenting this incident, there have not been a strict adherence to linearity, time, and place. For example, while the work is set around 1987 to 2002, the Great Nude Rally was billed to take place during the course of writing this book. Although it may not have been the first time such a threat has issued. Also, Barrister Godot, who bombarded the people with high-sounding, unfamiliar expressions, is a festive smile of a political figure in the present democratic dispensation, and is simply a metaphor of the inability of the government to fully identify with the experience of the people. Furthermore, Agnes Omoroge is threatened by what is now known in Nigeria as corporate prostitution, which has become endemic, especially in the banking industry. An official of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, while faulting the committee set up by bankers to investigate the malady, described the development as a national disgrace with regards to its mode of operation. The comrade said, "These people, bankers, give these ladies unimaginable targets and tell them that they must achieve it at a specific period or get sacked. They force the ladies to wear outrageous clothes that exposes their body and encourages them to sleep with would-be customers, inasmuch as the person is prepared to deposit big money in the bank." The problem of prostitution, therefore, whether in the street of Benin, Calabar, Lagos, or Italy, or within the high-rise structure of corporate organizations, have become an issue in Nigeria. An issue that is closely connected with money and people's attitude towards its accusation. With the emergence of the Idia Reliance in Edo State and the Woman Trafficking and Child Labor Eradication Foundation, WOTCLEF, at the national level, together with the sensitization of awareness campaign in the media and foundation of international sex trade among the Edo people, in particular, and Nigeria in general, may be heading for the rocks. In my opinion, however, any successful campaign against sex trade must sufficiently educate the people about the pros and cons of the illicit business, and also provide a viable alternative for their economic survival. Otherwise, another great nude rally will be inevitable. From birth to death, a Benin cultural voyage compiled by Sam O.U. Igbe. ISBN 978-978-853-4167. chapter 1. The Benin traditional concept of God, Osariemen Asein. The Benin learns from their folklore that Agbon, earth, was founded by God through his children. Before this, the surface and expanse of the earth was covered all over with water. God has sent 4 of his children from heaven, to find the earth. Before they left heaven, they were privileged to take what they thought they might need. The elders choose riches. The fourth, the elders choose riches. The next, wisdom. The third, mysticism. The fourth and the youngest, prompted by a bird called Owowo, choose a snail chair which was lying somewhere in the hall. Having chosen it, he examined it and discovered that it was full of sand. He was disillusioned, but his father congratulated him and his choices and advised him to empty its content on arrival of earth, wherever his spirit directed. Wherever you empty it, land, Oto, and we appear, Oto will appear, which will be yours to own and dispose of at will. His father had told him. On arrival, the youngest child could not wait to carry out his father's bidding. He emptied the content of the chair on the water, and they found on earth and land emerged from the depths of the water. Thereafter, he told his siblings that they were free to live on the land, but on the condition that they deposited their possessions from their father on it. 2 of them agreed, but the elders, Olokun, refused. He insisted that he would rather live in and rule over what was left of the waters. He took his riches with him. The brand new earth took on its own piece of godliness and importance from the time it was created. By God, through the youngest of the siblings. And it had a great impact on the life of all Beninese who eventually lived on it. They believe that all their deities are of God, Osanobwa. God features in all they do and say at ceremonies and also in the healing of their sick. They reflect upon the presence of God at home, at work, and at play. This folklore story is a strong testimony of God's mystic power and a compelling influence on the concept of God by the Beninese. The resource material for the topic, the Benin traditional concept of God, is therefore found in their oral tradition. R.E. Bradbury, a student of Benin tradition and culture, once observed in one of his works that all that is known of Benin, belief, ceremony, rituals, and funerals are acquired through oral traditions passed down by their forefathers. The oral traditions include myths, legends, stories, folk tales, song, incantations, or sweet words, dances, liturgies, rituals, proverbs, pithy saying, adages, and riddles. Some of these oral traditions also appears in the work of art and craft. Symbols and emblems of work, names of people or places, shrines, and other sacred places, which usually converge religious feeling, sentiment, ideas, and truth. In this context, one needs to emphasize that oral tradition is an authentic, consistent, and valid source of knowledge, very strongly obvious and available in Benin socio-cultural practices. In accuracy as a tool for understanding the Benin past and present concept of God is therefore never in doubt. Even so, efforts will be made to focus attention on their perception of God, the Supreme Being, the Omnipotent, the Judge, the King, the Unique, the Omniscient, the Perfect Creator, the real spiritual entity, the merciful, loving, kind, and sympathetic. God as Supreme Being. The Benin people see God as a Supreme Being who has absolute authority over everything in the universe. To them, all power derived from Him, and all creation owe their existence to Him. Put simply, He is the King of all kings, and there is nothing He cannot do. Every success in life depends on His boundless grace. There's a folklore story in Benin Kingdom which captures the absolute supremacy of God. It states, once upon a time, there were 3 children of God, Olokun, a male child, whom he loved very much. Ogiwu, also a male child, and Obiwe, a female. She was the eldest child. However, because she was a woman, she was ranked 3rd on the list. Because God loved Olokun, He gave him mystic power and assigned him the responsibility of providing children, wealth, and other comforts of life. With time, Olokun became very rich. It was at this point he became arrogant. One day, he boasted that he was richer than God. God was amused by Olokun's boast, and he challenged him to a contest, which would indeed determine who was richer. Olokun accepted the challenge. On the appointed day, God sent the chameleon with a message to Olokun home that he should come to the assembly point in preparation for the assessment to their respective palaces. What was found during such visits would expectedly be used in determining whether God or Olokun was richer. The chameleon walked slowly, steadily, and majestically to Olokun's home. On arriving there, he announced his mission through Olokun courtiers to him. When Olokun got the chameleon message, he came out to receive him. However, on seeing Olokun, the chameleon surveyed his dress and immediately changed into it. Olokun felt embarrassed to discover that one of God's smallest servants was wearing the same dress as himself. He had thought his wardrobe was incomparable, so he rushed into the palace and wore another choice dress. When he came out again to receive the chameleon, he found to his chagrin that the chameleon was also dressed in his new dress. One more, he went back into the palace and wore another dress that he conjured the chameleon wouldn't have. He felt insulted that the chameleon was taking him on in a preliminary dress contest when the real one with God was yet to begin. But on arrival at his gate, once more to welcome the chameleon, he saw him again, dressed up like himself. At this point, it dawned on him that the chameleon could match his wardrobe, which he always thought was unique and personal to him in the whole world. And the scale of arrogance fell off his eyes. He realized with humility that God, his Father, was indeed richer and supreme. It dawned on him that God's supremacy was unchallengeable and incomparable, as he could not only compete with a chameleon who was only a messenger of God. In the Benin traditional religion, there is a prayer said by the Ikebu at an Osagbaye God altar during Oloku initiation, which acknowledged God, absolute supremacy, and rulership of the universe. Another evidence of God's absolute supremacy is the universe in the Benin belief in its universalism. To them, God is one, even though he is called by different names. And worship in diverse ways. That explains why it is unacceptable to say that the Benin engage in polytheism merely because they believe in the pantheon of over 800 divinities. The opinion arises from the misinterpretation of the Benin religion worldview. The truth, however, is that the Benin worship only one God through the intermediary roles of the divinities. The Beninese have also been wrongly labeled as practicing religious pluralism because they simultaneously worship God through their divinities at their respective shrine or altars, as well as old worship session at their Holy Arosas Cathedral in Benin, established by Oba Kenzua II. Such accusation only shows that the critics do not comprehend that the Benin concept of God universalism, a fundamental requirement of this concept, is the Benin belief that God can be worshipped in different coterminous liturgical ways which are not only mutually reinforcing but deepen their reverence for Him. To the point must be emphasized that what the Benin simply attempt to do with the setting up of the Holy Arosas Cathedral in Benin is to domesticate Christian Orthodox religion by using the effective symbols of Benin language and Oloku in worship as replacement for the imported ones in Christianity. Through this unique mode of worship, the Beninese are able to create more intense religion, sentiment, and consciousness of God's presence. The Beninese can more easily access God through the unique cultural tool of their language. An Olokun, which anyway effectively plays the role of God, Son to them, just as Jesus Christ does to the Christian religion. God as creator of the universe. According to the Beninese, God created the universe ex nihilo, that is, out of nothing. The implication is that the world was a big void of darkness before God's creative energy gave way to the birth of His superintending laws. The Beninese believe in the dynamism of God's energy for creation. They see Him as a father creator who creates and uncreates. This is why they call Him Oriole, since God also gives life. The Benin say He is imbued with the absolute, unquestionable power to take it. To exemplify this religion's way of God, the Benin call Him Osanobua, Ogodua, which translates means the creator who sustains and controls the universe. Osanobua, Ogodua. In its creator role, the Beninese believe that God assigned to every man before his death a guardian spirit, and a personality soul. The former helps to actualize his destiny, while the latter defines his human essence on earth. Jointly, they chart the choices of his life journey on earth, which an oracle can reveal on the day of the man's birth. Guardian spirit, personality soul. The Benin belief in the idea of guardian spirit and personality soul is the concept of reincarnation. What they meant by this concept is that during the creation, God made provision in the land of the book. The meaning of witchcraft described in this book as a place of rest and refreshment, where souls await their turn to re-enter another body to enable them reincarnate. Ọba Erediawa, in a public speech, see the book Moonlight at Noon by Chief D.U. Edebiri, delivered under the auspices of Center for Social, Cultural and Environmental Research, University of Benin. Further elucidates on the Benin concept of reincarnation is words. You see, taboos and sanctions are directly related to the base on the fear of God Almighty, before whom we traditionalists believe all must stand in judgment, which judgment everyone brings to his head back to the world again. The law of karma, as some people call it. By ignoring them, therefore, in the name of modernity, society is turning away from God. The Beninese also believe that the land of the dead and man's earthly existence are continuous. Implied here is the idea that the departed soul continue to live on in the hereafter. It is therefore possible for earthly man to communicate with them as well as experience their influence on him. The Benin further believe that the gates to the hereafter is at a village called Woton in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State. Benin's living in this village sometimes give testimonies of how they encounter the spirit of the dead relative as they make their way to the hereafter. God omnipotent. One of the fundamental beliefs of the Benin is that God is supposed to are trying to build Benin is that God is omnipotent. By this they mean that God is the most powerful being in the world and universe. He is the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. He is not limited by time or space. Everyone is subordinated to his awesome power, authority, and influence. God has the potential and kinetic power to do all these things, being the source of all power in the universe. Put succinctly, the Benin see God as the first and last cause in all human affairs in the region. Well, Everything and all living entities in it are under his undisputed control. He is superior to both physical and invisible forces. The wind, earthquake, flood, landslide, and the rest, they obey me. Even all these attributes are assigned to me through him. He's also is superior to both visible and invisible forces. The wind, hurricane, earthquake, flood, landslide, and other destructive agents in the universe are subject to his dispensing authority. Given all these attributes assigned to God, the Beninese call him the unique name Osanobua. He is also called Udazi, the unshakable, Osaneugiabi. The Benin believe God is omnipotent, so they treat him with the greatest reverence and honor. They therefore fear to offend him. God omniscience. The Benin also ascribe omniscience to God. J. Omosede, Awolalu, and P. Adelumo Dokpamu in their book titled West Africa Traditional Religion, says that God believed to be all-knowing, all-seeing, and all-wise. Well, the Beninese also describe omniscience to God. God is believed to be all-knowing, all-seeing, and all-wise. In other words, God can see all things. In other words, God can see all things, including our most secret thoughts. Indeed, He is not balanced. To demonstrate the belief, they have been saying, if you plan evil, God sees. Osariemen, Benin call God Akpama, the bag of wisdom, in honor of all his knowing omniscience. God as an ultimate judge. As the Benin religion, in the Benin religion worldview, God is the ultimate, wisest, best judge. Well, is therefore the signing source of all Benin's. He is therefore the spring of sources of all good laws, morality, holiness, and righteousness. He dispenses this value with abiding impartially as well in silence. Sin is a reproach to him, hence he punishes me with songs I like. Well, sin is a reproach to him, hence he punishes the sinner while rewarding the righteous. And in a bid to conscientize man's conscience to enable him to live his work. Then, to live in his predestined moral life. He punishes the sinner while rewarding the righteous. The Benin will further tell you that no one evades God's full sanctions and righteous judgment because he is omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient, having a comprehensive knowledge of the minutest details in their action. The Benin's believe that God is no respecter of anyone. Well, this explains why his judgment is firm, fair, and equitable. In Benin cosmology, it is accepted too that God appoints divinities to act as intermediaries for him in overseeing the affairs of man. According to this view, these divinities have to be used for imposing moral sanction. Transgressions, commitments against God, the divinities, fellow man, the government, or societies. Following this reasoning, the Beninese hold the view that as of effort, whether with or without dubious, universe. The Beninese also believe that God is the last hope of the oppressed. Why everyone dreads his wrath? Because of this Benin leave litigation cases with him when human justice is outside their reach. You can then hear Benin say, Osaboyene, Osamudiame. I'll be going on a break, on a restroom break. The book we are reading is made by our father in Benin here, From Birth to Death, a Benin Cultural Voyage by Sam Ibe. It's a nice book that talks about our culture, our tradition, and our history. My sister. Which name? Can I this your no, not can just put in your neck.
No, see me everything they have. Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
What up to the rest?
God as the supreme being. God as the supreme King of Kings. Earlier on, the Benin anthropomorphic view of God as judge were discussed. As a result of this, is configured as the absolute sovereign of the heavens, earth, and the underworld. He controls rain, noise, as well as rules over them. The Benin believe that God is the Father of all, for all and with all. In other words, they practice Godocracy. For all of those reasons, the Benin consider him as deserving of man's total submission to his will. Music, he's playing music. Music. One implication of Benin acceptance of God's superior absolute kingship is the belief that the world is basically run on a theocratic organogram. At the top of this organogram is God, while immediately under him are the divinities, Oba, deities, and lesser spiritual beings in that descending order. Each one of them has his or her defined executives, as well as legislative and judicial powers and functions. The Oba, on his part, is God's chief representative on earth. He and other beings are all subservient to God's control and supervision. In that order, they only act on his behalf. The Benin theocratic view of God is inspired by the bureaucratic model of the Oba political administration. Essentially, it is one in which the Oba, sitting on his sacred throne, operates as an absolute monarch, assisted by loyal subordinate chiefs and defined rank, statute, obligations, duties, and responsibilities. In this capacity, the Oba is seen severally as the undisputed chief representative of God. He is the #1 traditional priest in Edo, as well as the leader of his own people to capture this Oba essence. The Benin assigned to him the names Adimila, God representative on earth, Obane Ogoduawe Akpamuna, the Oba that God gave his form or image Hierarchy in Benin cosmology. God. Sanelgodua, Akpama, Udazi, Riole, Ova, Ordinova. Sub-God, sub-goddess, deities, spirits, ancestors, lower souls, lost souls. Due to the fact that the Oba is seen as God's chief earthly representative, the people respond to his prayer with the word Ise. May the prayer request routed through the Oba to God and the Supreme Being be answered accordingly. The Benin daily celebrate the Oba, who is seen as an embodying God, ending everlasting divinity, with the prayerful words Oba Gato Pae, which translates to Oba, may your reign be long. God as a real spiritual entity. Despite the fact that Benin see God as an invincible spirit, his existence, nevertheless, is considered real in practical terms. Obaire Diawa, CFR, at the opening session of the Benin Anglican Diocese Synod on June 3, 1918, affirmed this Benin cosmology when he declared, "As you must be aware by now, I am a traditional ruler who believes very much in tradition. I have read a bit, but I cannot claim to be a Christian, though I believe in God Almighty." Certainly, the belief in God Almighty by the Oba is another way of saying he accepts that God is real, since he personifies all Benin. Then, logically, his view represents theirs. All over Benin, it is common to find, people, it is common to find Benin names which incorporate the message of God reality. Example, there are men like Osa, Sarodio, Sayande, Osariemen. Writing about such names, St. Prof. Mbiti in his book can get to know those names easily. Somebody like me now. Okay.
Go, baby.
Certainly, the belief in God Almighty by the Oba is another way of saying he accepts that God is real. All over Benin Kingdom, it is common to find Benin names. Osaro, Osarodio, Osayande, Osarogio, Osarogiagbo, Osaoi Oto, Ukumunagbo, Osai. Writing about such names, Prof. John S. Mbiti in his book, African Religion and Philosophy, says, over time, such names become lifelong testimonies of particular concepts of God, by which people want to express. And when so used, the concepts are immortalized, made concrete, and externalized. Also, To be found in the Benin Kingdom are song, aphorism, and proverbs, which demonstrates the Benin religion's view that God is having in my head. Also, to be found in the Benin Kingdom are songs, aphorism, and proverbs, which demonstrate the Benin religion view that God is a real spiritual entity. Below are some example. Osariemen Asein, Osariemen, Osariemen Asein, Osariemen Asein, Osariemen Welsa. God uniqueness. God uniqueness to the Benin is never in doubt. This is where they describe him in superlative terms. For instance, they see God as an invincible, incomparable, unfathomable, indescribable, and incomprehensible being. The Benin have no image, painting, or drawing of God. Only emblem and symbol are used to represent him. These include Uverie Otan, life, Laterifora, clay pots with water, cowries, shock, new Buddha tree, etc. This behavior is a proof of their objectivity and artistic rationality. That is, it is humanly impossible to capture God, abstract spirituality, in concrete, visible. Of course, this judgment of the wisdom also showcased in other religions, which similarly have no earthly representation of God. One element of Benin belief is that God is unique in what they see him as, an immoral spirit who alone exists of himself. Well, to the Benin, one element of Benin belief that God is unique is that they see him as an immoral spirit who alone exists of himself and his definite imperfections. To the Beninese, God is the same yesterday, today, and I will see him forever. There has no name when I came, no building. He's the everlasting, unchanging changer in the universe. The Benin call him Jehovah. That That is the excellent one. Because of God, limitless spirituality. Because of God, limitless spirituality, the Benin believe you understand all language. Oba Akinzwa II, 1933 to 1978, once remarked in reaction to Christian self-religious in Benin that to show the uniqueness of God, the Beninese describe him as the author of day and night, circle of what it was. To show the uniqueness of God, the Benin describe him as the author of day and night of the secondary school circle of then. Like other world religion, the Benin also believe in the unique transcendence and immanence of God. God transcendence and immanence of God. God transcendence, according to them, implies that he has a silent, withdrawn, and remote existence. In faraway heaven, where he resides. However, a Benin inseparable complementary attribute of God describe him as possessing immanence. This means that he is everywhere. Where they see the proof everywhere. To them is the ever-present air, wind, star, sky, illuminating sun. Without his supervisory control, this country would not die in his hand. Neither would blood cross through human vein, lungs ventilate breath, and cross through human vein. Another evidence the Beninese give to show God transcendental immanence is that during its conception, he allots to every person a guardian angel, and a personality soul. What of them determine a life profile. Well, a critical component of Benin belief is the transcendent immanence of God, in the view that God is everywhere at the same time. Everywhere you can be trapped, anywhere you can stop you. Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and support in all notification. Thank you. Therefore, you can hear Benin people offer this short or long prayer to God, as the case may be. Short prayer said during emergencies, on fearful, lonely days, road, bush path, or love. These are called ejaculatory prayers. Oh God, help me. Salobo abumere. Sanin dazu. A long prayer said is a fixed, sacred, organized place. The prayer is offered by a priest or priestess while carrying a bowl of water and help. Intelligent festival. The ground and sky come and put efficacy into this bowl. Trees, herb, and leaf come and put efficacy into this bowl. God is perfect. In the Benin religion view, God is also technically perfect, meaning that no one is perfect. Where, under qualified profession, consummate artists see nature in all its aesthetic beauty. Much more, what is constructed into one. God is constructed as one with infinite morals. Hence, the Benin says he is blameless in all transgression and faced by man. In fact, his own misjudge and he does not believe it to do evil to raise people up. Rather, he is misjudged and his infringement of God's immutable commandments and will. John S. Beatty, author of African Religion and Philosophy, giving an insight into the commandment, and I will note, God has a personality, and in this personality, there is a will which governs the universe and the life of mankind. Personality don't finish. A fundamental dimension of the Benin view that God is perfect is their complementary remark that he has boundless purity. Traditional priests and priestesses, as well as worshippers, keep all altars, shrine, or templates and themselves physically and ritually clean. Liturgies are taboo, Jesus, cleanly outlined to avoid Benin only offer to God choices sacrificial item obtained through appropriate moral conduct, not the spoils of the office. That is, because of their belief in God, unfathomable wrath, the spells will not work, but they will not feel it. Unrighteousness, for example, God forbid alcohol here. Why does it? It's really no alcohol. God as a merciful, loving, kind, and sympathetic being. The Benin see God as a benevolent sovereign of the universe. He's sovereign. He's suffering. The Benin see God as a benevolent sovereign of the universe. It's a benevolent server that doesn't even have money to buy something for his ransom. Convene. Put simply, the Benin believe in the providence of God, and God as such. Benin bestow the man, the only one capable, and I will add one. Similarly, is seen as having the ability to provide all our needs, inclusive person. Okay. Similarly, is seen as having the ability to provide all items, including victories in competitive undertaking like sports, politics, etc. This is why, after a good outing, football matches, election, you hear the Benin say, God did it for us. Osariemen. The Benin believe in divine providence, gives them absolute confidence, still push them to live on. During the religious ceremony, we've already gone over. You need to put it everywhere. So, the believers, however, have a counter-healing, balanced view of God, provided that He also dispenses punishment, directly or indirectly, through the divinities, deities, and other lesser spiritual beings, for all forgiven. This character of God as a judge, according to the Benin, does not mean that He is benevolent to them, but it demonstrates His sovereign moral righteousness, fairness, and impartial in just about the universe. Conclusion. From the foregoing, a discerning mind will arrive at the following conclusion. First, any traditional ruler in general and the conceptual do not accept us. However, as the metrics and their culture, I feel for them more. Yes, I feel for them more. So his religious activities is covered as well. Unique Orthodox session. In his celebrated work titled Meaning of Witchcraft, anthropologist G.P. Gardner, in a subtle way, say witchcraft, this is a study and you don't offend it. This is what I am. You don't want to judge me like that, judge me like that. Secondly, don't Greg for me. I put all this into my name because I have for me to acquire. So, critics who disagree with the point do so usually on the ground that the Beninese, like other ethnic groups in Africa, do not have sacred texts from which a comprehensive, systematic knowledge of God can be obtained. However, this viewpoint is mistaken. The Benin see their oral tradition, from which their concept of God is evolved, as transitioned and bequeathed. I'm talking about. By them, by God, as well as comparable to all involved. Benin oral tradition lies in the blood and heart of everybody. So, an outwardly in their song, proverb, wisecrack, innuendos, folktale, names, epigrams, stories, myths, as well as legend. Researchers have shown that it is possible for Benin oral tradition to accurately define who God is without misjudgment. Invariably, it is unacceptable to claim that only God's sacred texts give insight into the divinity of God. The point needs to be made that all religions are equally circumcised in their knowledge of God because of his mysterious character as succinctly enunciated. In the doctrine, Deus Abbas Contitus es Revolutus, in street terms, the phraseology means that God has both a human and a revealed side. Religion that is now man-made can therefore not claim total exclusive reports of God. Of Bolaji Ido, for example, in his church, what we're saying is maybe that's why I should do it. So I don't know. What has been shown so far is that What has been shown so far is that based on the fundamental handicap of all religion in knowing God fully, it is self-glorification for any religion to say that the concept of God of the Benin is confusing or not comprehensive. Now this thing they do. Let me don't be shout. The shirt is not it. At present, no religion can claim all the knowledge, since none has empirical knowledge of God, hidden, unrevealed, and mysterious self. Only the reverent knowledge of God is available to man. And from this, he has developed his concept of God. His position as a Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, African, traditionalist, or a Benin traditional religionist, notwithstanding, there is really no epistemology basic for criticizing the Benin concept of God. The Benin traditional religion has also produced saints as well as men and women of exalted character. Thirdly, the Benin believe in God and worship him with great reverence. At no time do the people practice idolatry, politism, or plural religion, as Perenor Bardium, a Catholic missionary, alluded to it in his critical 1885 book titled Fetishism and Fetish Worshippers. Strictly speaking, the Benin only practice monotheism of a pure form. There is no single true evidence of atheism, idolatry, or polytheism in their thoughts, words, and deed. This fact has been explained at several fora by the Benin exponents of Africa traditional religion and its scholars. Osariemen CFR, Oba of Benin, took time to provide critical insights into this issue at the opening section of the Benin Anglican Diocese Synod on June 3, 1980, when he observed, even when the worshippers, the Benin person, kneels before his shrine, he first calls on God, the Father, to shower his blessing on him. He knows that it is not the wooden staff or what we call ure or other image on the shrine that he is worshipping. No, the native knows God, but he also knows that his departed ancestors is over there to intercede for him before God. After all, injunction is, thou shalt have no other God at all, but these others must be subordinate to God, the Father, and not be allowed to take pride or place in our thoughts and belief. Evidence of direct worship of God in Benin Kingdom and of indirect worship of Him through the intermediary of their divinities and deities exists. For instance, the Beninese have Osariemen Asein altars dedicated to God worship. During the reign of Oba Esige, 1540 to 1550, the Benin people established the Arosa Shrine in Benin City, where God was worshipped. This shrine is still in existence today. It is a shouting distance from the Holy Arosa Cathedral set by the Oba Akenzua, 1933 to 1978, where the Benin liturgy is adopted by the people to deepen their direct religion experience with and worship of God. All said, there are three of such shrine altars, namely Arosa at Besama Junction, Imose, at Benin Saple Road, and Holy Arosa Cathedral at Akpakpava Road. Through these places, the Benin undertake a trinity of religion worship of God. The issue is being canvassed here is that the Benin believe wholeheartedly in one living, indivisible, supreme God. Their only oral tradition teaches that God is the creator of the universe, is omnipotent, is omniscient, the ultimate judge, the undisputed King of kings, blamelessly perfect, incomparable, merciful, loving, and sympathetic, and has transcendent immanence. This concept of God in obscure or idolatrous neither is hypothetical but in their external observance and from the depth of their hearts. The Benin uphold the idea of God, who is the absolute sovereign of the universe. They believe these words of Jeremiah in chapter 29, verse 12 to 13. You will find when you pray with all your heart. The 10 Commandments of the Bible existed in the Benin oral religious history and liturgy before Christianity. They came with the colonial missionaries in the 15th century. The commandments are and have been inherent in the Benin culture and tradition ever since the Beninese began to live in communities. Ritual performance in Benin traditional religion, chapter 2. Sweet you, Egbogwe. Introduction. The traditional religion of the people of Benin, Nigeria, animates and regulates all spheres of their life. It is an important aspect of their cultural, physiological, and aesthetic experience. Their religion, belief, and values encapsulate their understanding of the metaphysical world. In its analysis, EBA 1986 describes an integrated system of life that is interpenetrated and molded by an existing traditional religion. He has said also that the people of Benin are decidedly polytheists, but uphold the sovereignty of a supreme being, the Creator, God, Osanobwa, whose position is never compromised. In conveying this notion, every religion worship commences with prayer and supplication to the Creator, God, as a testimony of His supremacy. The Benin pantheon of divinities consists of several deities, Olokun, Ogun, Ofia, Okiae, etc. All of them are venerated. Apart from deities worship, ancestors and various spirits are other identified as intermediaries between the Creator and man, occupying prominent places. The triple cord of ritual, belief, and institutions are the essential elements of African traditional religion, as Trimigan 1968 rightly observed. This is indeed true of the traditional religion practice in Benin. The above evolve out of the people need and desire to forge a bridge between two cosmological existing realms, the tangible world of the living and the invisible realm of the supernatural entities, Agbon and Emi, respectively. In fostering such a link, and through it, the people actively attempt to harmonize their life with the beyond. Religious experience generally evolve around the experience of the sacred, and in turn, the fulcrum of a series of social relationships that arise to support them. It is against this background that the performance of ritual in Benin is viewed. The focus is on the meaning, the purposes, and the type of ritual, as well as procedure and significance of this principal aspect of the Benin cultural heritage, the meaning of rituals. The term rituals can be viewed from two perspectives. Firstly, as the rites aligned with ceremonies, and secondly, as a traditional or set ways of perpetrating religious worship. Simply put, ritual performances are religious observations carried out by accredited religious functionaries, priests, priestesses, devotees, etc. The purpose of ritual performances, as chief priests Ebon rightly observed, is to ensure the continuity of religious pattern and to convey the messages of religion. The various rituals performed by the people of Benin are the principal avenue through which they express their attitude towards the supernatural and the outlet to communicate and commune with the supernatural entities. Origin of ritual performances. The root of these religion practices is deeply embedded in the African traditional religion. It stemmed from the need to maintain a cordial relationship between the worshipped and the worshipper. The ultimate aim is to ensure that any upset of the equilibrium of this existing relationship is rectified and restored. The functions of ritual. The system of worship in Benin is eminently practical, with various rituals designed and geared towards the objective channeling of the supernatural dynamism which control life and everyday issues of human existence for both individual, society, welfare to a positive advantage. The Benin Pantheon is highly complex and recognizes many deities and religions' beliefs and practices. Their religion is a way of life which contributes to the integration of the individual personality and helps to ensure amalgamation of the fellowship of the practitioners. Thus, the principal function of their religion endeavor is to enhance the well-being of the society by maintaining the sustenance of the societal moral order. Put differently, the expression of their religion belief through the performance of ritual not only underscore the metaphysical significance and essence of their existence as a people of culture, but also inherently stresses that the practice has added advantages of ensuring public morals, piety, justice, fraternity, equity, and fair play. These are the ideas which the traditional religion of the people reflects on as the very essence of their rites and practices, and the tenets which they strive arduously to uphold and sustain. It is therefore no surprise that in spite of the brutal assault on it from the several forces of acculturation, the traditional religion and its associated rites and practices have persisted and endured through time. The types and purposes of ritual. The basic reason why human worship, as Orobu 2001 informed, is to enable mortal cope with the intransigence of the natural environment and its dynamic effect on human activities. The type and purposes of ritual are divergent. The various kinds can be classified into two broad categories, namely societal or communal ritual and personal or individual ritual. The actual performance, through superficially festive in nature, is deeply religious at base, and functional intent being the renewal of allegiance to the entity being propitiated. The various types of ritual are thanksgiving, propitiation, expiation, votive. Others are foundation, preventive, substitutionary ritual, and rite of passage. Thanksgiving rituals. This type is an expression of gratitude on the part of recipients for favors received as a result of benevolence of the superior entities. For example, the birth of a child, good health, accusation of wealth, etc. This practice occurs with the people tenant that Okmowese, ese owe narwe reo, which literally translates into the grateful deserve more favor. Thanksgiving ritual may be personal or done collectively at a communal level. Rituals of perpetuation and expiration. Rituals of this nature are performed usually at the prescription of the oracles or the diviners. They are essentially appeasement to avoid the wrath of the supernatural entities. This may be as a result of any sinful act perpetrated either by omission or commission. Usually, although not in all cases, the offenses is detected through divination, and the offenders may also be apprehended through the same means. Rituals of preparation and expiation serve as an avenue through which mortals can once again retain the favor of higher powers. Votive rituals. Votive rituals are required when favors are sought from deities. The individual making the request usually offer a pledge, often in form of animal or sacrifices, in return for requests granted. Such vows or pledge are irrevocable, and failure to keep the bargain elicits grave calamities. In most cases, a minor sacrifice is performed prior to the granting of the request in anticipation of greater things to come. Thus, votive ritual may be viewed as a form of bribe or incentive to induce the materialization of requests. Foundation rituals. This is commonly performed to mark the beginning or birth of something significant. For example, it is done to mark or commemorate the commencement of building projects. Preventive rituals. Preventive rituals are by far the most popular of rituals. As the term connotes, it is a device to avert impending disasters or calamity. This is accordance with the people notion that the stone that one sees coming does not eat the eye. Simply put, this concur with the saying that prevention is better than cure. The stone that one sees coming can usually be avoided. Substitutionary rituals. Substitutionary rituals, by their very nature, designate them among the most important of different kinds of rituals. The demand for this type arises when there is a threat to human life. To avoid death, the human life is exchanged with that of a sacrificial animal with victim. Other symbolic items like a personal garment, miniature and mold, effigy, and maize, etc. of the individual for whom the sacrifice is being performed are added to the animals. All these items are buried in the bore of the earth in a mock burial. Rite of passage. Rite of passage are required at the transition from one stage of life to another. Funeral obsequies are illustrative of this kind of ritual. Other examples are age-graded ceremonies, initiation into the various cults of the divinities, etc. The purpose of this rite is essentially to mark the end of one passage and beginning of another. It also helps to ensure a favorable state to follow. For instance, burial rites ensure that the passage from this realm of existence into the spirit world is smooth, easy for the deceased. More importantly, the rite are believed to also gain admittance and acceptance for the deceased among his departed forebearers. How rituals are performed. The procedure for ritual performance proceeds systematically through the following stages. Greetings and liberations are offered to open the sequence of worship. This is a mark of respect for the entity being venerated. Libation involves the pouring of liquid, which is usually liquor or any type, and sometimes water or oil may be used. The symbolic importance of this act is to open the way to the presence of the divine powers, and in a similar manner that the liquid ferments and softens the earth. After pouring of libations, the spirit are involved against a background sound of mental bell, Azza or Egogo. The deities being worshipped are called upon by their names and praise appellations. This glorification is followed by prayers, and the purpose of the worship is communicated to the deity being propitiated. The chief officiator would normally conclude the prayers to reinstate the desires and intentions of worshippers. Prayers are an important aspect of ritual worship. Through prayers, the name and attribute of the higher being are revealed, the confidence and hope of the devotees are portrayed, and the abilities attributed to the spiritual entities, as well as relationship between the deities and worshippers, are also manifested. The session ends with special prayers for the Oba health, prosperity, and well-being, and redemption lastly of Oba Gatokbeye, long live the Oba, after which no other prayers is uttered. The breaking of kola nuts comes after the prayer. The lobes of the kola nut may be used for divination, especially if further inquiry is desired. The sacrificial killing of animal proceeds shortly after and is the focus of entire rituals exercise. The oracle prescribed the type of sacrifice, the item required, and the entities to be perpetuated. Conclusion. The people of Benin are not different in this, as revealed in this paper. Ritual performance, which is cordial aspect of the Benin traditional religion, afford the people the opportunities to perpetuate and supplicate the various supernatural entities, which they recognize as indispensable in their daily exercise. In their unflinching belief in these entities and their reference and deference to the superior being, they have evolved various rituals to ensure the maintenance and the appropriate equilibrium between the world of the living, Agbon, and the realm of the supernatural, Ewe. Note, this information was provided in a personal interview with Chief Priest Osariemen in 1999. Chapter 3, Arosa, God's Shrine. Colin Paul Osakpama Ugbebo. Introduction. Emose. A pregnant woman had cooked more of the food of life than she could eat, contrary to Osanobua's injunction that mankind may have as much of the food as needed. No more. After that, man had to work hard to find food for himself and his wife and his children, as he had not done before. There was death everywhere in the land. So the people thought they had to make contact with their creator and to ask for a change of fortune. They wanted Osanobua to stop Ogiwu imposing death on the young. They wanted them to live until they were very old. They would rather have rainfall and sunshine at all times of the year, for that would stop drought and hunger. They wanted to be able to visit the earth after death. Leaders and priests of various deities gathered for the prayers. As they were wont to do so, they sanctified themselves and the places they had gathered. After days of prayers and things had not changed, Okiaye, a powerful priest, offered to take the prayer of the people to Osanobua. His only request was that the order gathered and the people at large would continue to pray at the place of his departure until he returned. People carried Okiaye away to the altar. People came to the site, prayed, and went away. Some time later, they decided that the place of their prayer needed a mark to make it one where they would worship God internally. They planted a tree called Ureye, Otan, and heaped earth on its base. They said they created a shrine. That shrine came to symbolize the imminence of Osanobua. The prayer went on at this shrine day after day for years. One day, darkness was upon the earth at noon. A huge ball of fire descended from above. With it came a voice that affirmed the presence of Okwaya in heaven. The voice went on, Okwaya has delivered your message to me, but your wishes are against my creative will, and I will not grant them. The voice had spoken, and darkness again fell upon the earth. Later, a new ball of fire fell to lift that darkness, and it was daylight once again. The people grieved Okwaya never came back to earth. They ruled their experiences and thought that mankind cannot be witness of what goes on in heaven, as they once thought they could. Since then, they've used the adage, there is no witness of life after death. The people organized a search for the fireball, but what they found was no fireball at all. Instead, in the place where is today the junction of Igbesama and Arosa Street in Benin City, they found a huge black stone. They named the spot Arosa, which literally means God's Shrine. That black stone was one of the relics the British took away during the punitive expedition in 1897. The Edo built a place of worship where they had always gathered to pray for a quiet journey until they heard the voice they thought was Osanobua. That is the place where they built the holy Arosa house of worship, and that is where it is today, on Akpakpava Street. The name Akpakpava is a corruption of some words or ways the Portuguese expresses during their visit to the city. One idea was that Papa and Ver, or Via, two words the Portuguese were said to have used when they described the location of the church they saw during their visit to the city in 1472. Another thought was that they might have seen poppy, the opium plant called papaver in Latin, but there is no evidence that Edo land is specifically suited to the growth of that plant then or now. Arosa's symbol is the open eye, the eye of God watching over his creation. It itself is a symbol of the Edo direct experience of God. The Oba of Benin and all of Edo land is the head of Arosa, but the prince prayed not to him, but to God and alone and directly. Here is a remarkable duality of concepts. The Edo will pray to God alone at the shrine of God, but we also pray at home and even at their and other shrines to Hei, who they believe to be their alter ego in heaven, and spirits that would intermediate between them and God. The chief priest, Osa, led a delegation of priests to the Portugal not long after the Portuguese visited Benin City in 1472. They studied the mode of worship in church in Portugal and on their return altered the way they dress as well as the order and mode of worship in Arosa. However, Arosa's body of belief and the teachings and practice did not change. How is worship carried out in Arosa? People who share the faith begin their worship of Osanobua God by invoking its presence through song and by cleansing and sanctifying themselves. This means, I purify myself for my God. This is followed by more song, dances, and prayer. Arosa teaching has much to do with the Edo belief to be the chain of the events of creations by God. Arosa used traditional musical instruments, including drums and ukuse. The people of Edo land believe that the sound of drum, songs, and dances help invoke the Spirit of God. That is why they say, we start worship with ukuse and the gong. Prayer are mostly in song. Typically, one such song say, we believe in God and we serve Him because we abhor quarrel, bitterness, sickness, death, and poverty. A population closing song say, God, we've made time to serve you. Give us the time and blessing to achieve our goals. Worship is on Sundays from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Arosa learned baptism and confirmation from the Catholic practices in Portugal. They regard them as initiation into the inner sanctum of the faith, and the baptism in which white chalk and confirmation is with palm fronds. The Holy Arosa Creed. I believe in God and maker of heaven and earth, in all the things in them. I believe in His holiness of the heavenly host. I believe that God created the forces on earth and in heaven to serve, to glorify, to honor, to praise, to adore, to love, and to evangelize Him in heaven and on earth. I believe that I was born clean and that in the name of God, the holy priest of God has made me clean again. I believe that in the end, if I love mankind as well as I love myself, and if I do for them as well as I do for myself, what I want them to continue to do for me, will I be worthy to stand before the holy throne of God and to be the one in which the holy assembly of God. I believe that God accepts the way that mankind serve Him. I believe that prophets have been on earth and will be on earth forever, and that God will manifest through them in His greater glory. And I believe that mankind pays for their sin on earth and in heaven. Arosa in the reign of Oba Akenzua II. Arosa declined as most things did in Edo land. After the British Punitive Expedition in 1897, throughout the years of British rule and influences, they thought Arosa was demonic, so they ordered a stop to the worship of God the way the Edo did. For